I think we're good. Yeah, I need, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Thanks for coming, Martin. All right, Jessica, if you have any issues with the live stream, just ping Chase. And maybe text Chase to make sure that he can hear me. I think he should be able to. And then if Chase gets your text, he can give me the thumbs up. If you're joining the stream, we appreciate your viewership. Everyone's just getting their seat. Yeah, you know, we're in no immediate rush. We've got some space to fill. Okay, everybody, if we could take our seats, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. Samir. Che, you want a hug?
What's up?
Great to see you.
Your jacket, dude.
Alan Faye, baby. Yeah. Wow, that was quicker than expected. Okay. So welcome everybody to Intact Global's inaugural conference. Yeah, let's go, baby. You know, I thought that there was a demand for this type of event, and we were right? Sold out. So thank you all for coming from all around the country. And we also have, you know, in different countries as well, Canada, right, neighboring countries, but also the farthest, Uganda, Michael Abanika. So 37 hours of hardship. So we love you, Michael. Thank you. Just as a reminder, so everyone is aware, this entire event is going to be live streamed. It's also going to be professionally recorded and edited afterwards. So if you guys are comfortable with that, great. If you're not, well, now is the time, right? Just so you have the lay of the land, we're in Portland, Oregon, as you guys all know, because you probably flew here. But for those of you watching the live stream, that's where we're meeting, and that's where this inaugural conference and the inaugural, let's say, effort to end the genital mutilation of children on constitutional ground begins. So this is ground zero, guys, and we're very happy for you to come out and support. It's a little strange that we have to keep fighting this fight in 2025 and that we continue to perform cosmetic genital cutting and mutilation on children, but we are where we are. We didn't make this up, but we're here to fix it. Our children are counting on it. They're the most vulnerable, the least politically powerful, and they're counting on us. So, you know, that's what we're here to do. So to give you a little lay of the land, we got a large room over there with other nonprofits who are hosting, I believe GALDEF, DOC, Intaction maybe. And then behind us is the fireside room. So we'd love if you'd like to talk about why are you an Intactivist? Why is it important that we make, you know, considerable sacrifices, whether it be social, political, monetary, to, you know, put ourselves out on the line to protect children from this type of genital cutting, right? And so we really want to hear your story, and we're going to edit it, put it up on social media, because we really need to put faces to this movement to say, look, this affects many of us personally. It affects our relationships, our interpersonal relationships with our families, with our lovers, with our children and relatives. So it's a really central issue to politics in America and identity and religion as well, which we're going to avoid because that got me in trouble in the past, but also just we're going to talk about legally and politically, why are we going to focus on non-religious medically unnecessary genital cutting, because that's really where we can protect the most children in the immediate future. So anyway, we have 2 great days of talks lined up. 2 great days of talks lined up. Yeah. There we go, baby. And, I guess it's a little, boastful. But the first talk is the state of Intactivism. And so I just wanted to kind of give an overview briefly. Where are we as a movement, right? Because, Oregon is a great place to start. They have a genital cutting rate of probably 20% or so, 1 in 5 boys, almost 0 girls. So we're talking 1 in 10 children in this state are genitally cut, which is a lot, but compared to the rest of America, it's a little. And compared to the rest of the world, it's still a lot, because we're a total aberration in our affinity in the United States for cutting and mutilating our children's genitals for cosmetic, medically unnecessary reasons. And so I'm gonna reiterate that a lot of times, because this is not a fringe movement. This is the global community, more or less, is behind us in protecting children, not performing cosmetic surgeries on their genitals. But America needs a little push, and that's what we are. So anyway, as I said, welcome to the inaugural conference. We have attendees from dozens of states, other countries, which we're very pleased. And round of applause for this, but we sold out the conference venue. So thank you all for coming. Again, I was a little worried. We're just like, okay, we're gonna do it. And the demand is here. I don't see any empty tables. So, and also the GoFundMe, I'd like to thank all of you here. A lot of you donated, also those of you on the live stream. We raised $30,000 on the GoFundMe, so thank you so much. We were able to get a lot done with that $30,000, as I'll explain further. And if we could do this much with 30,000, what could we do with 300, 3 million? This is an international human rights movement. So yes, these sound like big numbers, but compared to how much good we can do, how much progress we can make, it's really, it's a rounding error for some people, right? So anyway, now I'd like to talk more about Intact Global, because this is not the Eric Clopper show. This is, we're an organization, we're a nonprofit corporation, and we have collective goals and collective governance. So what is Intact Global's mission and vision, right? And so our mission is to protect all children from forced, non-religious genital mutilation. And we're going to do that mostly through strategic impact litigation, which we've already begun, and I'll talk about that soon. And as I mentioned before, we are backed by a global movement. So yes, we are a fast-growing movement of children's rights advocates in the United States, but globally, almost no countries circumcise their children, at least at the scale that we do, and most of it is religious, right? We're essentially alone in the scale in which we perform secular, medically unnecessary circumcision. In our vision at Intact Global, and we believe we can achieve this, maybe by the end of the year, certainly by the end of next, is to make Intactivism mainstream, right? Through litigation, social media, and other types of outreach. Because right now, the genital mutilation, that phrase, it's already very popular in mainstream discourse, but we don't want to talk about where genital mutilation is today politically. We want to talk about day 1, day 8, when we're literally cutting our children's genitals like right after birth, where there is no autonomy at all, no decision making. That's what we want to make mainstream, and we want to make it cool, assumed, and normal to be an intactivist, right? It is the cool thing to do to not cut your baby. It is assumed that you're not going to cut or mutilate or cosmetically alter your children's genitals at birth. And it's normal to, maybe not to be intact in this country, but to advocate for intactivism, right? And so our goal, which plays off of our mission statement, is 1, we want to perform litigation. So we have impact constitutional equal protection litigation, which we've already filed in Oregon, and I'll talk about briefly, or actually at length, but probably tomorrow. But there's also different types of lawsuits we can pursue as well, and we likely will pursue. And this first litigation we thought was the most impactful, but at the end of the day, there's many different legal theories that if you're circumcised, you can sue. So Peter Adler of counsel to my law firm, one of the primary authors of the complaint, will discuss. And we could defund circumcision, which I'll talk about tomorrow. You could sue doctors and hospitals, which is the probably hardest route and most resource intensive. And like I mentioned before, we raised $30,000, which, it's a good chunk of change. We can get a lot done, but you can't take on the medical industrial complex. You're not even gonna, it's just not gonna work with that type of cash. So we wanna do the things that would be most impactful for each dollar raised. Then we're also gonna be scaling up our social media and education. So before this event, not including the 1 or 2 weeks before, Intact Global social media presence was practically absent. And that all changed because Justin Bonyai, the conference manager, so give a round of applause for Justin, who is, I think, actively managing the conference and checking in attendees now. So I'll get him again. And then finally, we want to open a dialogue with religious leaders, right? Because I'm a Jewish American and I would like to protect Jewish children. We have other members on our team who are members of the Islamic faith, and they want to protect Islamic children. And so we want to start that conversation with religious leaders to say, okay, what's in the best interest of our children in these religious communities? Now, I've gotten a lot of flack. You can't make anyone happy, but you get flack for trying to target religious circumcision, which we're not doing. You get flack for not, like, why are you leaving these babies to be cut? But, this is a big question. Why are we dealing with non-religious genital mutilation, right? Circumcision. Well, if you look at kind of the data that we have available, and this is from Affecting Parental Decision, Christian Gueva, is what you could see is practically 85% or so of circumcisions that occur in America are done for purported health benefits. Oh, it must be cleaner, it must prevent disease or something else, even though we have much higher rates of STDs than Europe that doesn't circumcise. But that is the meme that has proliferated in the United States. Now that's falling with time, but that is the primary motivator for circumcision in the US. Oh, it must be good for my child because the doctor recommended it. But the problem is when you have a for-profit healthcare system, it's for profit, it's not for health. And you don't make money not performing procedures. So there's adverse incentives at play. Now, if you look at what is the least likely reason to circumcise a child, it is religion, right? It's less than 15%, important, very important. So we love to protect all children from genital mutilation, genital cutting, circumcision, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is a much, much smaller percentage of children in the United States are circumcised for religious reasons. And the way that our legal system is structured based off of constitutional rights, religion has a special place. It's heightened scrutiny often if you're going to challenge religious practices. And the reality is we are working with the resources that we have, and we want to get concrete wins, and we want to protect as many children as we can. And so that's why we're focusing on the medically unnecessary non-religious genital cutting. As the slide says, we want to recognize political realities. Yeah, we'd love to come in and protect every child at once, but we're going to have to do this incrementally. And yes, we do want to open a dialogue with religions, though, because religions have evolved over time. Right? And I'll talk about that more tomorrow as well. But the Grand Mufti of Egypt said in 2006, Islam no longer circumcises their females. We're a religion that is in line with modern science, right? Judaism used to have, they used to have much more graphic circumcision procedures that required actual mouth to genital contact with children. And they largely moved away from that, except in small pockets in super Orthodox New York City. So religions do evolve with time. Catholicism evolved. They no longer say, oh, no gay marriages, because I think they weren't raising as much money because the culture had shifted, right? So whatever works, but we want to engage in dialogue with religions to say, okay, how do we move forward? Now, why Oregon? Why are we in Oregon as opposed to Texas or Florida or California, Massachusetts, you name it? Well, pretty simple, and I have to thank my friends at GALDEF. Tim Hammond is here, so thank you. So I put up this this is part of a web page I put on my website, right? It's an old website, needs to be updated, but the reality is Tim Hammond and his volunteers at GALDEF looked at every single state's laws on anti-female genital mutilation, all 50 states. Which states outlaw female genital cutting, right? And the 41 states do. Now, which states also have a constitutional mandate that prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex, legal protections. Because if you're just going to protect baby girls, well, that's a class of children. But most constitutions, or a lot of them, certainly in the US, prohibit that type of discrimination. You have to protect every child equally. That is the constitutional mandate in many states. And so we looked at the constitutional mandates of all these states. We looked at the anti-female genital cutting laws of all the states. And then we looked at which states have passed anti-female genital cutting laws for the longest, because some have been about 30 years, right? And so that means the plaintiff, they can be an adult, they can articulate why this was not their choice, why they perhaps were harmed. Because if you outlawed female genital cutting 5 years ago, you know, a 4-year-old, obviously we want to protect him, but he's not going to be as effective at communicating why this is important, right? Because he's not old enough. So what I did was, okay, these are the 6 states that would be best. And what happened was, Oregon, through our friend here, Brian Turner, which I saw him earlier, but he said, look, Oregon's going to be the state that's going to lead the charge here. We're going to protect every child from genital mutilation. There he is, Brian Turner. Well, applause. Brian is why we're here, because he said, look, Oregon's the state that's going to do this. We're proud enough. We're forward-seeking. We're not chained by these old customs. They actually don't circumcise the vast majority of their children. 9 out of 10 plus children are not generally cut in current day. So it's a great place to start. Brian brought it here. But, you know, why else Oregon? And I mentioned this a little earlier, but, you know, the constitutional provisions are friendly to us. They have an equal protection clause since its founding, saying you cannot give one class of citizens privileges or immunities. You could argue bodily integrity is a right, but certainly a privilege that baby girls get, as they should, but we should give that to every child, right? And so the Oregon Supreme Court has interpreted this part of the Constitution to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex. But for Oregon, that was not good enough, because you have to really kind of read into it, okay, no sex discrimination. So just to remove any ambiguity, the people of Oregon in 1973, right, 50 years ago, said, look, no sex-based discrimination at all. Every person has equal rights on the basis of sex, which is great. So this is an explicit mandate that actually prohibits laws like the anti-female genital mutilation law that was passed in 1999 in Oregon. And as I've said many times, very low rates of circumcision, genital cutting, and FGM has been banned here in 1999. Now, because of all of this, and we raised the $30,000, we had great legal support from Peter Adler, from Samir Safarini, we actually were able to, and Brian Turner, who has been pioneering this, we found our brave plaintiffs who are joining us in this room today. And we actually filed their complaint. Lake Paraguay, who was the attorney who actually established marriage equality here 10 years ago. So sort of a round of applause for Lake, kind of a heavy hitter. So Lake filed the Hadachek v. Oregon complaint on Thursday. So, and we have our lead plaintiff, Dane, here. So Dane, can we round of applause for Dane for taking this stand? Thank you, Dane. Your courage inspires us. Seriously, it's a big deal. And so Dane said, look, you know, I've been harmed from this, but I want to protect other children, right? Because we've got 100 million people in this country who've been harmed. And so, as I mentioned, we filed the complaint on Thursday, March 27th. So all of you watching on the live stream, it's a very, very strong complaint. If you go to intactglobal.org, you can download it. It's all over the place. You can't miss it. And yeah, so it was filed March 27th. It has a case number. It got through the courts, no problem. And it is available for download, as I said. And so the team, to talk about the team real briefly, we've got Peter Adler in the room who's giving a talk. He was the primary author of the complaint. He got a round of applause for Peter. When Peter was doing a fellowship at University of Cambridge, because he's super brilliant, or Magdalene College, I believe, he actually devoted a big part of his work to working on this complaint, right? And then Samir Safarini, also brilliant and a UVA law student. So round of applause for Samir. I am not easily impressed, but Samir, he really made the complaint sing. It was really something else. So really, Samir is a hero. And then we have Lake, as I mentioned, who has advanced constitutional civil rights in this state before, and we're looking to do so again with Lake. So round of applause for Lake. Let's all leave Lake out. And so real brief, because I don't have a clock anywhere, but I've got about, what time is it? Okay, so we'll wrap up a little quickly. But the conference schedule, so today until 8 p.m., we're going to hear from what we like to call the Intact Coalition, right? So Intact Global, who's proud part of the Intact Coalition. We're going to hear from Joe McCormack, our treasurer, Shay Johnson, our director of community development. And then we're going to hear from Tim Hammond from GALDEF, talking about how GALDEF also supports intact litigation, protecting children from harm, genital cutting. Then we're going to hear from Tony Lquagro, who's going to talk about his efforts with Intaction in New York, well, and also New Hampshire and other places, really great progress recently. And then we're going to hear from John Geishiker, Doctors of Opposing Circumcision, Executive Director. And, because yes, we got a bunch of lawyers speaking, but we also have the vast majority of doctors on our side. And we need doctors of integrity in the US to say, look, we are violating our Hippocratic oath when we're performing these surgeries on children. And so tomorrow we're going to hear from Intact Litigators. So that's going to be primarily, actually all lawyers. So, we'll survive though. And it's going to be talking about different aspects of this legal intact litigation, right? And I could list them, but, we're going to talk about you tomorrow, Zena, so don't worry. And then on Monday, we're going to have our press conference in Pioneer Courthouse Square. So we got a beautiful 20 by 30 foot tent. We got the podium, we got the use permits, you got the whole 9 yards. We're going to announce to the world why this lawsuit is so important, why Dane's lawsuit, his parents, co-plaintiffs, Sierra and Cecil. Round of applause for Sierra and Cecil as well. Because this not only harms the individuals who are cut, but also can harm parental relationships as well. There's a lot of, can be emotional distress. Oh, I was deceived by a doctor. I wasn't told what was going on. It's really a big problem, actually. So, so we're going to talk about why this is so important in the Courthouse Square on Monday, and then we're going to wrap it up, and that will conclude our conference. So my next talk, and we're going to have 2 days of talks in between, is going to be discussing the future of Intactivism. Because right now, circumcision was probably closer to, when is this, 1970. It was probably closer to 90% at some point. There was a lot of variants that went down a lot. That we have the 2012 statement that pushed it up, but we have no idea actually what the circumcision rate is in this country. We believe that it's gone down a lot, and the CDC hasn't released numbers because people will do what other people do. The number one indicator to determine if somebody recycles is if their neighbor recycles, right? So people will do what other people do around them. And so if we get accurate data that says, look, we're all moving away from genital cutting, it's not necessarily linear, it could be exponential, but we just don't have that data. We know in Oregon it's going down and it continues to go down, and we hope to, let's say, circle the square and protect all children. But yeah, our goal at Intact Global is to protect as many children as fast as possible, and religious cutting is just not feasible for us to spend limited resources in challenging. We want to encourage religious leaders to make that decision for themselves. But we do want to speak with the unified movement. And yes, many of us, or all of us, have different political views. Some we would never meet over dinner for other reasons, but we're all here because we want to protect children from genital cutting. We want to keep our focus on the ball and say, look, how do we work together, put our differences aside, and do what's best for the next generation of children? So that is the state of Intactivism, and we have a great lineup of speakers. We are going to do Q&A after every talk, but since we started a couple minutes later, we could do Q&A tomorrow with my talk because one of our speakers caught the flu, and I told them to not come, so we have a little extra time in the schedule. So the next speaker is a good friend of mine, lifelong activist, brilliant presenter who will be doing a backflip when he gets on stage. No, Joe. Good. Thanks for all right. Oh, and I'm going to put this guy on you.
Okay.
And I'm going to put this guy on. You're going to be mic'd up.
Okay, very good.
And then we're going to open this guy. And if you speak in here, everybody can hear you. And this is for the cameras. This is for the live stream.
I understand.
And you just want the regular clicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's give it a shot here.
All right, round of applause for Joe, guys.
Thank you. Oh. Okay, good. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural meeting of Club 44. That's 4 Foreskins Club. I got involved with this movement because I saw Eric's presentation at Harvard, and I really do not have a lot of depth in the Intactivist movement, but what I do have experience with is nonprofit organizations. I've served on several boards, and I told Eric before he went to law school that if he ever started a nonprofit organization, that I would like to be part of it. So he called me, and here I am. So I've been doing foreskin restoration for 30 years. It takes a while. The good news is that as you get older, your skin becomes more flexible and stretchy. The bad news is that that's why your arms get flabby. But I completely support this organization and its goals. So what I'm going to talk about a little today is building a sustainable movement, because we can have a conference now and then, we get random donations, but we need to be more systematic about it and more organized. So, okay, here, got it. So what are the sources of funding for an organization like this? Individuals, of course, we have some of those now. Foundations, although that's a much more problematic source for a whole variety of reasons. I did a little bit of research on foundations. I couldn't find anyone that supported Intactivism. There are several, like the Melinda Gates Foundation, which supports circumcision. Also, foundations are notoriously difficult to get grants from, and the grants that you get, if you get them, are usually restricted to a specific program. What we need are unrestricted sources of funding so we can support overhead and the things that we need to do. Corporations, I'll go into this in more detail later, but there are corporations, and I think we can identify them, that would have an interest in supporting this topic. Events, yeah, events are wonderful. They're great for bringing people together, for giving more visibility to the organization, but they don't usually raise a lot of money, and they always involve a lot of work. And then there's legacies. Now, legacies come about when you've had someone who supports an organization for a long time, and you encourage that person to include the organization in his or her will. So all of these things need to come together to have a sustainable organization. We talk about the giving pyramid, and often this is an image that people who are doing capital campaigns use, but it's also useful to think of building sustainable funding. So let's start with small donors. We have many small donors now, and they come about strictly by random. I think for the most part, they know someone involved with the organization. They see something on the internet that they like. They're passionate about the subject, and we do get those donors. But what we need are sustaining contributions. In other words, donors who continue to give, not just on a one-off basis. Foundation grants I touched on, notoriously difficult to get and probably slim pickings for an organization like ours. Major gifts are a key source of funding for organizations like this. And when you build a base of support, what you do is you cultivate over time those people capable of being major donors. And the way you identify them is you see what other organizations they donate to. Almost every nonprofit organization has an annual report which lists its donors. And if you have a donor to IGI, and he or she is also a donor to some other organization, and they're giving that organization $10,000 a year, well, that's a person you want to meet with and cultivate as a major donor. And then, as I discussed earlier, legacies are important, but they come about much later. They're called planned gifts, but they're actually unplanned when the income comes in. And what I have done in other organizations is to encourage them to use planned gifts to build an endowment. If you have an endowment that's a regular source of funding, as anyone who's been involved with a college or university knows, You know, that can cover a lot of your operating expenses. So encouraging and recognizing sustainer donors is a really important issue. The credit card option works really well for organizations like this. What you do is you encourage people to give on a regular basis through their Visa card, their American Express, their MasterCard, and this continues in perpetuity unless they take the initiative to stop it. So, you know, successful organizations usually have hundreds, if not thousands, of supporters who give $100 a month, $50 a month, $25 a month, whatever they can afford. And then you have this major donor circle. And as I said, you identify the major donors from the pool of sustaining donors. And over time, you can actually build a corpus of major donors who need to be recognized for their support. Forms of recognition. Everybody likes to be recognized for supporting an organization. You can do that in very simple ways. T-shirt, ball cap, we have those available now. Cloisonne pin, I've got one on that Eric shared with me last night. This identifies you to other people as a donor to IGI, and it sometimes prompts conversations that could persuade someone this is a worthy organization. Listing in an annual report is important, newsletters and websites, special quarterly briefings for the major donors, you know, say $5,000 a year and up. You have a special online session for them to give them a state-of-the-art report on what we're doing and how. Honors at the annual conference or dinner. You know, if you have an annual conference or dinner, you want to recognize those people who've been major supporters. Give some of those people a discounted fee for the annual conference. So, motivating giving. The single greatest sin that nonprofit organizations commit is not thanking their donors enough. Donors want to be thanked. They want to be thanked once, they want to be thanked twice, they want to be thanked 3 times. I can tell you that, you know, I made a donation to the ASPCA, I think about 5 years ago. And now I get requests for donations from any animal rights organization in the country. But they never said thank you. So why should I give again, right? So I think that, you know, recognizing the donors in every way possible is really critical. One of the things that motivates donors is identifying specific items to be funded by gifts at various levels. I was involved with the Point Foundation for several years from its inception. It's a scholarship fund for LGBTQ youth. And what we did was explain to the donors that if you give $1,000 a year, you're buying textbooks for this student at university for a year. If you give $5,000 a year, you're paying for a semester of room and board. If you give $10,000 a year, you're paying for a year of room and board, and so on. In other words, tying donations to a specific result is a motivating factor for many people who give. And I've had really great success with that. We could do 25 live presentations to prenatal classes. We have information handouts for 600 Planned Parenthood chapters, or we could create them. And of course, we want to report quarterly on what those results are to the people who support us. And it's important to talk to major donors frequently and not just to ask for money. There's an old adage in fundraising which goes, if you ask for money, you get advice. If you ask for advice, you get money. So keep your major donors engaged. You know, let them know not only that they're appreciated, but ask them for their input, their opinions, their suggestions. Video interviews with top 3 financial supporters to show at the annual conference or dinner is a successful technique. Desert Age Project in Palm Springs has an annual gala with celebrities and so forth. And they always honor at least 3 major donors at that gala. They bring them up to the stage. Sometimes they have a heartfelt story to tell. And then they get a plaque, an award, some form of recognition that I think is important to them. Planned giving. It doesn't happen by accident. The best run nonprofit organizations offer estate planning assistance to people who express a willingness to donate as a legacy. And don't forget the small donor who may have hidden wealth. Somebody who gives you $10 a month for 5 years may die with few or no beneficiaries, and all of a sudden you have a $500,000 house. You know, that can be a major gift for the organization. I've seen that happen. And as I said, create an endowment with these planned gifts to underwrite administrative costs and operational expenses. You never have to worry about justifying, you know, the source of that funding to sustain the organization. So building for the future. As I say, most foundations appear to support circumcision. I looked up Bill and Melinda Gates, the American Urological Association, its Global Philanthropic Committee, something called Insight.org. They partner with local public health authorities internationally to promote circumcision. You know, I am not a foundation expert. I think that if you went to the Council on Foundations and were willing to do enough research, you might, just might, find a foundation or two that supports this kind of work. But getting a grant from them and tracking that grant is an additional burden to the organization. So I wondered what the cost of circumcision actually is. Typically, it's $250 or $500, depending on the location, the surgeon's fees, anesthesia, if any, facility fees. And the additional costs may include pre-op consultation and exams, lab tests and screenings, post-op medications, post-op care and follow-up. Just to give you an example, in Atlanta, a typical circumcision costs $485 for children, dollars for children up to 28 days, $2,200 for males 12 years and older. Now, why is this significant? Well, some insurance plans cover the procedure and some don't. Without insurance coverage, circumcision can cost $1,000 or more. However, you can buy a home circumcision kit with disinfecting tools and step-by-step instructions for only $30 to $200. Before you try this on your newborn, you might want to try it on a dog or cat. I had no idea that such things were available, right? Probably. Anyway, the UK National Health Service stopped funding routine circumcisions. Actually, Eric says in the 40s. What I saw on the internet was the official cessation of that was in 2022, which is why there are many more uncircumcised males in the United Kingdom now. Also, as others will tell you, New Zealand, Australia, other global English-speaking countries. So where is the potential corporate support for IGI? That would come from organizations who have an interest in saving this money. Corporations typically don't support nonprofit organizations unless there's a payback for them, right? Sometimes they do it out of goodwill, but more frequently it comes from, you know, marketing and public relations considerations. United Healthcare Optum has 102 million members, Elevance Health 47.5, Centene, the largest Medicaid managed care provider, 28 million, Kaiser Permanente, 12.7 million, and so on. Now, I read somewhere, again on the internet, there are about 3.6 million babies born every year in the United States. Let's assume that half of them, 1.8 million, are male. And of that 1.8 million, let's say 1 million, you know, do not circumcise for religious reasons. If the average cost of circumcision, like in Atlanta, is $485 or $500, and you have 1 million males every year being circumcised for $500, that's $500 million. That's not pocket change. If you can persuade these corporate, these healthcare providers that they can save money, you may be able to get them to support the work of the organization. So what we need is money, right? I mean, every nonprofit organization needs secure financial support. And I'm going to kick it off by pledging $100 a month on my Visa card after we leave the conference. So I hope those of you can afford it, or if you can't afford $100 a month, give $50 a month. If you can't afford that, give $25 a month. You know, but whatever you give will go to growing this organization and building a more successful movement. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, Thank you, Joe, for the excellent talk on how we can actually sustain and fund this movement. So we've got, 5 or so minutes. If anyone has questions for Joe about his background or his talk, we can open the floor. Yes, Steve, let me, do we have a microphone for Steve? Oh, there it is. Can you hear me?
I'm curious if you make a donation to a nonprofit organization. I understood a long time ago that you could not make that donation in order to be used for a specific purpose.
Correct.
Is that true?
Well, that's not entirely true. For example, at the Point Foundation, we had donors, corporate donors, who specifically said they wanted the scholarship to go to someone who was in engineering or someone who, was in IT. So you can designate your gift, but of course, most organizations don't really want to be restricted in how they use that money, but it's entirely your privilege as a donor to specify.
Tim Hammond, you have a question. Hey, Joe, could you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the 90s, when we were running No Harm, we had our members send letters to their insurance companies asking if they covered infant circumcision and if they could do, why, if they're not, why not. And we learned, and I have copies of these still on file, where they admit they know that this is medically unnecessary and that it's a social custom. And their excuse for covering it was if they don't cover it, their competitors will, and they'll lose customers, so that those parents will go to another company coverage. So by my estimation, what's really needed in terms of insurance companies is to have a level playing field, so they're not unfairly competing with each other. And that's basically why they still support it, as far as I know.
I think that makes sense. Almost every industry sector has a trade association. So I think where you start with an organization, with healthcare organizations, is with their trade organization and get them to take a national position on it.
I'm just curious, how do you set up a nonprofit? Is there a system? Because I'm actually interested in doing that myself. Is there like a recommendation you have for starting a nonprofit? Is there a system that we could teach other tactics how to use?
Yeah, well, first of all, you have to get a tax ID number from the IRS. And then you have to apply for a 501c3, which is a designation for nonprofit organizations that they're tax exempt. All that takes time. And with the cuts in government services now, it may take much longer than you expect to get approvals, but that's where you start. Yeah.
And just to follow up on that, Daniel, Intactivism was incorporated in March 22nd of last year, 2024, and then we applied for 501c3 June of 2024, and we heard back from the first time the IRS in February. So that's like 8 months, right? And then we sent the response back in March, so we're still waiting. But we went about as quickly as humanly possible, and we're about 12 months in, so it takes a while.
How much would that process cost the average person?
So the question was, how much would it cost to start a 501c3? So there's 2 different types of 501c3s. There's the easy version, which is like, don't quote me on this, but you can raise up to maybe 20K, maybe 50, somewhere along that. And that's probably 100, 200 bucks, something like that, much quicker. The full freight 501c3 cost is $600. And there are certain applications you can use nowadays to say, look, you're a lawyer, I'm going to help you fill this in, right? So you can do it for $600, but you have to have good patience. And as Joe mentioned, with the cuts in services, times might increase unless they outsource it to AI agents, which time may decrease. We don't know. Any last questions? Okay, I got a question for you, Joe.
Yeah.
So how do we effectively thank donors? Like, what are good ways to thank them? Like writing them emails and including them. Like, what's the best way or different ways?
Well, you have a hierarchy of donors, right?
Yeah.
So, the people who give the most should get a handwritten note from you. The other ways to recognize them, as I said, are in the annual report, at the annual conference conference or dinner, through swag, merchandise. There are innumerable ways to thank donors, but you can't thank them enough. Thank them at least 3 times a year, if not more.
Okay, and this is a shout out to the live stream. If anyone wants to help me with the administrative thanking and organization, we definitely could use all the volunteers we could get as well.
Okay?
But yeah, well, thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, thank you.
Round of applause for Joe.
All right.
Now, this next speaker is a good friend of mine, Ali Babu Shea Johnson, also known as Shay. Yeah, Shay is actually a neighbor of mine in Los Angeles. And I met Shay because he used to manage large communities on Facebook, Intactivist communities. And, at a certain point, he's like, look, I got to become a licensed therapist. I have things to do. But he's always been a passionate Intactivist. And I met him through my good friend, John Silla, who's supposed to speak tomorrow, but got ill. And he's also been lifelong friends with my former boss as well. So there's a lot of different connections in Los Angeles. And we're very, very happy that he's on the board. And he's going to essentially bring his passport to Intactivism, to Intact Global, and helping build communities, right? Because the reality is, and as I mentioned this before, a lot of us have very different political views, but we're all in this particular cause together, right? So Shay, who is much friendlier than I, is going to talk about how do we build those coalitions, how do we build those networks, how do we kind of move things along. So let's give a round of applause for Shay Johnson. Actually, Joe, do you have your mics? Can you?
Oh.
Oh no. Give me a second. So where's, here, why don't you put that on your lapel, right here? Uh-oh. We don't want to forget the live. I got this one.
Can the sound person hear me from live stream from iTunes? There we go. Thanks. Sound person can hear me from live stream. Basically, audio engineer, so I'm always worried that the sound people can hear me because I know what they have to go through.
Actually,
Pull the microphone. Oh, thank you. There you go. There we go. The sound okay? Thank you. Hey everybody, my name is Che Johnson, or Ali Babu Che Johnson. Yes, my parents gave me that name. I'm a clinical psychotherapist, and I actually had, the first work that I ever had published is about how infant genital mutilation is an actual sexual trauma. And I used the DSM-5 to prove it. And I also showed that it's also, it's a little more than that. But also it's a way of stamping gender. It's a way of saying this is what boys are supposed to look like, and in countries where they're circumcising girls, this is what a girl's supposed to look like. So in my practice, I have lots of different kinds of clients and couples and families and things like that. But one of the things is I use my identity. My mom's Jewish, my dad's black, I'm gay, so I kind of won the lottery. So I actually use my identity in therapy because a lot of my clients have all these different identities that are coming together and that kind of thing. So my experience, my personal experience with Intactivism is I'm one of the lucky ones. My father was born on a farm. He wasn't circumcised. And my mother's Orthodox, well, born Orthodox Jewish father, when it was time to give birth, she's, asking around. Our Jewish pediatrician says, you don't really need to do it. The obstetrician was like, oh no, it's gotta happen because it's a whole thing. And then my grandfather was like, this is barbaric, don't do this, which is really interesting. And I think it's important because the experience that I have as a Jewish person is that there's a lot of us who are against circumcision and think it's barbaric. So that's part of what I'm going to talk about today. So anyways, let's take a look at this. I'm going to start here with 3 assumptions because I think we're all assuming these things. And the first thing is that, you know, this is an epidemic, right? This is absolutely an epidemic. Forced genital mutilation. And you said secular circumcision. Did you just come up with that? Because that was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's kind of alliterative in a way. Secular circumcision just really worked. So I think I might start saying that. I was like, wait, that's great. I did that. So yeah, and then the other thing is that, you know, there's a lot of us disagree about a lot of things, but we're all here and we all agree about this, right? And then the third thing is that when we bring people together, we can really, really change this. So coalition building is going to end this. And I just want to kind of, you know, talk about these. So this first assumption here, right, is I kind of looked at the definition of an epidemic, right? And in the third part, you'll see here, you know, characterized by widespread growth. It says, they use an example, the practice had reached epidemic proportions, right? Well, the practice of infant genital mutilation had reached epidemic proportions, right? It's a really, really, you know, big thing. The national rate, well, it changes, but it's about 60% from our last data. We still don't have
15 years.
Exactly, that's the problem. And when I was the work that I was working that I published, we were getting, it was in 2019. I was still getting old numbers. And that was 6 years earlier, 10 years old, so it's about 15. But it's higher in the West and the Northeast, and in the West, it's actually lower, right? And this is one of the places where it's the lowest. So I'm very curious about that, like why is it low and, you know, that kind of thing here, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But I want to go to the next question here, right? These are the people in the groups who disagree on a lot of issues, but we're all agreeing that forced genital mutilation needs to be curtailed. And I think it's interesting to take a look at this insane group. So I put in activist because I'm an activist. My mother was a founding member of LHA League. So those who know who that is, right? So a lot of activists who are pro-breastfeeders, right? They want to keep, they want to keep everything natural, I guess you could say, right? And then you've got people who are anti-Semitic, white nationalists, right? A lot of them are actually using anti-circumcision as a cudgel to kind of bash Jews and Muslims, right? Assuming that all Jews are pro-circumcision. The rhetoric also attacks Islam in general, it's Islamophobia. It's a very strange thing because you'll get people who are just against circumcision. They may not even be against female circumcision. They may be just against male circumcision because some of the Jews do it. They're against Jews. So it's just something you have here, right? And you have there's Christians, and you know they know if you look at the Old Testament, the circumcision, the New Testament, it's very clear. It's an old covenant. It's not needed. Catholics didn't circumcise as a practice in the United States for many years. So you have Christians. You have pro-lifers, right? And the whole idea is that they're seeing both abortion and circumcision as unnatural, right? You've got pro-choice people who are seeing bodily autonomy as the issue. So they want there to be bodily autonomy for everyone, right? You've got anti-vaxxers who see both infant genital mutilation and vaccination as violations of the child's bodily integrity, right? Then you've got pro-vaxxers who are saying they see scientific data showing that the health and efficacy of intact people throughout the history of the world, that's evidence that genital cutting is harmful, right? We have groups like Bloodstained Men, who are really are only street protesting intactivists, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about them because I think they have a very special place in the way that this movement works. That can be very important. We have the men's movement, right? And you're seeing circumcision as kind of like a primary attack on men's well-being, and maybe some of the big reasons why men are having all kinds of problems. And some of the work that I've done about it actually being the first trauma and the first after birth, and then the first sexual trauma that a boy experiences themselves. And then we have LGBTQIA identities, right? And we're seeing, I'm saying we because I'm queer, right? We're seeing bodily autonomy is central to the human rights that respect gender and sexual identity and expression, right? And I'm gonna, part of that LGBTQIA is the I. And I really want to talk about the I for a minute, and the intersex activists, because people who are assigned intersex, well, people who are assigned intersex at birth, and they have less binary genitalia. Right? They may have features of both of what we consider the binary genitalia, right? They are more vulnerable to infant genital mutilation than even infant boys in this country and infant girls, right? Now, this may seem really weird, but 1 in 9 babies that are initially assigned female at birth in this country are at risk for being mutilated. And the reason why is because if some of those babies, if their clitoris is deemed too big or too long, right, they can no longer be assigned, they're no longer being assigned female, right? And then once they're assigned intersex, they move into a different category, even in states where genital mutilation against female babies is illegal. They move into a new category. Now they're intersex, and they're slated for clitoral mutilation. So this is it's kind of like we're going to have some people in this movement who really are only thinking about male circumcision. That's all they're really interested in, is stopping male circumcision. And they actually might think that clitoral mutilation is okay, because they may have a very strong binary view of gender, and they're like, well, if the doctor says that the kid's clitoris is too long, then it has to be shortened, then, I don't know, but these are these things that I think we need to be talking about, having conversations about, right? So it's a big world out there, and one of the things we all agree on is general autonomy for babies. So, yeah. So I decided to take a look at how do we build coalition, right? And I started to look at some examples. When you have this is a big umbrella, big circus tent, right? How do you build coalition? So I started to look at some examples from history. So I looked at Fred Hampton. So Fred Hampton was this teenager who kind of became radicalized and was joined the Black Panther movement. And then he started to look around and say, there's a lot of white people who agree with me. There's a lot of Chinese people who agree with me. A lot of Latinos agree with me. There's a lot of people who agree with the same things the Black Panthers are doing, but we're missing out because we're not bringing them in together. So he first, he first began to build coalition with the Young Patriots. And the Young Patriots are, I'll show you here's all the organizations who build coalition. So we've got a Confederate flag here. This guy walks into a place where the Young Patriots are and says, hey, we're all getting screwed by the man. Let's work together. Let's work against poverty. Let's work against, we really do have the same goals in mind. Now, when you look at all these different groups, there's 2 different Latino groups, Puerto Rican and Chicano groups. There's an Asian American group, right? The Red Guard Party. There's student groups here, rising up, angry. There's all kinds of different groups here, and they all came together as a coalition. And Fred Hampton is he was a very, very special being. There's a movie called Judas and the Black Messiah, which is all about this extraordinary person and all the things that he was able to do. So I'm looking here and I'm going, wow, this is pretty amazing that he's able to do this, right? One of the things that he did was he stopped talking about white men as the problem and started talking about capitalism as the problem. So the Rainbow Coalition was language, right? They did a lot to feed children, they did a lot of community organizing. They changed the name of their opponent from the white man to the capitalist. They started to see that everybody in these groups had this in common, right? Now, I know this is kind of controversial, but, and by the way, he was deemed one of the most dangerous people at the age of 21. His house was just barraged with bullets, and he covered his child's body and saved his child that died at the age of 21. I mean, if you think about a 21-year-old who's building a gigantic coalition, it's kind of an amazing thing, right? But he saw that people had things in common. So he understood that that was what was important. So this Rainbow Coalition was pretty robust, and it did thrive even after Freddie Hampton died. But there is something that kind of destroyed it, and I want to talk about that because we can look at the mistakes that happened with the Rainbow Coalition and see that as we're building coalition with all these different ideas, that we also have to be careful about different things. The COINTELPRO, which is a counterintelligence program, right? It was developed by the CIA and the FBI, and the whole idea was you get CIA and FBI agents to go into these organizations, right? And then they would start saying, you know, we need to carry guns and we need to be shooting people, and they start advocating for these violent solutions. And people are like, well, we're feeding kids, you know, we're trying to, you know, stop police brutality, and then no, we're not doing enough, and kind of guilting people and manipulating people. And the next thing you know, some people get caught up in that, and then you have the organization goes from being peaceful to becoming violent. And then when it becomes violent, it becomes a target. It becomes a legitimate target for the very organizations that fomented that, right? And so the Rainbow Coalition was a big tent organization. So we talk about big tent versus poison pill, right? And it's a big tent organization, and so everybody was just allowed in, including these COINTELPRO agents, right, who came in. And so when that happened, they didn't have any kind of way to lift police, for lack of a better word, these ideas about violence, right? And so they didn't have what's called a poison pill, right? They didn't have an antidote for this. They didn't have a way to handle this, a defensive strategy. So I took a look and I started to compare, like, okay, what can we do that's different to make sure that this doesn't happen, right? And so if you look at the Intactivist movement, right? We have a lot of different voices out there. I don't think we have violent voices. There are some cases, I've been doing some research about it. There are some instances where people who are circumcisers or who advocate for circumcision have gotten violent threats, right? It does happen. And there is a great deal of violence against Jews and Muslims, violent threats against Jews and Muslims who are advocating for cutting rights. So that is happening. I think it's important. And what I want to say is that just looking at what happened with COINTELPRO and the Rainbow Coalition, it's not in our best interest to have in our organization these violent ideologies, right? I don't think it will really work. We may have to limit entry to that because the association won't be great for us. I mean, as Eric said, this is a mainstream organization. We're doing mainstream work here. So if we do have violent tendencies, they may not be able to work functionally in coalition, right? It just may not be something that really helps functionally, right? So we may have to have strategies to prevent that, right? But I actually want to talk about something that I think is even more dangerous than COINTELPRO in 2024-5. And something that may even be more dizzying than having violent aspects of different parts of this coalition. And that's misinformation and disinformation, right? We've got AI that is accelerating images, making things look like legitimate news. Mainstream media is no longer even mainstream, right? Most people are getting their news from, YouTube. I mean, I don't I have a subscription to the New York Times. I haven't even read it since, I don't know, for 2 months, you know. Most of the time I get my news from, media, social media, or I'll be on Google and there's a bunch of headlines on Google, right? So we're definitely not getting news the same way that we used to. We are highly susceptible to misinformation, disinformation. I have passed on misinformation and been misinformed before. When I saw something that this looked legit and it hit me emotionally, and I passed it on. So this is something that, and I think it's actually more dangerous. I think it's actually a greater threat to our coalition building than some agent coming in. And I mean, that's not how it works now. The agent is the disinformation. The agent is the misinformation. So I think that that's something we have to kind of look for, right? So how do we build coalition with so much of this mishigas going on, if I can use it? Okay. Well, one of the ways we can do this is we change the overstory. I didn't know what an overstory was until I looked at this book by Malcolm Gladwell called Revenge of the Tipping Point. About 25 years ago, Malcolm Gladwell wrote this. He's a journalist. He wrote The Tipping Point. Now he has all these awesome podcasts. His whole podcast cottage industry. And the Tipping Point was all about what makes people change their minds. What's that number where something happens and then people pop and they change their minds? And what he discovered, and just by researching, is that the magic ratio is like about 1/4 to 1/3. So when 1/4 of the people believe something, you start getting motion moving toward that in that direction. And when 1/3 hits, it's like a watershed. So he wrote Revenge of the Tipping Point late last year as kind of like a way of looking at it. So here's some of the things that he talks about in it. And he talks about how, I mean, this is already dated, but he's studying how tipping points work and how they have worked historically. And so he looked at television, right? And there's a TV expert who looked at the different, they basically canvassed all these different people, all these different groups, right? And found out that, as we expected, liberals, moderates, conservatives, they greatly disagree on lots of issues. But when those same people were only members of the groups who watched a lot of TV, everything changed, right? They mostly agreed on kind of everything. And one example of this is in the book this is very strange for me because I was born in 1970, so it's hard for me to imagine this. But people who are older may be able to imagine that there was a time when people didn't talk about the Holocaust. It was just really a taboo thing. It was a shameful thing. Jews didn't want to talk about it. We didn't appear to be weak. And then around 1978, 79, it started changing and people started to talk about it. And they started to, there was a mini-series that came out called The Holocaust. So the word Holocaust had not been used in popular culture until this came out. And then after that, all of a sudden there was a big sea change in this understanding about the Holocaust from this TV show. Well, I mean, in the 70s, for those who don't get this, there were 3 networks, and 1/5 of the audience is watching one of those stations. So you have TV was greatly influencing what the overstory is. And if you want to understand what an overstory is, the overstory literally means the top story of a canopy, right? Like in a rainforest. So that very top story in the rainforest is the one that lets in the light or blocks the light. It's the part of this whole tiered structure that influences the way that everybody on the ground and all the organisms on the ground. That's the overstory. So in science, but the overstory for us in culture is when we all kind of espouse and believe something, and even though we're not really thinking about it because we're kind of on the ground doing our lives, right? The overstory is really influencing how things are. So TV media was really that top canopy, right? That creates the overstory. It also reflects the overstory, right? Because a lot of times, television will kind of show us something that everybody's thinking, or reflect what everybody's thinking, and sometimes it really drives culture, brings in new ideas that really change the way we think. So here's an example of how media can drive culture or reflect culture, right? So there's a TV movie got 3 Emmy nominations called Doing Time on Maple Drive. What the heck does this have to do with Intactivism, right? Well, I'm using this as an example, just as I used Rainbow Coalition as an example of coalition building. This is an example of how media reflects an overstory, right? Came out in 1992, and a scholar, Bonnie Dow's a scholar, she does all this stuff in media and marginalized communities, and she showed that there were 3 rules. This TV movie reflected 3 rules about gays and popular culture, right? And I mean, the so-called main character is this golden boy, and you know, with the Gale on the front, and he's like, you know, the perfect son and all that, but he's actually gay, has a secret. And the whole movie is about how everybody is so shocked and horrified that he's gay. Right? It's not even about him. It's about all the straight people who are just, they can't handle his horrible life, right? But this is 1992, and this was reflecting, it was reflecting what the overstory was, right? And then comes along the big game changer, Will and Grace. So Will and Grace has two kind of seasons, right? There's the main one is 1998 to 2006. That's the main one, and then it kind of came back in 2017 for like 3 seasons, right? Okay. And this was a really different idea because the idea behind Will and Grace is actually a love story that never gets consummated. So there's always a sexual tension between Will and Grace. You know they're not going to get together, but it feels like they might, and even the writers said that they wanted people to believe that he was going to somehow become straight, even though it wasn't going to happen in the first season, right? So what they were really doing is they were subverting these rules, right? So you've got gay people are never the center, and Will and Grace, obviously, they're the center, or that the gay person's sexuality is the only defining factor about their lives, right? But Will and Grace, like, he's got all this stuff going on, Jack's got all this stuff going on. It's not a problem to be solved, it's just a thing, right? And then the third rule is that gay characters are seen in isolation and it's horrible lives, right? But here in Will and Grace, it's just kind of there that gay people are hanging out with straight people, hanging out with gay people, hanging out doing all kinds of things, right? So we get the overstory about what it is to be gay gets subverted. And again, what does this have to do with what we're doing here? Well, these changes in the overstory really do change policy, right? They really do make a difference. Maine voters, the big reason why Maine voted, they were canvassed. Like they saw this possibility in Maine getting marriage equality, right? And they kept trying and trying. In 2009, they tried. And they tried a bunch of times. But from 2009 to 2012, Maine voters changed their minds. And the overwhelming reason why they changed their minds was television. Now, I know it's so weird because our lives are moving so quickly now. It's actually difficult to imagine that in 2012, TV was actually still important. I mean, now everybody's on their devices. That's the canopy, right? But at the time, that's how the overstory was being reflected, and that's how the overstory could be subverted, and that's how the overstory can be changed, right? So Rick Santorum, who was a senator, a huge, massive anti-gay senator, right? I mean, this guy was like, I could tell you stories. But he had to admit, and I'm just going to read this out, it's fascinating. I was in politics for 16 years, and I realized something particularly on the moral and cultural issues, right? It's that politics does not shape those issues. Popular culture shapes those issues, particularly the issue of gay marriage. When it came to the issue of gay marriage and changing the definition of marriage, there was no change, none, zero, for 30 years. And then a television show came on the air called Will and Grace, right? So the whole idea is that I'm sure that this gentleman here can attest to it, that in the 90s when you asked, is marriage equality going to happen? Maybe in 40 years, maybe. It just doesn't look great, you know? People are dying of AIDS, it's a really intense time. I don't think it's going to happen. But the overstory was actually changing. And this is really important. The overstory was changing, and it was getting to that tipping point where 25% to 33% of Americans were starting to see a different overstory about gay people. And in the 90s, we probably were at like 21%, but we didn't know because we hadn't reached that tipping point where things changed. And then all of a sudden, it just accelerated very quickly because the overstory changed. And that's one of the things that can happen as we're building coalition. We're building that, we're pushing ourselves toward that tipping point where we can have a real change, right? We may be at 24% right now, and 24% of Americans think that keeping a child intact is the right way to go. We don't even know yet. But once it hits that 25, you'll feel the acceleration. Once it hits that 33%, it's really going to change, right? We become normal people. Even if you disagree with us, it's like, okay, well, you're here. So gay marriage tipped. What's going to make general autonomy tip? Yes, I intended. What do we do? How do we get this coalition going so that even if there are voices that are fringy, right, that we still are able to make a change in the overstory, that we're able to subvert it. One of the things about Will and Grace was it wasn't really revolutionary. It was kind of a regular sitcom, right? But you also had all this activism going on at the same time. So I want to, first, before we even answer that question, I just want to say that the top canopy is no longer TV, as I said, right? We've got multiple influences across fractured media outlets, right? Obviously, it's a very different world right now. And so I actually think that just challenging the status quo in every way we can. Eric has a YouTube channel. He does a live stream like once a week, right?
Oh, we'll get there. We're doing it every day, and then we sold the tickets, and I was like, okay, I cost it. But we'll go once a week. Yeah.
Exactly. So the whole idea is that we're blocked. It becomes something that's just normal. It's normal to not cut your kids. And okay, we were on an amazing call. And I don't know, he may be here, and I'm so sorry. He said, people are still not able to talk about this. Circumcision breaks their brains. Do you know who that was when we were on the call? So I love that phrase because it's like, I haven't been born in 1970. It was still a very taboo thing to talk about being gay. Very, very taboo, right? It was still breaking people's brains in the 70s and 80s. And we're still in this taboo space. We're talking about cutting infants' genitals breaks people's brains. They just don't want to talk about it. It's just not quite there, right? And so we have to find ways to subvert these overstories and these rules, and just show that, hey, no, actually it's completely fine. It's just, it's fine to talk about this, it's fine, whatever. And so I think that we actually just need to use all of these media outlets. We need to, do everything we can. It's not going to be about some TV show that has, an Intactivist in it. It's going to be that and a lot of other things, right? So back to Bloodstained Men. So Eric and I talk about this a lot, this 1-2 punch approach, right? And so in the 60s, you had this very militant, vocal Malcolm X, who actually at the end of his life, really changed and became very inclusive. I think that's why he was so dangerous now, because he was so divisive previously. When he went to Mecca, he had this revelation, and he became very inclusive. But you definitely had one voice that was very aggressive, very militant. And then you had Martin Luther King, who was like, hey, let's just do nonviolence. And we just need to show up. We just need to show that we're human beings. And this will change. Even if people don't see us as human beings, we know we're human beings. Let's just show up. And, Malcolm X was like, screw that. Let's just, So there's something about this 1-2 punch. There's something about this approach where you gotta find where you fit in. If you're Brother K, go out there and make the doctors feel uncomfortable, right? But maybe you're not. Maybe that's not how you do it. We've got to find the different ways. Everybody's going to kind of help in this. And it's really about the over story, because we've got so many mini stories coming at us that we've got to really, really secure that over story. So yeah, it's kind of working, in different ways to do different things. And I think that if we work together, we can change the way that forced genital cutting is talked about and seen, and we'll be able to help all babies and of all genders remain intact. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Shay, for an excellent talk.
Are we out of time?
No, I'm just checking the watch. Well, we have a couple questions. We've got a lot of questions. So, and if we cut into the panel, totally cool. We have a guest appearance at the panel as well. That's very exciting. So anyway, let's get the questions going on.
Great, thanks. Okay, I say that.
Yeah, just so, the intersex,
Wait.
that would basically,
Yeah, sure.
the intersex things, that would have been considered meeting Gen X from born in 77,
Right.
would have been considered hermaphroditism.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. It's if you're born with what they call ambiguous genitalia.
Yeah.
So it can be anything from hypospadias, which is where there's the urethra. The opening of the urethra is not at the top of the penis; it's lower.
Oh.
That's actually a form of intersexuality, right?
Okay.
And that is surgically changed, and actually. The worst part about that is that if you circumcise that child, you need the foreskin. So to help if the child has a problem, which usually they don't in that space, but
Then we call it autografting.
right. So you actually need the foreskin. So it's like and they don't find out about it until they circumcise the kid, which they But yeah, that would be something that with the child with a penis, and then a lot of here's the thing: we've got standards for testosterone that are based on only Northern European people, right? And Northern European people have the lowest amount of testosterone of anybody on the planet, right? So Asians and Africans and a lot of indigenous people have a lot more testosterone of every gender, right? So a lot of the babies are going to have larger clitorises, right? And 1 in 59 people has some form of intersexuality, intersex characteristics, right? So these kids are really, really vulnerable, and we need to think about them. Oh my gosh, yes.
Wait, we do a question for Shay or?
I don't.
Okay. So
I
Tina,
have a question, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh goodness.
You're on the spot.
Right here.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was a new term for what we
Right.
call
So-
hermaphrodite.
Right. So the thing, some people self-identify as hermaphrodites, but it's not the scientific term anymore.
Okay.
And there are pejorative connotations to it. So intersex is just a little more. It's like saying male, female, intersex, MFX, right? It's just a little easier. The problem that we're having is, a lot of what circumcision is about stamping the kid is male. The female circumcision, stamping the kid as female. This is what the female is supposed to look like. The same arguments that you see that proponents for female circumcision in other countries are the same arguments we have in this country. It's very much about gender stamping. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
So speak, do you want to say something?
Yeah,
Doctor.
Yeah.
well, and some people come to the issue of circumcision from violent ideologies, but I think most of the expression of violence or anger or rage comes from what was done, and then the disenfranchised grief that comes from this procedure that you're not allowed to voice publicly.
Yeah.
So when I see the anger online, I see a lot of people who are not able to engage with their grief, with their humanity. They get cut off from that.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, how can we work to help to diffuse that? Because for a lot of the community, when they see angry men, they put them into the dangerous category. Sure, but that's just where we get put. So I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how to move that conversation out of the rage into a conversation.
Well, I think there are some good examples, precedents. I mean, there's a book called The Velvet Rage about the rage that gay men feel, right? And I think as we've had changes in popular culture, there have been ways to talk about that. And one of the biggest problems that we have is that it's so taboo. That breaks the brain thing, is that people can't talk about this. They can't talk about how much this has harmed them, right? Just yesterday, I was having dinner with someone, and this is amazing to me. You know, this kid, he said when he was a child, he was circumcised, and his mother just recently, he's in his 50s, she apologized to him. She goes, I didn't know. I was in the hospital, and I thought if I had known that this was not some perfunctory procedure, I wouldn't have allowed it. And she's apologized profusely to him. And so I think that people are just starting to have these conversations. I mean, to have someone who has all this rage have their mother apologize to them would go a long way to changing that. We still, I just think about how many parents didn't realize that being gay is part of human diversity, right? And so later when they found out, they would apologize to their kids. My mother apologized to me for not understanding it, right? So I think as we have a better understanding of what happened, I think that's going to change it. That's going to help.
To your latter point about the 1-2 punch and the earlier point about changing the overstory. I am an activist, but I come originally from the gay rights movement, and a lot changed when it went from we demand our rights to we are your brothers and sisters and children and neighbors.
Yeah.
We've lived among you forever. We've been in the military with you, etc. It was humanizing the issue. And I think we're seeing some of that as a lot of the narrative about Intactivism goes from circumcision is absolutely wrong to talking about the functions of the foreskin, the benefits. So going from anti-circumcision to pro-intact.
Right.
And I think that is a big driver in this movement toward the tipping point. And so maybe both are necessary.
Yeah.
Maybe we've got to have both elements of that. But we can't really go light on this pro-intact because that is less threatening to a lot of people, it seems to me, and they can relate to that.
So it's interesting you bring that up because I wanted to talk about this. One of the pro-intact tactic can actually backfire because a lot of men do not want to hear that their genitalia that does not function as well as it could. They cannot handle it, and they actually will snap against that. So I think it needs to be part of the conversation. I used to start out that way because I was thinking logically, don't you want to know that? And I mean, the people I know who are lawyers who are just really, really smart, rational people, they would just flip, and they couldn't handle this information that their bodies didn't function as well as they could, especially this part of their bodies, just couldn't handle it. So I do think I think it's a very important part of the conversation. I just don't know where it goes yet. And I think it needs to be there. I just don't know, like, it can just trigger, it can trigger people in ways that you just don't know. So yes, it's part of it. Yeah.
Hi. Could you talk a little bit about your mother's, if you know, your mother's experience, your grandfather's experience, and the backlash of any from the Jewish community?
Sure. So my mother's obstetrician was Jewish. I was born in Beth Israel Hospital. My mother was born in Beth Israel Hospital, right? So this was not, I mean, let me just say, at Beth Israel, a lot of the babies are not circumcised because they go and they have breasts, right? So it's actually common not to circumcise. You know, it's kind of funny, if you don't want your kid circumcised, just tell them you're Jewish and you have breasts, and they'll just lay off, right? You know what's going to be done. Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. My mom. So, but yeah, so I think, you know, my mom was secular humanist Jew. My grandfather, he wasn't a practicing, I mean, he was like a Reformed Jew. So, in the paper that I had published, I had a whole section about what happened to us as Jewish people, and also other groups that do genital mutilation. And you'll find that the more the group is oppressed, the more it goes into genital mutilation, the more it goes more severely into it. So the more that the community feels like it's under attack, like in New York, you know, Lubavitchers feel very isolated. They have this very extreme version of it. So there's one of the things I think as Jewish people we need to do is just keep talking to each other. Just keep saying, hey, Brit Shalom is a real option now. It's for every child, regardless of genitalia, regardless of gender. On the 8th day, we welcome them into the community with a blessing. And also, I want to say, so people always say to me, oh, but it's a mitzvah. It says it's a mitzvah. It's a good deed, by the way, to circumcise. And I go, oh, really? You know, it's also a mitzvah to treat your slaves well. But you know, it's even better to treat your slaves well. Not having it, right? So, you know, whenever I hear that, I think, as Jewish people, I think we had this very interesting opportunity to have these conversations, you know, these taboo conversations, and really open it up. Because some people are just like, hell no, and they don't know the history. They don't know that how much circumcision has changed. It used to be just a very, very ridge band tip, and then it became a different thing because a lot of Jews were kind of during Roman times, you know, working out the gyms, which means naked. They're working out naked, and so they would do these little procedures so they could look like they weren't circumcised. And then it was like, oh, our identity is going to be to circumcise the entire foreskin to stop this from happening, right? So there was a reaction about it, and there's a whole identity thing going on. So I think, I think Jews, we need to talk to each other. You know, that's important. And I think it's the same thing with all the groups. We need to talk in our own groups. Yeah. Any other questions?
I have so many interesting things to say about, so many things to say about the interesting points that you're making, especially about intersex stuff, but I'm just going to narrow it down to one topic. You said that you felt there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation within the movement?
No, I just mean in general. I think half the time I don't know what the heck's going on. You know? And I think that here's the problem with that, because I think that is the new COINTELPRO. That's the new thing that can come in to our different organizations and our coalitions and screw us up. You know, you can have one group that believes something that is just untrue.
Like what?
Like all Jews want to circumcise, right? You know, they don't know anything about this various movements. There's so, and that's just one thing. You know, there's so many ways that we can be misinformed about a lot of things.
Well, that's just a cultural belief.
Yeah, but
You know,
yeah.
and so I wouldn't characterize that as disinformation or misinformation specifically within the Intactivist movement.
So I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So you don't think that if a group thinks that all Jews want to circumcise, that that's not misinformation?
Well,
Because
okay.
I don't want to circumcise. I know that my family didn't stop it. You know.
Right. Well, I mean, we are, Intactivists are, Jews are way overrepresented among Intactivists. There's no question about that.
Yeah, right.
But, okay, so you're not, I just have not seen, with one exception, anything resembling COINTELPRO among Intactivists.
Right.
But if you got some evidence.
I'm saying that misinformation is so dangerous in general that there's nothing like COINTELPRO, nothing like that. My dad was, my father had to deal with COINTELPRO. So my parents knew Malcolm X. I grew up as a Marxist. So I know what COINTELPRO is. My phone was tapped as a child. I'm very clear that it's not that. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to be aware that things like misinformation and violent extremism, right? That these are the kinds of things that can kind of sidetrack our movement. And we're a mainstream movement. We really want this to be mainstream. And I'm sorry that I didn't communicate that with you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we have one last comment, and then we're going to move on to Tim. Oh, question.
Sorry,
Thanks for the confidence to speak a little bit on the earlier question. Also, thank you, you're an excellent speaker and for your presentation.
Yeah.
So you were asking about the work, which is definitely outdated, but there are definitely older intersex people that still use it. So as far as like, if you consider it a slur, it's definitely sort of in the air. So it's personal to the person. Yeah, so generally younger intersex people themselves will use intersex and consider the H word a slur. I'm not personally very offended by it, but it's discretion of saying that the H word with any other slur. And yeah, I also want to put myself out there if anyone wants to talk to me about intersex issues, KTV stuff. I am intersex and trans, and it brings a whole list of complications to this.
Can you introduce your name as well?
Eliana Arshad. I founded the Autonomy Collective. We're a local support and advocacy organization here in Oregon. On what you were talking about, I want to thank you again for saying keeping like dialogue within the Jewish community. I am not personally religiously Jewish, but I have Jewish heritage, and I have recently done some research to try to connect with that. And in the past, I had a very hard time doing so because of this.
Yeah. Remind me to send you I'll send you this. It's about the Talmud has like 8 different genders. People don't know that. You know, this whole binary thing, folks, it's not. It's not so. Yeah. So.
Thank you. I would very, very much welcome.
Yeah.
That.
Sure. Okay. Well, thanks. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you, Jay, for that brilliant talk. To the rest of the country. So I'll give you a nice thank you, sir.
Thank you, folks.
And I missed an opportunity earlier. Yeah, give me all this. Like me up.
There we go.
Is so when Joe signed up to be a monthly donor for $100 a month, if you're watching the live stream, be sure to click on that become a monthly donor button right by the live stream, because 100 working professionals donating $100 a month, that covers the entire administrative cost of the nonprofit and probably the Oregon litigation as well, right? And then we could scale up from there. So become a monthly donor if you see this. Now our next speaker friend of mine, longtime Intactivist, human rights activist, civil rights activist, founder of GALDEF, Genital, Autonomy, Legal Defense and Education Fund, is going to be talking about GALDEF's work and also supporting impact litigation, as we've seen. Tim Hammond's been a lifelong advocate for equal rights among the gay and lesbian LGBTQIA community. And we've seen enormous successes there. I'll be talking tomorrow more about how we want to emulate that movement. Tim's been on the ground floor for decades, and we're very, very happy to have him join us. So Tim, give a round of applause for Tim Hammond. This one? No. No. I pressed the button on one of these mics. Now it's giving me a hard time. There we go. This is quicker.
So when I looked at the lineup of speakers for today, I saw Joe, I saw Che, both of whom are gay. Well, now you've got your third gay speaker. Welcome to Gay Tomorrow Night. And I should say before I begin my talk that the question that's often posed to me, why are there so many gay people in the movement? Why are you always doing outreach at pride festivals? Well, the fact is that the gay community has always been oppressed by medicine and religion. They both tried to control our sexuality and in a certain sense try to eradicate us. Just as they've tried to eradicate homosexuality, religion and medicine have been trying to eradicate the foreskin. So I just wanted to begin with that. And I'm going to use notes because, well, age. Some of the previous speakers here today have been newcomers to the movement. And I didn't want to assume that all of you here know who I am. So before I talk a little bit about GALDEF, I want to share a little bit of my history in other social change movements to help answer the burning question that's on the minds of a lot of Intactivists these days. Just Hammond. Yeah. Who the hell is Tim Hammond? And why should I care what he says? Well, given my past history, I have to let you know, this isn't my first rodeo. I thought I'd take a few minutes to share my history with you and then take you on a tour of the GALDEF website and its organization and resources. As a teenager in the 1970s, I came out and realized the importance of lobbying legislators on certain issues. At that time, it was the Vietnam War, and it was the Equal Rights Amendment. So the irony is not lost on me why I'm here today now talking about equal rights, but this time equal rights for men, boys, intersex children, and transgender people. So when I came out as a teenager, I immediately became heavily involved in the gay rights movement in my hometown of Rochester, New York, gay Rochester. I moved to San Francisco in 1983 and worked for an agency serving the psychosocial and psychosexual needs of men who were affected by a new and devastating disease called GRID, gay-related immunodeficiency disease, we now call it AIDS. So when the times called for it, I realized another important aspect of social change, and that's civil disobedience. In 1987, I was arrested on the steps of the US Supreme Court, along with hundreds of others, as we protested their Bowers v. Hardwick decision upholding the state of Georgia's sodomy law, that criminalized private same-sex behavior between consenting adults. I continued my fight for equality by taking a high-profile stand in the media to speak out for the legal recognition of same-sex binational couples like myself and my German partner at the time. But by far, my biggest investment of time and effort in any cause has been with the genital autonomy movement. I began that journey in 1989 when I co-founded a group to help circumcision sufferers known as the National Organization of Restoring Men, NORM, along with Wayne Griffiths and Jim Bigelow, both of whom sadly are no longer with us. I also worked on an almost daily basis with Marilyn Milos of No Sir. With Marilyn's encouragement in 1992, I founded No Harm, the National Organization to Halt the Abuse and Routine Mutilation of Males, which staged targeted protests around the country and was the predecessor to today's highly successful Bloodstained Men. As in any social movement, addressing the needs of those adversely affected by an injustice and empowering them to speak their truth and giving them a voice is essential to success. So knowing that video is another vital component of influencing social change, I produced the world's first social issue documentary on circumcision, Whose Body, Whose Rights, which aired in 1995 on PBS stations across the country and is now the only circumcision documentary in the U.S. Library of Congress and the American Archive of Public Broadcasting. Those broadcasts were met with overwhelmingly positive viewer response. And one PBS affiliate, KQED in San Francisco, shared their viewer phone logs and letters with me. And there's one particularly prescient letter that we received from this person here, who basically questioned, can you imagine this becoming a political issue? Here we are. Now, documenting the harm of discrimination and exposing unfair treatment and injustice is another major component that drives social change. That's why between 1989 and 2023, I published 3 large-scale harm documentation surveys to give a voice to circumcision sufferers and foreskin restorers. During that time, another important voice arose to condemn this injustice. That was Dr. Thomas Szasz, whose Jewish family fled Hungary to the United States, where he became professor of psychiatry at the State University of New York at Syracuse. In 1996, he wrote that infant circumcision is wrong a priori because it rests on the absurd premise that the only mammal which is not healthy until it's immediately operated on at birth is the human man. He asked, why is routine neonatal circumcision legal? Because it's defined as preventive medicine. Why is it defined as preventive medicine? To avoid having to ban it as male genital mutilation. Dr. Szasz told me in a private conversation that he opposed any legislation that selects women out from the rest because FGM laws further legitimize male genital cutting as, quote, circumcision and not, quote, genital mutilation. Some years later, I would find additional encouragement for ending FGM from another Jewish scholar. In April 2022, I took the risk of emailing Lawrence Tribe. He's professor of constitutional law at Harvard University. I asked him about challenging the federal FGM statute because it violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Now, please understand, Tribe didn't know who I was. He didn't know who the hell Tim Hammond was. But I introduced myself as a gay rights pioneer, citing my earlier arrest at the US Supreme Court, and I praised his previous legal work on many gay rights cases. The very next day, he emailed me back to say that, like me, he found the gender-based protections of the federal FGM law to be an affront to gender equality and said it was legally unsustainable. He recommended that, rather than starting at the top, we should follow the path chosen by many successful civil rights movements and file legal challenges at the state level, working our way up to the federal courts. This, of course, is the precise path that Eric and his team are pursuing here in Oregon. So when it comes to how society, legislatures, and the courts respond to demands for equality, one of the most powerful motivators for change can be those led by attorneys. And in the case of male genital mutilation, it's my firm belief that doctors will relent when attorneys find ways to block the financial incentives for circumcision that level the playing field for all doctors to abide by the same rules. This encouraging conversation with Professor Tribe inspired my next step, to take a lesson from the gay rights playbook and create an organization in which doctors can be challenged by the only people that I think they fear most, attorneys. So, like my friend Joe McCormack here, I was an early member of Lambda Legal Defense and Education Fund. Now, LDEFs have been used by almost every civil and human rights group in recent history to advance the rights of their constituents. In 1975, Lambda had the bold idea that lawyers could band together to create impact litigation to fight for equality for gay people. And by the way, if you're not familiar with the term impact litigation consists of any groundbreaking legal case that fundamentally changes the legal landscape on a given issue. So Lambda's founders believed that not only did oppressive laws need to be challenged, but that existing laws need to be expanded to protect people from discrimination based on sexual orientation. They formed a cooperating attorneys network for this purpose, and they set about to raise the money necessary for all kinds of impact litigation, from challenging discrimination in employment, the military, immigration, and public accommodations, to advancing changes in hospital visitation rights, adoption, and marriage equality. So again, in early 2022, I took another risk and reached out to Kevin Jennings, the current executive director of Lambda Legal. Knowing that Kevin makes twice-yearly visits to Palm Springs, where I live, to raise money from the local gay community to support Lambda's work, I requested a few moments of his valuable time, and Kevin graciously agreed to meet me at the coffee shop. After establishing my credentials as a gay rights pioneer, I asked him for his opinion about starting a Lambda-style organization to fight circumcision in the courts. When he asked, does this group have a name? I very proudly responded, GALDEF, Genital Autonomy Legal Defense and Education Fund. Well, since I didn't know what his position was on this issue, I held my breath for what seemed like an eternity, waiting for his response. Then suddenly, genital autonomy, why not call it what it is, genital mutilation? So needless to say, he thought this was a valuable idea, and we've since been in touch on several occasions, and it's my goal to form an alliance between GALDEF, Intactivism, and Lambda Legal. After that encouraging meeting, I took the plunge and launched GALDEF, and along with our original group of co-founders. Now, did I skip a slide here? Co-founders. Co-founders, yeah. The back is the back arrow. Bottom of the back. So myself and my co-founders formed GALDEF to educate and support both attorneys and plaintiffs with the information, resources, and financial means to win MGM cases. I should say that all of our directors serve in volunteer capacity, and none of us, including myself, receive any salary whatsoever. So with this history out of the way, I want to take you on a tour of our website and highlight some of our programs and resources that I'm hoping you'll find valuable and useful, which might help you to see the ways that GALDEF is both similar to and different from Intact Global. So this is our vision and mission statement. Our vision is quite simple: to create a world in which the right of everyone to bodily integrity and the freedom to choose what's done to their genitals is legally protected on an equal basis. And we get 3 simple points to our mission, which is to compile the educational resources needed for the legal community, bring them up to speed on what the issues are, to support attorneys and plaintiffs to launch impact litigation, and to raise the funds necessary to support the financial costs of litigation. We do also have a value statement, which is to promote solidarity with female and intersex victims of genital cutting. And we recognize that some transgender people have also been harmed by penile circumcision. We recognize that diversity and inclusivity makes us stronger. We're committed to promoting equality for all people, and we oppose all forms of discrimination. We have 0 tolerance for prejudicial and divisive speech or deeds, and we're a proud endorser of the statement opposing anti-Semitism within the genital autonomy movement. We do also have an advisory council, and we formed that not too long ago, primarily to get advice and guidance on our various policy decisions and strategies. And here I'm proud of the fact that the advisory council includes non-binary individuals like Carrie and Allie here. And here's why. All of us here understand that male infants and children in the U.S. are at high risk of genital mutilation. But there are other categories of children affected by penile circumcision who are often overlooked and with whom I believe we need to make common cause. One such group is intersex persons. Many people think that being intersex is only about having non-binary genitalia, but it can involve other physical, hormonal, and chromosomal differences that can manifest by having gender-typical genitalia on the outside and non-conforming organs on the inside. For example, having a penis, but also having a uterus and ovaries. But by the mere fact that an intersex child is born in the U.S. with a penis, they too can be subjected to forced circumcision and can identify as being a circumcision sufferer. Another affected group is transgender girls. These are individuals who are born with male typical genitalia and are later diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Again, by the mere fact that they're born in the U.S. with a penis, they too are often subjected to forced circumcision. This imposes an added burden if they eventually seek vaginoplasty. They're missing 15 square inches of erogenous foreskin tissue that the surgeon could use to create a more functional neovagina. In fact, my latest survey of almost 1,800 foreskin restorers, 1.5% of the respondents identified themselves as being transgender females. And in our survey, we had an area for open comments. And I have to tell you that one of my favorite comments came from a transgender woman who said, quote, "Yeah, a trans woman restoring her dick. Wild, right?" So GALDEF is grateful for its allyship with our non-binary, intersex, and transgender friends. So let's make more individuals from our communities feel welcome, as they too have been adversely affected by forced penile circumcision. We also have a page here devoted to resources for attorneys, and this page is meant to provide a variety of published articles, videos, books, and experts to help attorneys become better educated on the subject of MGM and win more cases. The Articles tab lists published articles chronologically from 1984 to the present. They're coded according to law, medicine, human rights, ethics, and so on. Each entry includes a salient full quote to help readers quickly discern the gist of the article, and each article is a downloadable PDF of that article itself. So this is a great place to do homework, especially if you need to find a pithy quote to support your arguments. One tab that I want to call your attention to is the anti-trans tab. Now, I'm not sure how many of you realize this, but almost every bill that has been proposed or passed by a state legislature to prohibit what sponsors call genital mutilation of children targets the 1% of the population of consenting trans teens who have an official psychiatric diagnosis of gender dysphoria. But these bills specifically exempt newborn circumcision from the definition of mutilation. A custom, we all know, it's a custom that lacks a medical diagnosis, but it affects tens or hundreds of thousands of non-consenting male newborns each year in those states. Children who are mutilated with no credible medical diagnosis. So it's my hope that more creative minds than mine could perhaps find the legal means to challenge these exemptions or use the exemptions to invalidate the very bills themselves. Moving along, we also have a page for our very own cooperating attorney network directory outreach, what we call our Can-Do program. This page is dedicated to creating an army of lawyers like Eric Clopper, David Llewellyn, and others. And this year we'll begin to do active outreach to law firms, law schools, and legal trade journals. We have a specific page dedicated to educating visitors about the rationale behind an equal protection lawsuit. This page is intended for attorneys and activists alike. It's quite lengthy, and I encourage you to take a look at it when you have a moment. I do want to draw your attention to the fact that this page contains a highly informative list of 17 FAQs. They answer some of the most common questions people might have about protecting children from penile circumcision. For example, FAQ number 15 addresses the myth that circumcision is somehow like vaccination. When you click the plus sign, the answer opens up, discussing how to respond to such misinformation. We also address other questions like parents' rights, religious freedom, whether an equal protection challenge is anti-feminist, and whether a victory on our part would drive the practice on the ground. This page also gives visitors who want to be considered as a plaintiff in a lawsuit the opportunity to complete and submit a form for that purpose. We respond to all submitted forms, and each is evaluated for its potential to be part of impact litigation. Now, earlier I mentioned that part of GALDEF's mission is to raise the funds for plaintiffs. Our page on litigation assistance grants explains how plaintiffs and or their attorneys can apply for such a grant. When a request is received, it will be evaluated by a grant selection review committee consisting of attorneys and GALDEF board members. This is to ensure that we wisely allocate donors' funds to only those cases with a high probability of victory. So in the interest of financial transparency, I'm pleased to tell you that GALDEF has a policy of allocating 80% of all donations that we receive to our litigation fund, reserving 20% for operating expenses. So by far, between phases 1 and 2 of our litigation fundraising, we've had generous donors making donations to help us secure $48,000 towards impact litigation. And $10,000 of which GALDEF has already pledged to Intactivism's Oregon case. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that earlier this year we received 2 very generous contributions from 2 of our supporters, Jeff Borg and Mark Naboa. So when we're not allocating funds for litigation, how else do we spend our money? Well, we produce videos for our YouTube channel, and we also have a news blog that you can find under the top level media tab. Our blog is frequently updated with current events at GALDEF. And one recurring event to which we're pleased to commit our funds is having a booth at Pride festivals in Palm Springs, Los Angeles, and for the moment here in Portland again this year. At each event, we talk with literally hundreds of Pride goers to explain why children's genital autonomy is important. Most festival attendees immediately get the concept, especially since the queer community has a history of suffering human rights violations from medicine and religion. And at these events, we offer by donation our unique and always popular handmade Pride, Intersex, and transgender roses. We often work closely with Inaugural in staffing our information booths. So you might be wondering, how do we fund all of this? How do we get the money for our grants and pay for our operating expenses? Well, we have a wide variety of ways to give. This includes bank-to-bank transfers via Zelle, mailing a check, PayPal, credit or debit cards, or buying our merchandise from our Zazzle store. Some donors give through their employer-mentioned gift programs. Others give through a donor-advised fund. Our account with endowment lets supporters donate their crypto, stocks, and mutual funds. For donors who are age 72 or better, who have an IRA and must take out required minimum distributions each year, they can reduce their capital gains burden by donating part or all of their RMD to GALDEF. And in a final act of generosity, forward-looking donors can bequeath the legacy gift to us in their will. So, like Intact Global, GALDEF is only as strong as the involvement it receives from the Intactivist community. In addition to funding, we have other needs where we welcome your help. We are looking to increase our board with more diversity, more young people, people of color, women, people from cutting communities like Jewish, Muslim, Filipino, Korean. We are looking to expand our advisory council with more physicians, lawyers, and human rights activists. We have a grant selection review committee, but we need more lawyers to help join us and help us to determine and examine where people are submitting grant requests and which ones are eligible to receive the money. We need fundraising help. We need people who are passionate about raising money and have the skills to do that. We need a social media coordinator to help us coordinate our presence across various platforms. And most of all, we need courageous attorneys. We need people from fields of family law, equal rights law, constitutional law, consumer protection, all of those people who have specialized expertise in those fields to help bring about cases that would be appropriate for those fields of practice. Here, I want to play a brief but extremely important excerpt from Lambda Legal's Inaugural podcast. It's a valuable reminder to me, and I hope to all of you, about what Eric and his team will need from the rest of us. Let's hope this works. Let's go back to play the audio.
We did test this earlier, so we're not flying by the seat of our pants, but. Well, you just have to.
If we don't get it, I'll do my best impression of a lesbian lawyer. She was saying that you can have the best legal arguments in the world inside the courtroom, but if you're not doing the work outside the courtroom so that people can be receptive to what the issues are, she believes that you have to influence the wider public, and judges are just members of the general public. So you have to help them understand too what the issues are. So you need to create the conditions in which people can rethink things that they thought they always knew. And that was certainly true of gay rights in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and early 2000s, and it's certainly true of our issue, I believe. So I have some tips for how to work best outside of the courtroom. These are just my personal beliefs. You may disagree with them, but I believe it's not enough to shout into the social media echo chamber. You need to step outside of your internet bubble, in your comfort zone, and work for change in real life. You need to lecture less, maybe ask questions more. Ask the question, are human males the only mammal that needs immediate surgical correction at birth? Always focus on autonomy. Most people support letting others make their own choices about their bodies. You can come out as a genital autonomy advocate to everyone you know and relate this issue to other issues of bodily autonomy and other issues of choice and freedom. And here I'll go off script a little bit. Coming out is so important. I'm always amazed at the number of people that I meet that are not out about this issue to their family and friends. When I was a young gay man, Harvey Milk was my hero. Harvey Milk was the first openly gay elected public official in the US. He ran several times for Board of Supervisors in San Francisco. He finally won. Tragically, after about a year, he was assassinated along with Mayor George Moscone by another member of the Board of Supervisors who just happened to be a white Christian evangelical. But Harvey said, he always related this story about having received a letter from a young gay man in Altoona, Pennsylvania, who wrote to Harvey and said, you are my idol, you are my role model, and you give me hope that things can change. And that was his slogan. He said, you gotta give them hope. And I feel that's absolutely true for this movement, which leads me to the final point here. Speak your truth about your harm. No one can argue with your lived experience. And there are younger circumcision sufferers out there who need to know they're not alone. And it's up to all of us to give them hope. Because after all, we are the shoulders that these future genital autonomy advocates will stand on. So I'll close by reminding you that you can stay updated with the GALDEF newsletter by subscribing from our homepage. And remember, circumcision is not healthcare. Plain and simple. Circumcision is not healthcare. And I think we need to remember that we need to protect every child and we need to let children be as they are. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tim, for an excellent talk. And if I remember correctly, you have something for Global. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. We do. We have a check here that we'd like to present to you. It's our pledge of $10,000.
Working together with GALDEF to protect all children from genital cutting and mutilation in the U.S. So, any questions for Tim? Well, we've got maybe a couple questions. We got one from Shay. Then we have a surprise guest speaker, and then we're going to do a quick panel and then break for lunch.
So Tim, I have a gotcha question for you. And you already know what it is because it's the gotcha question that they tried to get you with when we volunteered at your booth at LA Pride. And you handled it so well. So there's this guy coming around with a video camera and he's going, so what do you think about trans? What do you think about trans? It was like he kept saying and so he asked you, what will is it okay to, you don't think there should be mutilation, but what about trans people? What about trans kids? I mean, what do you think about that? And I just want you to reiterate your answer that you so deftly asserted.
Well, it's quite simple in my mind, and I think this is a good way that any of us can answer. People try to trap us or trick us into somehow having an inconsistent stand between two issues. And I basically said, what trans people are doing is by their own choice, and they're exercising their genital autonomy. What we are opposed to is forced genital cutting of children who can't speak for themselves.
Hey.
Well, thank you, Tim, for a great talk.
Oh, a quick question for Tim.
Oh, yes, please.
I was thinking on your links, for articles, go back to 1984 to like 2017. Have you ever thought about like putting up the 1937 article from Dr. Frank Ashley called Foreskins and Skin Grafts, which is for free on the NIH website?
I'm ashamed to admit this, I don't have that article, but I do know that Frederick Hodges, who many of you earlier people know, collected tons and tons of actually paper copies of the articles, and he went to the University of California, San Francisco, and photocopied them all. Those are really, really valuable historical documents, but what we had put up on our website was what we thought would be helpful to attorneys who were examining the ethical and legal questions and against some of the medical. But I'm happy, if you can provide me with that article, I'm happy to place it up on the website.
The website has it for free, and it actually literally describes the tissue trafficking conspiracy with DNA males.
It seems like it might be a good fit. If you can,
No, I get you.
if you can help me and get that out to me, I'd appreciate it.
Great. Okay, well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you so much for coming with me.
So we're gonna set up for a quick panel, but before, well, let's do that right now. Where's Mark? So we have the 3 seats right here, do you think? Yeah, right. No, okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, take one out the other. So this is our first panel, so you'll have to be, it's a forgiving audience, I'm aware of. Shay, yes, come up, Joe. So before lunch, it's a Intact heavy kind of conference. Who are we? After lunch, we're going to open the floor up to the other Intactivists who are here. Intaction, Doctors Opposing Circumcision. Tim went before lunch because Will Wong, one of our board members, love you, Will, who is an epic web designer and marketer. He unfortunately had some family emergency come up. So anyway, we're going to open the floor to, okay, Intact Global, how are you going to solve this problem? But before you ask any questions, we have a guest speaker who also is supporting Intact Global in a big way, Carl Augustin. So please, round of applause for Carl. Carl, behind you, would you read? Carl, behind me. Yeah, no. So we love Carl, and particularly because with the big check here, we got $10,000 grant from National Foundation. If they don't want to see that happen, Carl, they can let me mic you up and we'll say a few words. We're going to probably ask you to, actually, you can use this. Yeah. Let me just give you 1 second. We've got all the devices here. Okay, thank you.
It's on behalf of the National Coalition for Men. We are honored to present you with this $10,000 check. The National Coalition for Men is the largest and oldest men's rights organization in the United States and perhaps the entire world. Intactivism is one of the central tenets of the men's rights movement. If you don't have rights to your own body, what are your rights to, right? And I want to emphasize, though, we absolutely strongly stand with those trying to stop female genital cutting, as we believe in equality for all. Just men as our focus, but we believe in equality for all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, NCFM. Thank you, GALDEF. And so any questions from the floor? I can be a roaming mic, or Chase, do you want to be? Okay.
I just wanted to mention that I like Shay's talk. And if we needed any more reasons to be involved in this movement, it's the recognition that we get to work with people that might feel very different from us in a lot of different ways, which is a great experience on its own. And what else might that lead to in the world? Yeah. What might happen when we learn to work with other people that might feel different, communicate with them, find out what we have in common. So it's one more reason to be involved in this movement. So I'm really happy. So thank you for the talk. All right.
Thank you. Brian Turner over there.
We've heard it brought up several times that the CDC circumcision rates have been in years. Is there any way to force that, or have another organization do that study and force those circumcision rates?
So the question is, and can you let me know if you can hear me, Mark? But the question is, okay. Well, I'll respond, and then next time we'll use the mic. So the question was, how do we get updated circumcision rates, right? Because like I showed before, other people will probably speak about, it was maybe about 90% in the 60s, and 60% in 50, and that's obviously different by state. How do we force the CDC to do this? Well, a lot of circumcisions, the more data you collect, the more liable you are to lawsuits, right? And so I think a lot of circumcisions in hospitals, they're not recorded as well. It's hard. It's kind of like litigating state by state. Every state is different and every county is different. Well, it's similar with hospitals, how they collect their data and then how do you aggregate it. And if there's no legal requirement to do it, and I'm going to open it to Dr. Thompson in a second because he probably knows more about me than this, is then they're unlikely to do it, right? So it is hard to force people to produce numbers they don't have. Maybe we can introduce legislation, not Intactivism, that's not what we do. But Leaf, Thompson,
I just,
yeah, Chase, you want to get it?
yeah, I just wanted to mention that the clinic that I work in, we just did a study to try to find out who's listed as being circumcised or having been circumcised for babies that were born in the prior calendar year. And we did a chart with you, and there was a significant undercount of circumcision. So we went in thinking, oh, okay, from this computer generated list, I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but it's like 40% or less. When we did the chart with you, it was 68% plus range. And it's you have to dig into the data. The tradition used to be most circumcisions were done in the hospital. Now they're being done outpatient. People change from one clinic to the next. It's really hard to track. And it took a lot of work to review the charts of just 50-something patients over the voice that were going within the last year. So the data's going to be really hard to get.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you. And I think Chase, do you mind within the Peter? So Peter Adler has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Ryan Jones did a Freedom of Information Act request to find out how much circumcisions was covered by Medicaid, and I'm not sure the range. I think it ended in 2016, and he showed an increase, like you said, after the 2012 American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines. But I'm thinking he could lead, since he knows how to do it, another FOIA request, and we would find out how much Medicaid is paying for, and we would see the percentage change in coverage.
That's a great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So essentially, to summarize Peter Adler's point, we may not have the data on how many circumcisions, but how much money has been spent on them, and you can work backwards from there. What's up?
I was thinking you have a count as well as the amount spent. In other words, he was able to find out the number of circumcisions paid for by Medicaid. The percentage probably won't change much, so you could find out what has happened to the count.
Okay, so freedom of information request, is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah, we need some moving energy, and I wish Brian was here, let's see how much effort that is, but I think it was a considerable push to get that. But we can do it, it just depends how much resources we have and how we allocate them. Doug is O'Connor.
I just put like on the getting the information. Have you ever like explored looking into like the SEC statements of a company like Organogenesis that's dependent on harvesting? You ever looked into like looking into the SEC documents to say a publicly traded company like Organogenesis that depends on harvesting neonate, prepuces to get a gauge on that, because they have to do it like every quarter. That might be an angle. I've never explored that either, but it might be something worth looking at.
And we might also check out how many home circumcision kits are sold every year.
Yeah. Well, I can kind of answer that legal. Well, so the SEC, you have to like disclose all material risks and what's going on with your company. I don't know if Organogenesis, they use the harvested flesh of children in medical cosmetic products, right? And so I don't know if they are required to disclose, and that's a good thing. Look at their 10Qs, 10Ks, see if they even reference the circumcision, and is it a risk factor that culture may change, that we stop mutilating infants and then they lose their supply chain, right? That you could argue that's something they would have to disclose by the federal securities laws. So that's public data. We could look it up, but never thought of it. But, there's a lot of angles we can approach this. It's just, you're looking at the team right now, right? So we can do so much, but, if there's volunteers looking, like any research, any serious research people can do to help us out, that would be really helpful. So, that's something.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, I was thinking like that might be just, it's not a guarantee of anything, but we have to just, it's not a guarantee of anything. It's just have to sit down there and like do the evaluation and do the work.
Yeah. So, yes, over here.
Who was it?
Is there anything that you know of in the legal environment that's shifted since January 20th that'll make your job easier or more difficult?
Well, I can respond on behalf of Lambda Legal. We approached them and asked them to get actively involved. I've known Kevin Jennings for years. I was on one of his boards. And they are so preoccupied with combating the anti-trans issues right now that this is not another thing they can take on at present. But I think we can go back to them in a couple of years and get them engaged.
I was going to say, ironically, in one of the addresses, there was by Trump, there was a statement against circumcision in Africa. Which is a very broad thing to say, circumcision. But that lets us know that there's some kind of movement that there's a lot of dog whistling and signaling that goes on. So that it's letting us know that some of his supporters are not for this practice, and they don't think that federal funding should be going abroad to do it. So there is some traction there. It's a really interesting question to ask.
So great question. January 20th, new Trump administration. What does that mean for the Intactivist movement? Well, as Shay was just saying, this is the first time, at least that I know of, and anyone speak up if you know otherwise, that America actually defunded circumcision, stopped using taxpayer dollars to cut off parts of people's genitals. It was in Africa, but maybe it'll come to the US. It's not a stretch. The president has also discussed how we need to keep babies, how they were born, how God designed them. Wasn't expressly anti-circumcision of babies, but it could be helpful. And as I mentioned before, and we'll reiterate tomorrow, we are here for a single goal of protecting children from genital cutting and mutilation. So yeah, we may not agree with everything, but we do agree on this, so that could be particularly helpful. And especially with the kind of the gutting of a lot of government programs. If the health secretary decides, there's not enough medical evidence to support
routine circumcision, this is wasteful. It's actually harmful to children. But if he just decides, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., that it's wasteful, that could be a decisive victory. And that is a real potential. And so RFK Jr., if you're watching this, defunding circumcision is the lowest hanging fruit for the entire, to protecting children and saving taxpayer dollars. So you never know, it could be a huge win.
Do you want me to go first?
No,
Oh, yeah.
well, Eric, no, the RFK Jr. did say publicly, there's no subject too taboo to address. That's all I got. He said that. He's in.
Yeah, it's in my PowerPoint tomorrow. yeah. So, this could really be, let's say, the end zone for Intactivism, because things change very quickly. Yes, Carl has a question.
Yeah, we're at that tipping, I think we're closer to the tipping point than we know. We just don't know how close we are.
Okay, actually, I wanted to make a point you brought it up. First of all, about Robert Kennedy Jr., there's a list of famous intact men, and a number of Kennedy men are on that list. And likewise, his uncle, John Kennedy, was cut at 21 and hated it. There's a good chance that Robert Kennedy Jr. is himself intact, and certainly no members of his family are, so he's a good person to reach. And as a right-wing conservative myself and a Trump voter, by the way, did anyone else here vote for Trump? I'm the only one here, great. 3 times Trump voted. Okay, but.
I know like a lot of prominent Irish American families whose they didn't do that. They're all intact. One of them actually pretty deep in the illegal industry.
Sean Hannity's on the list of famous intact men as an Irish American, but I think he'd be horrified if he knew he was on that list. I don't know how accurate that is. But one thing I'd like to add, now is a great time to reach many in the conservative community, because you may call it the scam-demic. After the scam-demic, the distrust in the conservative community towards the medical establishment has never been higher. And the idea that they're ripping us off money-wise, again, you've never heard conservatives say that before. Many do now. Now is the time to strike in the conservative. Yes.
That's exactly how I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
I'm engaging in 2 words, donor.
Yeah.
And I just did exactly what Tim had said, ask the open-ended question to somebody. Here's a good question, intro line. Hey, are you aware of what type of doctors actually incorporated circumcision in America? And they're like, well, who? What? I tell plastic surgeons. I'm like, yeah, you can read articles going back to the Gilded Age where there's a burn victim in a hospital, and the surgeon's solution is to raid the maternity ward and claim the foreskins were too tight. Then charge the family to be a donor, and then just, keep this really corrupt business model. Mind you, at the same time, this is when going into a grave and robbing a cadaver for anatomy class was perfectly legal. So there's a precedent to pay for donor tissue organs. So that's kind of where it's just been ingrained. The conspiracy has just been ingrained to American medicine now.
So, well, hopefully, hopefully Intactivism wins in the near future. And that's what we're hoping for. And then kind of following up on the question, and Deborah Shaggy gave me this quote, and I'm glad she did. But speaking of the current administration's stance on genital cutting, President Trump signed an executive order officially banning, and I quote, chemical and surgical mutilation, end quote, of children in the United States. So that's a round of applause for that. I mean, it may not, and there is no, let's say, exclusion for child circumcision, child genital mutilation of boys. So the way that executive order could be interpreted in the future, it could be helpful. So, again, we're here to protect children. That's our single issue in this room. Everyone has their own different political leanings, and that's totally fine. But back to your original question, this could be the golden era of our movement. So, we're going to push it as hard as we can.
Just so everyone knows, that executive order has been enjoined by 2 federal courts because it is targeted at trans people.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well,
Okay. And thankfully, my client, who was 18, was able to get her surgery, despite the fact that the hospital here in Oregon was scared because if it's essentially a threat against hospitals that they will be completely defunded if they provide trans care. And that includes hormones to anyone under 19, so adults. So they're coming after people 19, then it's going to go to 20, 21, 22. So this was really maybe it sounds good for Intactivists, but it was an assault on trans people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Maybe it'll be useful in the future. It's enjoying, so it's hard to know. There's definitely ongoing questions of how much power the executive branch should and does have. So anyway, yes, we have a question up here.
We've been informed by lawyers in past seminars that the Supreme Court follows the general attitude of the public in making their decisions. Do you think that's changed under the new administration?
Wow. That's a really good question. I mean, I'm not a legal scholar, but I do, but I mean, obviously, in the case of the overstory that Will and Grace helped to change, to subvert, that greatly influenced the I can't ever say it. It's like three consonants together. It greatly influenced marriage equality, right? Absolutely. And it was a different executive administration, right? We're in this unprecedented situation where a huge amount of new Supreme Court justices are appointed by one president, right? So I don't know the answer to that question, but it's a very good question. You know.
Well, to respond briefly, I was a Georgetown law student when the Dobbs decision came out, and the Supreme Court justices couldn't access the building for months and months on end because of protesters. And I think just as a logistical, self-interest thing, they tend not to go against the public opinion because they pay for it in their personal lives with having to have security and, so they do listen to where the wind is blowing. And as Shay talked about in his talk, we don't know how close we are to this tipping point, but when it does come, the Supreme Court justices are unlikely to stand in its way. So, which is also kind of a warning. Maybe we don't want to bring this to the Supreme Court of the United States before it's time.
Right.
And that might not be our option because litigation is adversarial, so the other side may bring it up. But we'll see how it develops.
Really good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, drawing on history again. When I was arrested in '87 at the Supreme Court, the original decision that the Supreme Court made in favor of Georgia's sodomy laws and upholding it, they got it wrong, obviously. It took 15 to 20 years before the gay community brought another case to the Supreme Court on the same issue, and they said, nope, sodomy laws are wrong. Let's get rid of them. So the Supreme Court can change, but it will go with whatever the public is deciding because it took that long for the public to say, yeah, I guess people should have a right to have sex however they want in their own homes with whomever they wish. So it is about the way the political wins and the social wins below, so to speak.
I'd like to add something to the discussion about movements developing. Yes, Will and Grace was instrumental in making people more aware and accepting of gay and lesbian people. But there was a great coming out associated with the AIDS pandemic. When it was a matter of life and death, celebrities were coming out, ordinary people were coming out to their families. Soon it reached a point where there was almost no one who didn't know someone who was gay. And that had a huge impact, I think, on litigation, legislation, and everything else. Maybe one of the lessons we can draw from that is that we all need to come out to our friends and family about our position on this issue.
Absolutely.
Yes, Michelle.
I was a nurse for a lot of my life. But I was working in the hospital and finding out that these things happen to people. And with having the ability to talk to people about with AIDS and what happens and what happened. And I walk down the street, sometimes I walk a lot. And if I see a woman who's pregnant, I say to them, oh, do you know you're gonna have a boy or a girl? And if they say, yeah, I'm gonna have a boy. I say to them, do you know about what they might wanna do to your son? And I tell them that it's not necessary. And you need to take care of your little boy. And
And so kind of going back to grassroots, it's look, talking about it, you're seeing a pregnant friend, a pregnant family member, someone walking down the street, say, look, you know, what's best for what's best for you want to do what's best for your child, right? Like maybe we should not perform medically unnecessary cosmetic surgeries or amputations on them.
So a reason to go to the gender reveal party.
Yeah. So, oh, Michael, your question.
Yeah.
Okay, please, Michael Abenita.
Thank you so much. I think Jay, Joe, and everybody else. My question here is, do we know precisely who now are the anti-intact, movement? Because we are the intact movement. But do we know precisely, like, 1, 2, 3, these are the anti-intact movement that we need to be aware of, because this is the fight, this is the an advocacy that we need to do, but we know precisely are they the big pharma, who are they? Because then that helps us to watch.
It's an excellent question. I was just doing some research at, Boston, one of the Boston hospitals, Boston Children's Hospital, and they're super pro-circ. Up north, it's regional. There's if you look at, like I said, this is an epidemic, right? And there are regional places where it's just really, they're huge proponents of this regionally. And hospitals, it's a big deal. I mean, who just ran who ran the numbers about it? About like $500 million a year minimum. I mean,
I think Ryan Jones ran the numbers.
Right.
He did FOA. So thank you, Ryan, wherever you may be. But yeah, so, sorry, what was the question for me?
Who's pro-circ?
Oh, who's pro-circ? Well, Douglas O'Connor brought this up, but there's major companies whose entire supply chains rely on, that stolen flesh of children, right? It's like $billion+ entities that use this stolen flesh from children in medical and cosmetic products. So that is a force that we may run up against, because it's like, oh, these people may let's say, jeopardize our financial statements, right? We're public companies. We could lose money for the taxpayers if, we aren't able to do that. Obviously, as mentioned, religious interests may not be enthusiastic about this, at least the older generations, and that's why we're encouraging them to evolve from within their communities. Obviously, there's a lot of Jewish and Muslim individuals, myself included, Shay included, at least Jewish, who are really, and Samir, Muslim, who really want to protect children from this in our religious communities. And so although we're expressly arguing on behalf of non-religious interests in Oregon, I think religious communities might say, oh, well, that's just a dog whistle, which it's not. We want to protect non-religious children from this. But so that might be opposition. And then I think there's not a whole lot of organized opposition, although we can open up for the room if things.
The medical establishments.
Well, yeah.
Well, I also mentioned the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, they're primarily circumcision in Africa, but I think they would take a position pro-circumcision anywhere.
Yeah.
Thanks. Just for the last question as well, you mentioned hospitals, and I want to say specifically research hospitals and teaching hospitals. Because it's not just, contributing to a supply chain, but it's also teaching generations and the whole industry of school and medicine as it exists. And so, having surgeries or inpatient surgeries to perform is training. It's miles under the speedometer, I guess, of a surgeon's career. But yeah, specifically research hospitals and teaching schools, medicine schools.
My father has HIV, and I grew up in a time where I wasn't allowed to talk about that. And so I really believe in the nonverbal forms of communication, and I really would love for there to be a larger advocacy for the epigenetic memory part of this, the implicit ancestral memory that all of us are carrying, that our bloodlines have been inheritors of this traditions of men and like physical harm and how it continuously expresses itself, right? Like people who do it to their kids because daddy did it to me, and like other ways that is expressing in other forms of mutilation. And I think that that's a very important part, especially what we know what happens to the girls the brocus part of the brain, how the child can't talk because there's arrested development through the preverbal states of trauma, and then like going dorsal and being dissociated and like incapable of having like forgetting the term, but it's like having some ADHD, executive functioning difficulties. Yeah, I think that's really important pivot point, especially with what we know with research today, what happens to the brain, and like again the continuous expression of how that shows up as an adult, having that implicit.
Yeah, Ken. You said that it's, so Candace Pert was one of the first doctors. Candace Pert?
Pert?
Yeah, she's one of the first scientists to really help us to understand epigenetic trauma and how it's passed on. And also, I mean, we as therapists, we talk about trauma that happens in the nonverbal stage and how it affects. There's a book called My Grandmother's Hands, which is all about how trauma is passed on through generations, including epigenetic trauma, but also cultural norms of trauma. And this is something I'm really fascinated about. Everything you're talking about, because it's a cutting edge in psychology, and also just like mass psychology, and how our society, how we traumatize our own senses of morality, our own ethical senses, our own humanistic senses when we do things like this, how it passes on.
But also the bystanders keep coming to.
Oh, the bystanders.
And how it's so interconnected, so when we don't speak and we don't do things,
Right.
nobody does anything because
Right.
we're watching nobody do anything, and
Yeah.
so nobody's talking.
Yeah.
And then we're saying that it's okay that we're not talking about this. Like all the things that we want to hide, like we need to bring those out. So,
Yes,
like,
we
they
do.
can be touched on. And
That-
like, there are books that are talking about this, right?
Yeah.
Like the boy crisis.
Yeah.
It didn't start with you.
Right.
Bodycusis scores.
Yeah, this is a very important, it's hard for us to even think about it, right? That breaks your brain. Exactly. A lot of it, we are all collectively holding trauma about this and many other things. So thanks for bringing that up.
Before we get too far away from it, I just want to react to Eric. He's saying there's no organized opposition in the religious community. I couldn't disagree more. I think the Jews are incredibly organized and will oppose this, and you better be ready for that. Don't kid yourself.
No, I don't know if I might have misspoke. There'll probably be religious opposition, but we're not addressing religious genital cutting rights, at least in our, litigation that we've already filed.
No, that this is the thin end of the wedge.
Well, there's a lot of different beliefs in Judaism. And I like to say, look, I speak, Shay and I, at least up here, and there's a lot of other.
I'm Jewish, so I can talk like that.
No, I'm not saying that you can't talk like that. I'm just saying that there's definitely a lot of Jewish Intactivists as well. And we should reaffirm, the good side, because we are definitely on the right side of history, right?
I'm talking about the people who have shut down all the movements across Europe. And I really hope you get Dan Stranger to catch us up on how they're doing in Europe. They are completely organized and relentless, as Mark would say.
Well,
to keep circumcision legal and not talked about everywhere.
Well, let me assure you that they will never cow Intact Global, right? I mean, so you're looking at the leadership that's not afraid of.
Right.
And so it is what it is. I mean,
Coming up on what happened in 2011 in San Francisco. We did everything right, and yet they somehow managed to get it off the ballot.
yeah, well, anyway.
Well, there's more and more Jews that are on this side.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Actually, it does matter.
It does matter.
It actually does matter.
Of course it matters. I'm talking about this one particular issue.
Yes.
It's it could be just a handful.
It's going to be Jewish lawyers versus Jewish lawyers. I told him that. That's what I told Eric. It's going to be Jewish lawyers versus Jewish lawyers.
Yeah, okay. But, what happens? Okay.
I believe that.
I would like to say that it gets back to we have to stand up and be counted. The men who are circumcision sufferers need to stand up and be counted. The Jewish men that are circumcision sufferers also need to stand up and be counted.
Yes.
So that the people that are trying to say that this is against the Jews, no, I am Jewish and it's against, the circumcision is against me.
It's
So
just a conversation, that's not.
they don't represent all the Jews. They only represent their segment of.
That's right, and they are the ones with the power.
For now, but we changed the narrative by speaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're Jewish, we were circumcised, we were harmed.
Hmm.
We need to say that.
Yeah. Martin, you have.
No, Dan stepped in
Keep going. Oh, Dan, you can look at it. And then we'll give it to Martin.
I just have to say that there's a lot we could be doing that we're not doing. As a person that had a business that struggled for many years and I figured out that my marketing sucked. I realized that once I focused on my marketing, instead of just my skill as a therapist, I was able to increase my ability to help people. And the way you do that is, number one, you have to gather the data. So we have the internet, we can just go online and gather the data. So that's the first step we do. Number two is you write the written word. So you can send it through contact forms or web forms. And number three is you make phone calls. That's how you outreach to somebody. So what we need is a organized outreach based off of marketing principles that any business would use. And for some reason, that's almost a taboo to say in Intactivism.
Well, we need to improve because they're not called best writing authors, they're called best selling authors, right? And so we need to sell our mission and our movement. Thank you, Dan. So Martin, did you have do you want to give the mic to Martin?
Yeah, just a very quick point that I want to hear you guys address. I haven't heard it brought up today, maybe brought up tomorrow, but it's not insignificant in this lawsuit that Oregon was the second state in the United States to drop infant circumcision for Medicaid. It started with California in September of 1982. Then it was Oregon. Then it was Washington. I'm seeing a trend here. And so I think you're going to find, receptive areas in the country to this, and obviously you selected Oregon because it's going to be receptive because of the way that its state constitution is written. But I think that there are other data points, including their Medicaid stance, that come into this. And so we have to look for those cracks in the wall, if you want to call it that. Because remember, when Medicaid started in 1965, it covered, all 50 states covered routine infant circumcision. And only gradually has it been moving away from that. And tomorrow in my triage talk, I'll talk about the significance of getting rid of the subsidies for circumcision. But I just wanted to bring up that point that, Oregon is a real shining star in this and right for the picking of this.
Yeah. Let's go, Oregon. I think that is a great note to end the panel on. We've got a great catered lunch. You probably got an email. So Justin, he's here. Let's give a round of applause for Justin Weinlein. Thank you, Justin, for hosting a great event. We couldn't have done it without you. You may have gotten an email, or you did, saying, okay, what would you like for lunch? If you didn't respond, you get the default, but which is fine. They're all good, right? There's a reason one of the reasons we picked the Senate. But yeah, so we're gonna break for lunch for an hour, also for the stream. And then we'll be back around at approximately 2 p.m. We'll be back with our schedule. So thank you so much, everybody. Get that back on the rails, baby. All right, you got the mic. You're hot mic'd up. Yeah, I'm just going to show you a little trick. Thank you, by the way. You fucking nailed it. What about sending the live stream? What's up? Sending a live stream to the email. Oh, that's a good idea. Just so you can know, like you can kind of make it look a little. Okay, fair enough. But it's just that button there. Should we keep this live? Jessica, what do you think? Do we?
In this room. There's got to be a way to do that.
Jessica, should we keep this live or how do we do this? Thank you, Mark. Sorry. I think if we just send that out, do you guys have a, I mean, I'm sending out the blog. We have to figure out, like, if you go to my YouTube, we'll go to Intactivism.org. What I'm saying is, do you have an email? Send out the files. Oh my God. How are you? I really like to, yeah, he was telling me that you guys have like, Will and Grace. When I passed the marriage, and I saw like some voting on it. No, because I want to send it out like right now. It's not. Can you just copy paste off the email? Yeah.
stream again, the live stream audience. So we're very excited. We have a great first half day of the conference. Now we have the afternoon session. And I am very excited to kick off the afternoon session with a committed Intactivist, Tony Lquagro, the director of Intaction. Anthony, as he'll talk about, is doing extremely important work in actually defunding male genital cutting, male genital mutilation across the country. He's coming off a great, I would say, half win in New Hampshire because he got half of the state legislature, the House, to agree to defund male genital cutting. So round of applause for Tony. And we're hoping the Senate agrees with the House of Wisdom in approving that, but I don't want to take up any more of Tony's time. Star Tony, give Tony a round of applause.
Thank you. Start the music for me. Start it.
And we're going to begin with a little anthem.
Okay, guys. First of all, I'm going to ask a few people. Tell me your name and where you're from.
Steve, Salt Lake City.
Samer.
Samir from Virginia.
Nice to meet you. Who we got? Yes, sir. Your name and where you're from.
Lachlan from Australia.
Australia. I think this guy came the farthest. I thought East Coast was good, but he's already got me beat. Sir, where are you from and what's your name?
Neil Emerson, Manhattan.
All right, a fellow New Yorker. Okay. Are you guys ready to change the game or what? That's what this is about. Okay, we got Leaf. I know Leaf.
Oh, yeah, Lee Thompson from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Alaska. All right, very nice. Awesome. Okay, guys, we're here to change the game, and that's what this is about. And what my presentation's about is you don't know what you're talking about. Tales from the front lines of legislative advocacy. All right, and I think we're good. This is over.
Okay. We changed. Okay, yeah, that's good.
That's good. Okay. So it's great to see you all, and thank you, Eric, for inviting me. And either I'm a really good presenter or he was really desperate. So I'll let you all be the judge. Now, I have a bad New York accent, so if I mangle a word, you can just ask me in the Q&A later on. It's really bad. Sometimes I don't even know what I said. But I'm giving this talk for free. But there's one thing I require from you all, and that's audience participation. I need you all to talk to me. Can you do that? Say, yes, we can. Yes, we can. All right. And let's make it even louder so the people streaming can hear us. Can you say, yes, we can? Yes, we can. Awesome. Now, look, when I say we don't cut girls, you say we don't cut boys, okay? So we don't cut girls, we don't cut boys. Very good. Let's combine our energy and create a force so great that we're going to wipe out circumcision across America. Can you give me a yes, we can? Yes, we can. Awesome. I'm Tony Lquagro from Intaction out of New York. And I came here to be around people that know how to fight and never give up. To fight for who we are. Human beings with a life of hopes, dreams, and aspirations. And the right to pursue those dreams with a natural, intact body. To be around people that share my passion to fight against the depravity of what's euphemistically called circumcision, but which is actually genital mutilation. Are you those types of people? Give me a yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right. And you're all special people because we're all taking up the challenge on an issue that most Americans aren't brave enough to talk about or care about or dare to challenge the status quo. So let's give us all a round of applause for being here and caring. And for those of us that couldn't travel but are watching on the live stream, let's give them a round of applause also. My friends, Jesus Christ was a man that was tortured and crucified on a cross for being who he was. He became a symbol of man's inhumanity to his fellow man. And he was a son. What he teaches us is that we can do better. He's a symbol that resonates with people all around the world, regardless of their beliefs. But every day, 3,000 sons of America are strapped down and tortured for being who they are. Their arms spread eagle like Christ, and hurt by people who know not what they do. Instead of a crown of thorns on their head, they have a Gomco clamp attached to the end of their penis. And that a little bit of that child dies. But they don't call it being sacrificed, they call it health care. And those that do it put dollar bills where a conscience should be. Can America do better? You say, yes, we can. Can we stop this inhumanity being inflicted on this country's children? Say, yes, we can. I was asked to share a little bit about who I am and what I do about this problem we face. But before I get to that, Eric Clopper. Can you believe this guy? I first met Eric, it was at a mutual friend's apartment in Brooklyn during a January winter blizzard about almost 10 years ago. And we were going over a documentary concept called Pigs Without Blankets with a producer friend of ours. But then Eric started telling me about this far-out performance he was going to do at Harvard. And then that actually went down, and it ended up being life-changing for him. And now, fast forward many years later, and now we're in Portland, Oregon, with Eric the attorney talking about pending groundbreaking litigation. What a strange trip. Eric is a guy that went above and beyond the call of duty to protect children from genital mutilation. And he went through several hard years at Georgetown Law to get us to where we are today. Can we say, yes, he did? Yes, he did. Now, Eric did that performance at Harvard, for which he's now famous for. Apparently, he was a little bit exposed, but to get his point across. Eric, I have some advice. When you're before the court making an oral argument, don't try to make your point that way. So I'm the founder of Intaction, and I'm not going to cover everything we've done over the last 15 years. It's been a journey. But I'm going to pick it up around 2019. And what we were doing was extensive public relations and media outreach, and in addition to many events at New York City's Union Square Park with our giant mobile education unit. And it was very successful in raising awareness and winning hearts and minds. And I was getting interviews for like many radio shows, TV shows, podcasts, and it culminated in an appearance on H-freaking-B-O on a show called How To with John Wilson, season 1. And then January 2020, COVID hit, and it was a major existential crisis for humanity. And I knew it would be futile to try to do interviews about circumcision when people were worried about getting sick and where their next paycheck was coming from. So I stopped doing all public relations work. And I began to think about where our future opportunities would lie. And I thought we reached enough critical mass in terms of public awareness. I mean, when you have the largest podcaster in the world, Joe Rogan, yelling out, "Stop cutting baby dicks" to his audience of millions, I think we're there. And then I thought, due to COVID, states would be financially stressed due to a large drop in tax revenues, and they would have to consider spending cuts. And I would have a solution for them: stop paying for circumcision. So to communicate my plan, I knew I would have to lobby, and I knew lobbying worked based on past business experiences for both regional and national trade associations. But now it was time for Intactivism to adopt those methods. So I formed the Health Equality Campaign as the lobbying arm of Intaction. And health equality meaning equality between genders. We don't cut girls, so we don't cut boys. Excellent. And I registered it as a 501c4, meaning we would be unrestricted to lobby legislators and financially support political candidates for office. I then hired our first lobbyist in Albany, New York being our home turf, and we commenced meeting with legislators in person and made several trips to Albany for lobby days with our group. And let me just see if I can advance this here. Oh, wrong way. Oh,
The big one.
give me the next one. Okay, so we did lobby days in Albany, and this is one of our lobby days, and many legislators were actually stunned that this was being raised as an issue in the State House. So what I created was a package of resources for legislators so that anyone that wanted to sponsor legislation, they wouldn't have to start from scratch. We would offer model legislation, reference materials, grassroots support, email blast capability, and access to medical experts that would support our position, especially during committee hearings. And I'm targeting insurance payments. I'm targeting insurance because the guaranteed payments places babies on a circumcision conveyor belt. When the hospitals know that the money will be wire transferred from the insurance company's bank account directly into theirs, they'll then solicit and manipulate parents to do it. Insurance payments are the linchpin. I believe if the money's not there, the hospitals will tell parents they don't do them anymore. Not medically necessary. Your son will be fine just the way he is. So I monitor legislation in all 50 states. And as I started to do that, issues started popping up all over the place. And I ended up hiring lobbyists in Maine, North Carolina, Mississippi, and Arizona to oppose or kill bills that would reestablish Medicaid funding for NTIC. And NTIC is my shorthand for elective non-therapeutic infant circumcision. That's just a fancy way of saying it doesn't do anything and you don't need it. So that's again in Albany, in the State House. In New Hampshire, legislator Emily Phillips contacted me seeking assistance to do something about circumcision. So we took my model legislation on revising Medicaid regs and enhancing informed consent, and we started editing it together as a collaborative Google Doc file. She then submitted those documents directly to the House as our bills. That's what I call a partnership in government. So that Medicaid bill in New Hampshire passed the Health Committee, but was defeated in the House by just 6 votes last year. Now, the nice thing about legislative advocacy is you can try again. and bills can take multiple attempts to pass. So we made a second attempt this year, spearheaded by legislator Julius Soti and his lovely wife, Adrian. Now, we had bipartisan support, although it was mostly Republicans, and but we also had the House Majority Leader as a co-sponsor. Now, while in the Health Committee, one Republican member, Republican Dr. Dave Nagel, who is an orthopedist but also calls himself a practitioner of psychosocial medicine, whatever that is, he was making ridiculous arguments in opposition to our bill. Things like, some women like circumcised men. Now, for a medical doctor to advocate for a medically unnecessary surgery on an individual to please a third party, I mean, that's a definition of a breach of medical ethics, you know? So, but he said it. Anyhow, the House leadership ended up removing him from the Health Committee. You know, the moral of the story is when the House Majority Leader co-sponsors a bill, you better not start raising opposition to it. And the bill passed the committee 10-8 along mostly partisan lines. Now I'll discuss the vote in the House later on. So, Health Equality Campaign is also actively working in 2 other states right now, North Carolina and Mississippi. We're working on a regulatory change in North Carolina to close the infant circumcision for HIV prophylaxis loophole, which is ridiculous. And we're trying to kill a bill in Mississippi to add Medicaid funding for infant circumcision. In Mississippi, an obstetrician friend of a legislator, she told this person that circumcisions weren't being covered and the state should pay for them. So that's how that started. Now, typical lobbying costs per state can run from $10,000 to $30,000, to give you an idea. But I will say that the campaign has already saved thousands of children from the harm and trauma of circumcision, you know, in Maine and also North Carolina, Mississippi, and Arizona. For instance, in Maine, by stopping LD 1858, that's 2,000 children a year that'll be left intact per year. And when you look at it over 5 years, that's like 10,000. So, and that's based on the Maine Department of Health fiscal note that was attached to the bill. So these are the results our campaign delivers. I'm continually trying to find new opportunities in other states. For instance, Big Red Texas would be a strategic target. But I've also been looking for a DC lobbyist that has connections into CMS or the Center for Medicaid Services. And if I could find someone that we can afford. Because once you get up to the federal level, it gets really expensive. We're able to financially sustain our lobbying with the help of supporters and members. And it's not only the money, it's the moral support we get. You know, when someone donates to us, it's emotionally sustaining for us, especially for those of us that are doing this day after day for free. And I'm not looking to get paid for it. I do this because I love doing it. And we're saving kids, and the kids that are going to be left intact, they won't ever know who we were, but we know. I've had some interesting conversations while lobbying as an activist. For instance, I was in Maine in a room full of women, and during a discussion of circumcision harm and the benefits of foreskin. And someone asked me, she was always curious about what a man experiences during orgasm, what it feels like. So I'm not going to get into the details of that, but that's one of the great things about our issue. Once you break the ice, things really loosen up. And I can tell you there are a decent amount of legislators that are of the intactivist mindset. For instance, just watch this. That's Emily Phillips. Nope, she's not moving.
I know. There we go, there she is.
Circumcision is medically necessary. And I know that in executive hearings, we learned that private insurances such as Anthem do not cover elective infant circumcisions. And if I know this legislation has strong bipartisan support and passed committee with a 14-6 vote in favor of OTP. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that foreskin is not a birth defect and nobody wants less penis when I press the green button.
Yeah, give me that's good. Thank you. And that's the thing. We just need to be the icebreakers and the facilitators, and then change will happen. In New Hampshire, I've attended a half dozen events, fundraisers, and things like that to network. And I've had conversations with everyone from the Deputy Health Committee chairperson to the Speaker of the House to the House Majority Leader. And I've had some of them tell me, men and women, that they kept their sons intact and they always thought circumcision was ridiculous. I had a state senator from Maine tell me that male infant circumcision is no different than female genital mutilation. So they are out there. We just have to make the connection. Listen to what New Hampshire Rep. Ellen Reed said on the floor while our bill was being debated. You can just start that for me.
This won't be a surprise to anyone, but I'm a huge proponent of socialized healthcare. A huge proponent. Circumcision routinely, by default. 80% of the men of the world are not circumcised, and they're doing okay. 11% of circumcised infants have some form of complication, including the need for revision surgeries. Some of those infants end up being children that have long-lasting negative medical impacts from those complications. What it really comes down to is choice, bodily autonomy. We talk a lot about those concepts here. Now, I know the previous speaker just said that this is a parental choice, but it's not a parental choice when that child becomes an adult and that choice has been taken away from them. Because if you choose to circumcise your infant, they don't get to choose to be circumcised when they're older. Another thing I want to bring up is the fact that Medicaid does not cover female genital mutilation. Now, here's the thing about that, before you say that's different, some of it is very, very different. Some forms of female genital mutilation are extremely severe. However, the most common form in the world is analogous exactly to circumcision. It is the removal of the pectoral hood. We do not cover that with taxpayer money. Also, it's illegal to do it at all on a female child in this country. So female infants have protections that not only do not extend to male infants, we actually pay for those male infants to have healthy tissue removed from healthy babies. Healthy tissue removed from healthy babies. The truth of the matter is I'm a strong proponent of socialized medicine, so I believe that the money that's being spent removing healthy tissue from healthy babies should be spent on medically necessary treatment for children. Now, I appreciate the previous speaker who wanted to make a point about the access for the poor to this procedure, but we would never want to increase access for the removal of the clitoral hood, for example. We wouldn't want to increase access for that. 17 states do not use Medicaid funds to cover unnecessary circumcision, and the sky is not falling in those states. There's no trauma to parents in those states. There's no discrimination in those states. And in fact, the wealthy around the world, as far as men go, tend to be uncircumcised. So it's not really an issue of poverty versus money. It's an issue of right and wrong and how we treat newborn baby boys.
So when I first heard that, I mean, I could almost cry because she so gets it. And she probably said it better than I could, and I'm supposed to be the Intactivist. I spoke to Kentucky Senator Rand Paul a few months ago, and I asked him why federal Medicaid was wasting money on circumcision. And he replied, circumcision, yeah, and I also have no idea what else the federal government is wasting money on or the depth of what's going on. And this was just prior to the inception of Doge. On the other hand, I had one of my email blasts in New Hampshire in support of our current bill, HB 94, get a response from State Representative Paige Bosharam. Now, I previously met her in person, and I've spoken to her on the phone. She's a maternity nurse who says she specializes in birthing mothers' emotional support. But she's adamantly opposed to our bill because, in her view, it'd be too traumatic to tell a mother that circumcision wouldn't be covered by insurance. No concern for the baby that's getting his penis cut, of course. Now, I always try to be diplomatic, of course, but I knew she was going to try to convince other legislators to vote against HB 94. So I made one of my email blasts out to all 400 members say, top 10 facts and myths about HB 94. And I counted everything she was going to say with our talking points. That elicited a response from her, in which she told me I didn't know what I was talking about. I responded to her by saying, my friend Jonathan Conte ended his life at 34 years old over circumcision, grief, and depression. and how he could never come to terms with what his parents had done to him. So one day he put a plastic bag over his head and filled it with nitrogen gas. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Our bill, HB 94, passed the House 184 to 183. That was our group in Concord, in the State House. We're now awaiting a vote from the Senate Health Committee, which should be within the next 2 weeks, and then the full Senate. When I first started the health quality campaign, some people said that lobbying wouldn't work. They laughed at it. Said people weren't ready, and lobbyists would just take my money. I'm here to tell you legislative advocacy, when done properly and doggedly, does work. Like with litigation, we will win some and we will lose some. But I will never stop trying, and I will have a seat at the table to get our message across, to defend the rights of males to have a natural, intact body. And I will not allow them to treat baby boys like they're second-class citizens, if I can help it. But look, my words really aren't for the people in this room. You already get that circumcision is an abomination and heresy against nature, human rights, and our shared genetic heritage. I'm talking to the 170 million men across America that they need to stand up for their rights and their freedom, because their freedom isn't free. There's two types of men, those that stand up for themselves or those that allow themselves to be taken advantage of. If you don't stand up and say anything, they'll have their way with you. I'm telling you, if you stand up and fight back, our opposition melts like an ice cube on a New York City street in the summertime. Because the circumcision defenders and promoters, they're liars and con men, and they know it. And they know they can't resist the will of people seeking their rights, their freedom, and their bodily autonomy. History shows that hurting people and trying to keep them down always fails in the end. Can you give me a yes, it does? Yes, it does. Now, I think a lot of men say, well, it was already done to me. I can't change what happened, so there isn't a lot I can do, so I don't care. That's one of the biggest self-defeating problems we have. But if someone was to come up to you, point a knife, and rob you of your wallet, and then run off, you probably can't get your money back. But you're still going to file a police report, do something. And if someone was to come up to you with a knife and stab you, you can't ever undo the pain you're going to feel. But you're still going to report it and try to seek justice. You don't say, that's water under the bridge, nothing I can do. You go to the police and at least try to file a report, because they're going to do it to someone else. Well, if someone cut your genitals, you should want to do something about that too. People think men's silence on this issue means they don't care. They've given up. They want to undermine your freedom and rule over you with the social control experiment. And they thought they had you intimidated and that you were weak, that you would give up. Well, I'm here to say we're not giving up, we're waking up. It's time to wake up. They want you to believe cutting your genitals was for your own good. Who controls what you believe? You do. Who's the only one who controls what you believe? You do. Does it matter if someone's told you some bullshit your whole entire life? Do you have to believe it? Say no. No. Are you ready to stand up for yourselves? Say yes. Yes. Wake up, guys. There's 170 million of you fuckers out there. If we could harness your fighting spirit, your male energy, this would end right now. Feel the truth, feel the freedom from all their bullshit, all their lies, all their superstitions, all the excuses. Feel your soul, feel your spirit, shout it out loud, and they can never take that away from you. Say, hell no. Hell no. Here's to the children of a glorious tomorrow. Say yes. Yes. I'm Anthony Losquadro. Thank you. Support the health quality campaign at Intaction.org.
Brilliant talk, Tony. Thank you, thank you. So, thank you for that passionate, compelling, persuasive speech, Tony. We have time for a few questions. Again, Tony Lquagro of Intaction. So, round of applause one more time. And if you're watching the live stream, donate to Intaction, right? They do great work, as you've just seen the last 25 or so minutes. They make real change. And so, yeah, we'll open up the floor for some questions. We got one over here. Carl? Oh, and Tony, why don't you speak to the mic?
I'll use this.
Yeah, since the mention of Robert Kennedy Jr., many attempts to contact him because looks like the health system in the U.S. is about to be majorly reformed. And I think he and Maha would be great for that.
Yeah, Carl, I 100% agree with you. We haven't made like direct attempts. You know, there's like millions of people trying to contact him, so to break through that, we have been using X to try to send messages to not only him, but people under him, like, I forget her name, like Casey somebody, and there's a few people under him that he communicates with. So we try to get to some of the lower level people to get our message up to him. But ultimately, it takes the DC lobbyists to kind of get you in front of some of the people that matter. But yeah, I would love to.
Hi.
Hi.
Here. I was wondering why it split along party lines so much in New Hampshire. If you could explain that.
I think Republicans are on board with cost cutting and not expanding healthcare for medically unnecessary procedures. But you know, it's not all money. I'm not going to point out specific names, but some Republicans told me that they always thought circumcision was ridiculous and they kept their sons intact. So maybe it's a combination of the two. But it does seem that Democrats are at least in New Hampshire, they're philosophically opposed to any Medicaid cut, even if it's doing harm.
I just wanted to ask, how can we help when there is a vote in like the New Hampshire House and the coming one in the Senate?
Like in New Hampshire, there was a public comments on the website. New Hampshire's like a really kind of cool state where they value public input. Like in New York, they don't want to know anything. You don't even know anything about committee hearings. There's no public input. They totally isolate themselves. But in New Hampshire, the public has the opportunity to make public comment. So we sent an email blast out to our members saying, make public comments. We ended up with like 70-30, 70% in favor, 30% opposed to our bill, HB 94, in the public comment section. So that was good. And then, if it's the public comment hearing is open to the public, so you could attend that even if you're not a resident of the state. If you are a resident of the state, that helps even more, but they'll listen to everybody. So so opportunities like that do come up if you want to, get on a list, especially like we emailed everybody like in the Northeast region about it. So like Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, to attend the hearings. Because, I don't think like someone from California is going to come in just to attend the hearing necessarily. It'd be a very low chance. But so we emailed those people. We had good attendance, even though it was very short notice.
All right, so again, everybody, Tony Lquagro, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so this next speaker, I am very, very honored to present. He is my law clerk, but most importantly, a living legend at the University of Virginia Law School. May not self-identify, but Samir Safarini is going to talk about the legal and political realities of the movement.
Oh, thanks, Eric. That's
of course.
so generous.
Yeah, you may want to talk into this one. But actually, Samir wrote huge sections of the complaint that we just filed. It's very impressive. And if you guys have a chance to read the 72-page document that Peter Adler and Samir wrote, it is definitely worth it. It really congeals the weight of the global medical and ethical authority behind our position. So Samir's done an incredible amount of work. So we're very grateful.
Where can they find that?
If you go to intactglobal.org, the link to download the complaint is pretty much on every page on the top. So hard to miss. Not as prominent as the become a donor page, but it's up there. So anyway, here's the clicker. Again, round of applause for Samir.
And then the mic drop.
Good. Well, thank you, Eric. Yeah, so I wrote major sections of the complaint along with Peter Adler. And I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the legal and political realities I think our movement's going to have to face in the coming years and months. And this morning we watched a great talk from Che about how there's a lot of overlap actually between very differing groups. And we have a lot of common ground with them, but there's actually a few, I'd say, pinch points that we have to be skeptical of and careful of and cognizant of as we tailor our strategy. And so I'm a second-year law student. I'm about halfway through. I've had many lessons, chances to learn a lot of lessons about politics and law. For example, I had the chance to testify in front of the Virginia Senate for a bipartisan education bill. And generally, I've just been able to attend lots of talks on campus and really have my finger on the pulse of topical issues in politics and the law. And so one lesson I learned that really has stuck with me was from this communications director. He was the communications director for 2 different Virginia governors. And so what he said was, an effective message is not the best thing you think you can say. Rather, it's the best thing your audience needs to hear to achieve your desired outcome. And importantly, he said, you may loathe what you have to say to your audience in order to get that outcome, right? This is about being politically savvy, right? This is about being strategic. It's not about having the most ideologically pure position in every scenario, right? It's about doing what you have to do to win. And from this salient message, I think I've derived 3 basic principles of successful advocacy. So the first is we need to be ready to tailor our strategy, right? Be actively conscious of who we're speaking to and using what rhetoric with whom, and what those people's goals and motivations are, and where they intersect with ours and where they diverge from ours. Second, we need to be sure that we are pursuing incremental wins, right? It's not necessarily the best political strategy to just go for an across-the-board ban right away, right? The work that Anthony Losquadro is doing with defunding circumcision is a very important step, right? It's an incremental step. And third, we want to learn to live to fight another day. And I think Eric has some experience with that. You know, you don't want to be fighting your hardest battles on day one if that means you're giving up all the low-hanging fruit you could be pursuing, right? And so there's this corollary to the previous quote, that activists are often willing to sink their initiatives over messaging, right? We don't want to sink our initiative, right? We want this movement to take off and be successful in the next few years. So that raises the question, what is our desired outcome? I think a lot of people in this room would say our desired outcome is to ban circumcision. Well, unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that that should not be our desired outcome right now. Instead, I think we should have our desired outcome to be denormalizing circumcision, because really what matters is that the conduct stops happening, right? It doesn't matter if circumcision is illegal if no one does it. That's really our goal. And so why do I think we shouldn't try to ban it, right? If we look at the numbers, the reasons parents circumcise is overwhelmingly not anything to do with religion, right? It's about only 13% of parents say religion is very important or extremely important in their decision. And so why would we be going after this minority of cases when we're leaving on the table all kinds of other reasons that are more easily attacked in a politically feasible way? And so I present to you 2 visions of how the future of circumcision rates could go based on our political strategy. So the first situation is where we somehow, by a miracle, you know, RFK Jr. descends from heaven and gives us some kind of ban on circumcision, right? He says it's not medically necessary, everyone agrees. That's not going to happen. What's more likely going to happen is that over time, not as a quick time horizon as we'd like, circumcision falls out of favor, right? And it goes back to being a minority religious only practice like it once was just a couple centuries ago, a couple decades ago, and is right now in most of the world. And so we'd like to get to a 0% circumcision rate, but I think right now our goal should be getting to the 13.6% roughly of religiously motivated circumcision, right? And so on the left, we have a politically unfeasible option, which would be great, but get it out of your minds because it's probably not going to happen in the near future in this country. And so I want to raise a couple key issues that I think that we diverge from a lot of these mainstream political parties in regard to circumcision, right? And these three issues have legal and political dimensions. And so the first is parental rights. What can parents decide for their kids? And in this issue, we actually diverge a lot from liberal progressives, especially transgender activists. The second is medical necessity, which is a very important aspect of what Anthony Lquagro is doing with defunding circumcision, because Medicaid is supposed to only cover medically necessary procedures. And here again, we diverge from liberals and progressives who want publicly funded healthcare. And then, of course, the elephant in the room is religious rights. And this feeds into the reason why I think pursuing a ban is not a good idea right now. And of course, conservatives, even up to the Supreme Court, are actually looking to expand religious rights rather than contract them. So let's start with parental rights, which actually I think is probably the best issue of the three for us. So what does the Supreme Court have to say about parental rights? The Supreme Court has said that parents do have broad powers. It's a very traditional, fundamental right of parents to be able to decide what kind of medical care their children get and receive. And this is what, let's say what the Supreme Court has said parental rights do not cover. Parental rights are not unlimited in terms of things to do with the child's welfare, right? And so the state has a role in limiting what parents can decide for their kids. And this is where we get, things like compulsory education, right? You might not have to send your kids to public school, but if you're gonna not send them, you have to do private schooling or you have to do a homeschooling, right? So the state has power to limit parental control and autonomy over their kids, right? So that's the legal reality. It's actually quite good for us, right? Circumcision is harmful for children, and so parents should not be able to make a choice to circumcise their kids. The problem with that is that politically, there's tension here with specifically the transgender movement and liberal progressives who want to actually expand and strengthen parental rights. And so from this recent law review article, diminishing parental rights can also harm trans children and their families. And in fact, this article even mentions male circumcision as something that's within the realm of what parents can decide for kids. Right? There's no consensus among experts that the law properly allows parents to make myriad decisions about child rearing. And so that leads us into the next kind of political friction we run into, which is medical necessity. So I'm sure many of you are very familiar with this kind of chart where you see there's a correlation between whether circumcision is funded by Medicaid and the rates. And of course, here in Oregon, since 1994, it's not been funded, and the rates some of the lowest in the country. And so states have varying definitions of what is and what is not medically necessary. And so this is going to make challenging this kind of difficult because you have to tailor your strategy to each state. So for example, in Oregon, medically necessary procedures involve prevention, diagnosis, or treatment of a disease, condition, disorder, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, in my home state of Virginia, you see a very different definition, right, which presents its own challenges. And actually, there's some language here that's good for us. A service is not medically necessary if regarded by the medical profession as experimental or unacceptable. And so this is exactly what we want to argue, that male circumcision is unacceptable, and so therefore it should not be covered by Medicaid. But again, the problem is this is in tension with the political position of transgender activists, right? Transgender activists want a broader definition of medical necessity. For example, from this recent case in New York, plaintiffs were seeking for these, by definition, cosmetic procedures to be covered by the state Medicaid plan, but they weren't covered. And so it seems unlikely that people with this kind of motivation politically are going to turn around and say, well, no, we should shrink the universe of procedures that are medically necessary, right? Because if these procedures, which on their face are pretty cosmetic, electrolysis, hair removal, if those are covered, then surely male circumcision, at least if you believe the so-called health benefits, would also be covered, right? So there is, of course, a way to reconcile these views, but there is also a tension there. And then also, maybe along the more traditional liberal wing of the left-leaning parties, it's the idea of health equity. And the reason we want to broaden the definition of medical necessity, or at least keep it broad, is because we want everyone to have equal access to publicly funded health care. And so this is Paige Boschman of New Hampshire that Anthony Lquagro just talked about. testifying 2 years in a row against a bill to defund circumcision from Medicaid. 2 years in a row. And why did she say this? Well, she tells us why she said it, and she says that, why do we think it's okay to take it away in a discriminatory way? So for Democrats, it seems that health equity is a more important party line than protecting the health of kids. And as we saw in New Hampshire just a couple weeks ago on the House vote, it was all on party lines, and it was all Democrats mostly voting against the bill, including Ms. Boschman. And so that brings us to religious rights, which is really the reason underlying this talk of why we should not be pursuing a ban across the board. Okay, so what does the US Constitution have to say about religious rights? Well, it actually doesn't say all that much. There's the Free Exercise Clause, which is the one we're interested in. Congress shall not make any law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. Right? And states all have, generally have their own free exercise clause, an analog of it, and generally they're interpreted a similar way. And so we'll focus on the federal Equal Protection Clause for now. And so a very important case in equal protection actually arose right here in Portland, Oregon. In this case, Employment Division v. Smith. So this is Al Smith. He was a member of the Native American Church. And there's a ceremony in the Native American Church, a very central and important ceremony that involves ingestion of a hallucinogenic cactus, peyote. And basically Smith partook in this ceremony, this religious ceremony. But at the time, peyote was illegal in Oregon as a Schedule I substance, right? And so as a result, Smith was fired from his job, and he was denied employment benefits because he broke the law. And so what did the Supreme Court have to say about this? Well, an opinion by Justice Scalia, who is known as a very conservative judge, one of the leaders of the legal conservative movement, he actually ruled against Smith and against religious rights. He said, "We have never held that an individual's religious beliefs excuse him from compliance with an otherwise valid law prohibiting conduct that the state is free to regulate." Right? So religion was no excuse. So the standard we got from Smith was that a neutral and generally applicable law is generally not problematic under the Constitution, under the Free Exercise Clause. And this sounds good for us because that would mean if we were to pass a law that bans circumcision for everyone, religious or not, that would be consistent with the Constitution. It just happens to incidentally burden a religious practice, a religious ceremony. Well, there's a couple wrinkles to this. Basically, Congress did not like this ruling, and they tried to overturn the ruling with the statute, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993. This was a bipartisan act. You see President Clinton signing this. And it sought to return to the pre-Smith status quo so that every single law, if it just accidentally burdens religion, is subject to this high bar of scrutiny, strict scrutiny, which basically means if you're a government that's trying to pass a law that happens to burden religion, you're kind of dead in the water, right? You have to come up with a really compelling justification of why this law matters. There's another wrinkle. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act itself was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1997, as applied to the states. So that means on the federal level, the RFRA still applies. So then again, you might think, well, if it's unconstitutional as to the states, well, what's the problem? Then we can just pass state laws that are generally applicable, that happen to ban circumcision, and there's no problem. Well, there is a problem. States thought the RFRA was a good idea, and so they passed their own. Right? And so that it's a law in 32 states that generally applicable laws that incidentally burden a religion are subject to strict scrutiny, right? This high bar, really hard to pass bar. And that leaves us with only 18 states where it's politically feasible and legally feasible to pass a law that's generally applicable that burdens religion. And as you notice, Oregon is one of the states, and that's why one of the reasons we're here in Oregon. And so that's the state of the law as it stands right now. However, the law is moving in a direction that's actually counter to what we want. It's going to be moving in a direction that's expanding religious rights, such that maybe even in these 18 states, they're subject to the high bar of strict scrutiny. And so this is Justice Samuel Alito, who is still on the Supreme Court. Of course, Justice Scalia died in 2016. And so Alito has been very adamant about overturning Smith and returning to a regime where there is always strict scrutiny for laws, even if they only incidentally burden religion. And he's actually spoken, he's one of the few times I've found in my research that the Supreme Court has spoken on male circumcision. And he's basically signaled that suppose a jurisdiction in this country, following the recommendations of medical associations in Europe, banned the circumcision of infants, this would be allowed by Smith. And he says this is a problem because it would prohibit a religious right, R-I-T-E. And so it seems that the law is moving in a direction that would be less favorable, even less favorable than it already is, to a ban for circumcision. And that's really why I think it's not within our best interest as a movement to be pursuing a ban across the board. And if we look at the experience in Europe, it would be really a world first if the United States were the first to lead a radical social change like this one, right? Circumcision is not illegal in any country in the world, right? In Germany in 2012, of course, you are all probably familiar with the 2012 court decision that was summarily quickly overturned by a law that re-legalized circumcision for religious reasons. And more recently, in 2018 in Iceland, a similar proposal was basically shot down from international criticism, a strongly worded letter from the Anti-Defamation League. And so if these countries can't successfully achieve a ban on circumcision, what hope do we have in the United States? And so maybe we can modify our desired outcome, right? While it might not be politically feasible to pursue a ban, it could be politically feasible to pursue a ban subject to exemption for bona fide religious belief. And that would mean we would get back to this status quo whereby circumcision is a minority religious only practice, right? And because of that, we will have built up all of this momentum, social momentum and social pressure to make circumcision not normal. And what that can hopefully lead to is what I would like to call religious self-reform. And this is what we are talking about when we're saying we want to open a dialogue with the religious leaders to reconsider some of their long-standing positions. And it's not without precedent for religions to reform their practices, especially in regards to genital cutting of children. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with this practice of metsitsa b'peh. It's come to be characterized as a minority practice even within Judaism itself, right? So in metsitsa b'peh, the practitioner removes the baby's foreskin and then sucks blood away from the wound to clean it. Of course, this is problematic for many reasons, many health reasons. Children have died from herpes infections. And so it's come to be characterized by as a practice only used by a section of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community, right? It's disappearing within Judaism itself, and the religion is reforming itself. But you see, this has not always been Judaism's stance on metsitsa b'peh. If you look back, the long stretch of history, back to the 12th century, metsitsa b'peh was considered a mandatory part of the bris ceremony. Right? Any moil who does not perform metsitsa should be removed from his position. Fast forward to the mid-19th century in continental Europe, where the Jewish reform movement was taking off. It was then ruled that metsitsa is not a mandatory part of the ritual, and that the mitzvah is completed even in the absence of metsitsa b'peh. And now if we go to the 21st century, it's being asked whether it should be jettisoned from the religion entirely. So of course, we don't want a 1,000-year time span to get rid of circumcision from 2025. But what we do want is reform from the religion within, right? Because what we see sometimes is when a religion is persecuted and pressured and with legal force, that actually can strengthen the resolve to continue practices and more people become, within the religion, become adherent to those practices. And that's not what we want. That's the opposite of what we want. We would like to motivate the religion to reform itself on its own terms. And there's great precedent for this within Judaism. In fact, in New York City, the New York City Health Authority has pressured Orthodox communities to reconsider their positions on metsitsa. And then internationally speaking, if we look over to Islam, Islam has successfully undergone a revolution of genital cutting policy with regards to FGM. And so this is a chart of the four main schools of Sunni jurisprudence and their stances on the permissibility and obligatoriness of genital cutting for males and females. And as we can see, all the four schools seem to agree that genital cutting on females is at least permissible, if not mandatory. And so this did not stop a religious leader in Egypt, the Grand Mufti of Egypt, from issuing a religious ruling, a religious fatwa, that basically said that FGM is inconsistent with the faith of Islam. And he said that he called for a total ban on the practice in all Muslim countries, despite the fact that many Muslims genuinely believed that it's a permissible, if not obligatory, part of Islam. And in doing this, he recognized that Islam is, without a doubt, a religion that adapts and develops to the changing conditions of the world and the state of scientific knowledge. And so I think there is a lot of room here that if you put enough international political pressure, human rights organizations coming together and speaking with religious leaders and motivating them to reconsider their practices that have gone back thousands of years, there is actually room for change. But the thing is, if we're back in a world where it's not a religious-only practice, there is no political and social motivation and pressure for the groups to change. Why would they change? So in conclusion, we looked at basically 3 pinch points where our movement runs and butts heads with other movements, right? We considered 2 possible paths that our movement can take, and I suggest we take the denormalization route, whereby we build up all kinds of political pressure, and that could hopefully motivate religious self-reform when it gets to this minority position. Again, we talked about what makes an effective message, right? And the fact that we need to be politically strategic. We need to be thinking smartly and deftly about who we're talking to and what their goals and motivations are. And I present to you these 3 ideas and principles I think you should keep in mind as you go forward in intact advocacy. And remember that activists are often willing to sink their initiatives over messaging. That's not what we want to do here. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer. If you think I've missed something or left something out.
I have a few comments to help provide some context, hopefully some.
All right, well, round of applause for Samir. Well, thank you, Samir, for that very pragmatic and wise talk on where realistically we are in the movement. So we want to open up the floor for any questions for Samir before we continue.
Hi, I have a few additions that I think would help provide some context.
Please.
Helpfully, any attention that you were actually addressing. Also, I definitely agree with your 3 points. Kind of my addition on how we can actually do that. So I think there is a really important distinction to be made between the sort of legal idea of parental versus children rights and the public's current perception of that. I can offer more perspectives from the left and people that I've talked to. I think for people, it's more about parental versus children's rights rather than parental versus states' rights. And that goes much more in line with values that help the general autonomy movement. And I also think that you're talking about cosmetic surgery, but you weren't including necessarily mental well-being. I think that's a very important thing to include. That helps both, it supports both values of general autonomy and more inclusive healthcare.
Well, I might comment quickly. I mean, I agree that there's a mental component where these cosmetic procedures could have medical benefits, of course, but that's a different question, I think, of whether the surgery is considered medically necessary under Medicaid, and that's a very narrow point I'm trying to make. For example, having if you're someone with a deformed nose and you want a nose job, having the nose job could very well give you very confidence boosts and mental benefits, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be covered by a state Medicaid plan, right? And so I'm not downplaying the idea that these are have medical value, perhaps, but also the thing is that a lot of these transgender litigations actually are citing to AAP studies, AAP policy statements about the gender-affirming model of treating gender dysphoria. And so it'll be very odd to see litigants turning around and saying, well, no, the AAP has no idea what it's talking about in regards to circumcision, but it has the right model when it talks about gender dysphoria. So you wanted to make some other points?
Yeah. And I think that I was going to continue that circumcision very well harms mental well-being, and also earlier there's kind of a similar distinction between a legal definition and how insurance is operating in public
everyone in this room, we all know it's harmful. But the thing is, if you're trying to convince people who happen to think circumcision is medically helpful and has health benefits, if they're going to think, well, if this has health benefits, then then of course it has to be covered by Medicaid. Meanwhile, if they think cosmetic surgery, a breast implantation is just purely cosmetic, that's not going to be covered because of people's thoughts and biases outside of this room.
I just think that the mental well-being aspect of it, sort of harmful and other surgeries that may now be thought of as cosmetic for like gender affirming care, it works in both directions, and definitely getting more research on how circumcision is harmful. And I founded the Genital Autonomy Collective. We've been working with the Journal of Body, Sexuality, and Masculinities and have a ethnography of several testimonials on like how circumcision also harms people like seeking gender affirming care as well. So,
Right, and that's another. See, there's many ways we overlap with other movements, and I'm trying to point out a few where we don't. There's not a one-to-one correspondence. So you're totally right that there's a lot of overlap, and there's a lot of good reasons for people on both sides of the aisle to support us.
on another subject, religion, I also have an Islamic family, and I definitely agree with like trying to introduce reform through religions, newer practices. And I have personally talked to some Islamic family and friends about their problems with not necessarily being circumcised in regards to prayer, and I've given alternative ideas like around prayer, practicing for there's a community called Cold Back, and they just have their foreskin retracted if they think that in their religion may make them feel cleaner, then that is an alternative that I think is less harmful.
And the religious doctrine surrounding circumcision in Islam specifically is actually not such a brick wall. I see Che nodding. It's not such a brick wall as it is in Judaism, right? It's not a religious mandate. It's actually not mentioned in the Quran at all. Thank you.
Two questions, but the first question is fairly brief. In terms of what is classified as a religious circumcision, within Judaism, you would make the risk at 8 days is the religious context, but a lot of Jews circumcise in the hospital as part of, and they do it for the cultural reason of being Jewish. I don't believe that there's any specific ceremony that's required in Islam.
That's right. I think that's right.
So here's the summary of the question is, if we are trying to set aside the religious circumcisions as not part of this lawsuit, are we still allowing medicalized circumcisions for the religious purpose?
That's a good question. I think that has to be our position, that it has to stay medicalized, because the last thing we want is for non-medical practitioners to be doing a worse job than the butchery that's already happening in hospitals, right? And so I think people are not so concerned about the religious people are not so concerned about whether it's a ceremonial thing. They're so concerned about whether the circumcision happens.
Is there a religious test for parents to surmount, to enable them to do this surgery? It's within the medical context.
So you're asking, whether the law is going to ask whether it's a real bona fide religious belief, or you're just saying this as an excuse?
Yeah.
Well, this is an interesting question. I went to this talk with a judge, a conservative Trump-appointed judge from Colorado, and he was saying how he thinks the law is going to move more towards actually interrogating whether these are bona fide religious beliefs or you're using religion as a pretext. And so there is something in this area, and I think courts are actually, and judges are smart enough to know when it's just being used as a pretext versus actual religion.
I'll forgo my second question because I know there's other people, but I worked in vaccination in a healthcare organization during the COVID period, and the religious exemption was like how do we determine that? There is no religious test. People can just say, it's religious.
Right, right.
Anyway, Andrew, choose that.
My question is basically on the same thing we was talking about. You're the second person who used the slide. It's about 13.5% of people claiming which was very important.
Right, right.
Only about 6% at most of the U.S. population is Jewish or Muslim. So obviously, you've got a lot of people of some other religion, and everyone has their own religious beliefs. So how do you determine this? I have had lots of Christians tell me they circumcise because they're Christians. I don't see
right.
how you can.
Well, here's the good thing, I think, about having a religious exemption process being an opt-in process rather than an opt-out process. Right? When you put a barrier to say that you have to go out of your way to circumcise your child for religious purposes, that easily weeds out all the people who think it's religious, think it's a good idea, but if it's not so easy that you just sign a form, now you have to pay for circumcision, now you have to go through a process of approval, then that's going to weed out a lot of these people, even if they're not doing it for bona fide religious reasons. So it's going to really keep only the people who are doing it for very strong religious reasons, is my opinion.
I think there will be plenty of judges who will say nobody has the right to say whether your beliefs are bona fide or not. That I think is the key.
I think that I agree with you that that is a question that the law is going to have to answer.
I was just going to ask, what makes you think you can drop the denormalize it like that when we've been trying so hard since the 70s and 80s, knocking ourselves out, all these gray hairs have been knocking ourselves out to denormalize it, and we made some headway, as you can see in the charts that go down. But so I don't know. I want to ask you that, but this is a very interesting question about religious belief. I was the head of the religious belief exemption, except in California we call it personal belief exemption program for the immunization branch in 1994 and 95, and it was just very simple. It was just a self-declaration. But the thing is, so we didn't have to go through any kind of test at all. You just declare that it was against your belief that your child get immunized for one or more vaccines. And it was just that you had to file that. And that was, they kept it down like to 1.5%. And then, shortly thereafter, they made a big deal of that 1.5%. And we went from the best exemption program to the worst in the country, from the perspective of parental rights to not having children shot up with poisonous vaccines. But anyway, I'm saying it worked fine. And I introduced that idea to the people that were creating the San Francisco effort to make it illegal, circumcision illegal in San Francisco. And it made perfect sense. Just no test, you don't have to go through anything. You just move to sign this form saying it's against your personal belief. P.S. that they didn't want to do that. They just said, you're right, that makes logical sense, but we don't have the energy, we don't have the passion, if we're going to not save every boy in San Francisco.
I mean, you raise good points. You do raise good points, and I want to reiterate that this is part of my philosophy of going for incremental wins. Right, just putting that, even if it's a very nominal barrier of having to go through a religious exemption process, that one ensures parents actually actively think about the issue and actually think about circumcision, right? And so if you're on the fence and then you have to think about it, you have to opt in. It's a lot like organ donation. Some states will be an opt-in system and some states will be an opt-out system. And what you find in opt-out systems, more people are organ donors because they don't bother to go through the process to opt out.
Samir, thanks for your talk, Peter. So one way we might achieve trend toward denormalization would be to require, well, first of all, would be to stop solicitation, multiple solicitations in the hospital. So I think Intact America said the average number of times a person asks for the parent asks for the one of like circumcisions 8 times. 8 times. So that has to stop.
Right.
The other thing is doctors often don't tell parents anything about it. So I think Tony in New Hampshire, I think, was trying to get legislation.
Right, last year that was one of the bills.
Informed consent, so that's another possibility.
Right, and it's all about these incremental small wins, right? An informed consent statute's not going to, make circumcision go away, but it's going to reduce the rates and contribute to this trend where we are building up this pressure, and as Chase said, we reach a tipping point eventually.
Okay, and we're gonna do one last, well, maybe two last. There's a lot going on there.
I'm glad I had an interesting talk.
Well, the answer, just to respond to Tina's point, I'm gonna talk about it tomorrow, but there's been a lot of movements that have been flat and then just kind of exponential. We're hoping that this is here, so we're gonna continue and we'll move back. You're gonna be up there all day, Sam, so get ready.
I guess going back to gay rights playbook, the reason we're at the place we're at today with gay rights is because it was a series of incremental wins. And I frequently come head to head with people, probably newer activists, who just think, well, it's very simple, just ban it all, and they just find it disgusting, which is some of the words they use, that we wouldn't include those same freedoms for Jewish and Muslim boys to have their intact bodies. And I understand that from a moral and philosophical standpoint. But from a political, strategic standpoint, I have said, look, attack the medical practice first and get rid of 98 to 99% of the circumcisions in this country. And then support our Jewish and Muslim brothers to bring their own case after that for discrimination.
Right.
Do you think that's a valid argument to be making?
So you mean discrimination in what sense?
That there was some kind of prohibition against medical circumcisions while leaving them still religious, so that they could then come back to the courts and say, hey, what about us?
So the exemption itself is discriminatory. I mean, that's an interesting theory. Yeah, that's an interesting theory. And I like that you're echoing my sentiment about being politically savvy. I went to this one talk about transgender litigation, and the panelists were very open about how they're being strategic and not necessarily going for the theory that they would like to use, but the one that they know is going to work. And the thing about the across-the-board ban, and it's been unsuccessful in Europe, in Denmark, in Iceland, and in Germany, in Finland, I think, as well. And I looked into the numbers. Does anyone have any guess of how many Jewish people live in Iceland? Well, it's about 400. And so I think we sold about 200 tickets to this conference. There's probably more people coming to this conference than there are male Jews in Iceland. And yet that proposal still failed. So what?
It's because they're Jewish. It was European Jews who came into Iceland. Yes. Most of the Jews in Iceland did not have a problem with it.
Okay, well, still, it's like, if you're trying to protect the few Jews who live in Iceland, what chance do we have in United States of America where Jews are in very esteemed and distinguished positions of power?
What about just a medical law that has a religious exemption that's a medical ban in Europe? They don't even do it, and then now we have some sort of precedence for the U.S.
Well, I think, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is kind of the state of the law in Germany, where Germany, the court order banned circumcision, and then the lawmakers included a religious exemption specifically for religious circumcision. And so I believe that's the state of affairs in Germany. Not that it matters much, because in Germany, people generally don't circumcise. Am I wrong about that?
Well, in order to not appear discriminatory, what the German parliament decided was that anyone, for any reason, could have a child circumcised within the first 6 months of life. So that wrapped up the Jews and the Muslims in that. They tried to lower the Muslim age. They allowed for a Jewish bris. It kind of opened the door to everyone, so they didn't have to provide proof that their religion required it. But after that, it closed the door.
I see.
So it didn't specifically mention religion.
I see. Interesting. But we're no strangers in this country to having specific religious exemptions from different policies. And so maybe in Germany that wouldn't work, but it could actually work here.
Okay, I think we're doing one more question.
Well, I think this reiterates the issue. Oh, that's true. Yes, this is one of the points that human rights organizations have made, that it's I believe it's in one of the European conventions, the one of the rights of the child, that the right to have an open future, to decide your religion yourself, and circumcision can kind of close that door.
Yeah, so maybe in the future we'll have equal protection or litigation to protect people's rights to choose their own religion, right? Because this is kind of like religion stand. But anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Samir. Your contributions to the complaint, your knowledge. You're like a call professor up here. So thank
Awesome.
you. I really
Awesome.
appreciate it.
You want to take the mic?
Yeah, I'll take your mics. We don't want a hot mic yet. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Let me pull up the next talk. So this next speaker needs no introduction, but he will get one. We are very, very honored and pleased to have the executive director of Doctors Opposing Circumcision, who has been an Intactivist for a long time, has done great work supporting lawyers in the capacity of speaking for groups of medical professionals, and he will say better than I, but who are honoring their oath to do no harm and to giving the American medical establishment, who's been cutting children for a long time, some pause, say, look, we're not a monolith here, right? There are physicians of integrity who are saying, look, we don't perform medically unnecessary and harmful procedures on children, right? And John Geishiker is at the vanguard of Doctors Opposing Circumcision. So if we get a big round of applause for John. You want to speak here? Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm going to mic you up real quick. There you go.
While he's doing that, I wanted to mention these glasses are basically cosmetic, because I was trying for a T.S. Eliot / Sigmund Freud look.
You're nailing it.
Yeah. So this is advances. All right. I've got this slide here so you know that DOC is not just a one-man band run by a fat guy in somebody's basement. It's actually a real group with real people, and this is not even the full board. We have 2 board members here who didn't make it to this slide. Zenas Bayer up here, an attorney from North Dakota. And where is Dr. Leaf? Is he floating around here somewhere? What do you think? Dr. Leaf is here. He's got the ponytail from Alaska. He didn't make it on here either. But yeah, this is our group. And I've been the founder. I was not the founder. I came in the year 2000, 5 years later, but I've been DOC's, either a DOC board member or the DOC director for 25 years. And basically, we have a website, which is a good, I think, nicely balanced professional website. No yelling, no screeds, no name calling. The idea was to stick with medicine, stick with the facts, because the facts on circumcision are pretty easy to come by, good facts. And by the way, the bad boys in the 19th century who invented this were very proud of their work. So you can find a magnificent supply of really terrible pro-circumcision literature. If you care to read it, it's a melancholy read. Go to our website sometime and see what's going on. So here's our DOC daily tasks. Let me step up on the stage here. I'm trying to make myself not fall off. So here's our DOC daily tasks. And by the way, that's my first computer there on the left. And this, honest to God, this is the old man thing, right? That's actually my first telephone. And our phone number, I have 2 of my sisters here, Elizabeth and Maddie. I'm the oldest of 10. So at all events, we had a phone just like that, an oak phone. There's probably people in this room who don't even remember actual phones before they became little teeny things the size of a cigarette lighter. So anyway, here's our daily tasks. We console parents of children who are injured by forcible foreskin retraction, and more on that in a second if you haven't heard of it. We report doctors and nurses, et cetera, who injure children by forced foreskin retraction to their state authorities and to the AAP. We counsel aggrieved men, and I get tons of calls from men who are angry about being circumcised. I think they called DOC thinking that they could beat up on us, as a way of easily beating up on their actual physician. So they beat up on us. I counsel men who are facing an unwanted circumcision in middle age because of a condition called phimosis that does occur to intact men. I assist attorneys who are handling spike cases. A spike case is when parents have a child, don't circumcise him, and years later, marriage splits up, and then one of them becomes a cutter and wants to cut the intact child despite the fact that the child is now 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, et cetera. And those are ugly, ugly cases. I advise conscientious objector residents, medical students, RNs, nurse midwives, et cetera, who don't want to have anything to do with circumcision and believe it's objectionable. And I also advise restoring men. Some of you in the audience, I guess most of you would know about non-surgical foreskin restoration, but there are plenty of people who don't. And it does work. I was chatting with Michelle, my wife Michelle is also here, will tell you I get cases regularly where a family has decided not to circumcise a child, but the father is circumcised. And so we actually have cases of fathers who are doing non-surgical foreskin restoration so they can look like their newborn son, which you gotta admit that's kind of cool. So, our latest effort is dealing with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, in a submission we had that mirrors our one for New Hampshire, because we've been working with Anthony in New Hampshire to get them to defund. So let's check it out. So I have, just for fun, I have a trivia question. And if you know the answer, don't tell anybody, because it actually is kind of fun. What is the connection between breakfast cereals and circumcision? I mean, don't yell it out. Don't yell it out. It's actually slightly more complicated than it would seem, but think about it while we continue here. Okay, here's our latest effort. And this is Obergruppenführer Musk in his salute to 1939. And but we're hoping that despite dancing with the devil, we might actually get them to help along our mission while he unfortunately damages other people's missions. So here's our latest effort. We made a submission to the Department of Government Efficiency in the Eisenhower Executive Building to Musk personally. And I don't know if the guy Big Balls opens the mail, but anybody that focused on his genitalia would surely have an interest in the issue of circumcision. So I hope he read our submission, which was very short. It's an easy 2 pages, absolutely easy stuff. This is the top of the letter we sent on the 8th of February. And we did get a reply back from DOGE saying they received the message. I mean, I assume it's a robotic reply. It didn't have any sense that it was personal at all, but I think that they have it, at least in a pile marked, let's look into this to save money. That's maybe, I would even count that as a win. So here we are. It fits, by the way, with something somebody mentioned earlier about a presidential order that has since been enjoined by, I guess, 2 federal judges. Who mentioned that this had been enjoined? Yeah. Washington here on the Washington State and somewhere on the East Coast. Okay. Yeah, anyway, here is the executive order. That's the exact copy of it. Protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. And the quote that I picked out of it, and that some of you have already noted, is attempts to alter or remove an individual's sexual organs to minimize or destroy their natural biological functions. Now, obviously, that was aimed exactly at trans surgeries of any kind. But it also neatly fits, I mean, circumcision neatly fits within that clause, you have to admit. So that was my hook for the letter. That was the first thing I mentioned, hoping that they would go, yeah, that does fit with our mission. And if you need to look it up, there's the URL. By the way, anybody wants this set of slides, Doc does not patent our material or copyright it. If you ask me for a set of slides from any presentation I've done in the last 25 years, it's yours for the asking. So anyway, these are the things we mentioned in our submission. There's actually a study that shows that boys who are circumcised need more medical care just as a result of their circumcision than boys who are left intact. In other words, the notion that an intact penis is endlessly troublesome causes visits to the doctor, and then in countries where they aren't circumcised, men are always walking around holding their diseased crotch is simply not true. We argue that it's cosmetic only, and I appreciate that there's lots of complications with with the word cosmesis, with rhinoplasty being kind of a classic example. I did mention we threw in that South Africa actually forbids circumcision under the age of 16 without medical necessity. But unfortunately, it's largely ignored. The law it might as well not exist for all practical purposes in South Africa. But I don't know that Elon Musk has thought much about that in years. We are an outlier, as you all know, worldwide. There's billions of dollars at stake here because it's not just the cost of the procedure, it's the cost of all the reconstruction, the redos. Parents bring the child back to the doctor and say, you didn't take off enough. You know, there's a little wrinkle there. We want the wrinkle out. And so there's an awful lot of money being spent in things other than the initial procedure. And that includes a gray market for the tissue to make women's cosmetics and a remarkable amount of fraud. The morbidity is unknown. Even the American Academy of Pediatrics agrees that nobody knows what the true morbidity, the true complications cost is for circumcision. Even in their 2012 statement, they freely admitted they had no idea what was going on there. And also, a recent Canadian study affirmatively put to sleep the notion that you can prevent HIV by circumcising. It was a Canadian study showed zero correlation between circumcision and prophylaxis for HIV. Well, just a rough thing on cost. Somebody else mentioned that too, but so there's 2 million boys born a year, not maybe more like 1,900, or 1,900,000. 50% of them avoid circumcision nationally, roughly. The percent of people on Medicaid is 45% approximately. So we're really only talking about $450 million of savings, but that's just the procedural savings. That has nothing to do with all the much more expensive stuff that's going on with redos and reconstruction surgery, et cetera. So there's also a study from Utah that shows an 11.5% morbidity or complications rate, which was a huge surprise even to the authors who had expected 1 or 2%. But 11.5% for a procedure that's unnecessary is horrifying in medical terms. I mean, if it were a heart transplant morbidity of 11.5%, people would question it. So what about an 11.5% morbidity for a surgery that's utterly unnecessary and arguably destructive? So that's a terrible statistic. I'm not getting the advanced thing. Here we go. So just for fun, I happen to be watching, my wife and I are fans of watching Jimmy Kimmel in the evening. And no, it wasn't Kimmel, it was Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert had a thing in which he did a clip of Trump mentioning the word circumcision in a discussion, a public discussion with Elon Musk about cost savings. And even Trump was kind of surprised. Now, people have since written to me and said, you know, John, it wasn't your letter to Doge. don't give yourself airs here. It's probably the mention of the African thing. 27 million Africans circumcised for fundamentally dishonest reasons, in my opinion. But I just thought it was nice that we kind of got through. I mean, the fact that he mentioned the word means that somehow there has been a discussion about the cost of circumcision, whether in Africa or in the US. That is, from my perspective, better than nothing. It's a start. It's you know, the way we need to go. Okay, well, apropos of incremental solutions, our last speaker, talking about incremental solutions rather than taking the thing head on. Years ago, I stumbled into what I think is what we call a flanking maneuver. Our flanking maneuver was to attack a practice that's very common. It's probably going on right now, not even a mile from here. And that's the practice of forcibly retracting infant foreskins or the foreskins of boys, typically at well baby visits. So we hope to, by attacking that particular injury, and it's a pure injury, we will restore some respect for male anatomy, discourage that practice, but also in the interim, restore some respect for the human anatomy, for male anatomy, and maybe discourage circumcision. It's admittedly a long shot, but it's because this is so obvious an aspect of medicine that anybody who does it is completely in the wrong and has no defense, whereas somebody who circumcises a child has a certain number of social defenses as you all know, but there is no defense for mistaking male anatomy. So here's a real quick lesson for you. The foreskin starts in utero and grows to attach to the glands by a membrane. And destroying that membrane is very, very painful and very destructive for the child. And at birth, it's fully fused to the glands. So all babies have what is called phimosis. Or it's better called physiological phimosis than pathological or disease-based phimosis. It's not a birth defect. Here's a good graph of it. It's a connective cell layer. It lasts until about age 10 and a half. And it's, as one author in New Zealand points out, this condition is so universal that it can't be called a malformation. And it comes from a 19th century idea that a redundant foreskin, that is a long foreskin, and the fact that it was attached to the glands was considered a disease. It was called an adherent prepuce. And it became immortalized at ICD, International Classification of Disease, and its latest iteration, or second last iteration, was 9, ICD 9605, saying that this is a disease. So in other words, as a physician or a nurse, you can bill for attending to a boy who has natural anatomy if you're smart enough to cite this particular part of the International Classification of Disease.
It's still in ICD now?
Yep. Not only is it in ICD, the old ones, it's in 9, 10, and 11. And 11. Yeah. More glass. This is a. Oh, really? How many milligram is it? Thanks, that'll do me. That's one. What about those gummies I had on the table that way? So anyway, here's a classic modern medical record that a man sent me. He was born a term newborn male, and he has congenital phimosis. Poor baby. We need to perform a surgery, so let's do a circumcision. This is very common. This is found on millions and millions of medical records. Probably the medical records of some of you right here in the audience. So once again, Avery's Neonatology in 2005 has this great quote, and I won't read it. Let you read it for a second while I try and grab a little bit more water. It is interesting, you'll admit. This is the clearest admission of ignorance in the American medical literature. I think it's a marvelous quote. I've quoted it 100 times at least. Do I need to be near this somehow?
No, I can give you enough.
Yeah, this one's beginning to. Okay, I've been involved in and been asked to assist in 1,800 forcible foreskin retractions in the last 20 or so years. And they fall into patterns. Well, baby visits. A very angry, crying mother calls me to say her child was injured yesterday in a well baby visit, and today he's bleeding and crying and won't feed and et cetera. And I just don't understand how, as a physician or a nurse, you could get a child at a well baby visit. He's already smiling and happy and healthy, and this is a routine thing. And now the mother brings him back home, or the parents bring him back home, and he's injured. I mean, how can that be modern medicine? I'm utterly baffled by it. I mean, it nearly brings me to tears every time, and I get these calls all the time. Mostly the child is under 3 years old. Mostly the parents were demeaned for negligent hygiene. 100% of them get bad and injurious hygiene advice for their child, saying he should be clean, pulled back and clean in the bathtub. Bathtubs are not clean. They're vaguely even sanitary. If you're putting a child in the bath who's not diaper changed, there's fecal material floating all over the bathtub. I mean, you can't see it, but it's there. And also the parents were obliged to physically restrain the MD or RN. I've actually had 2 cases, and I think those of you who were in Atlanta a few years ago may remember me saying this. I've had 2 cases of mothers who had a purse that has a back pocket for a pistol, and they were armed at a well baby visit because they were afraid their child would get forcibly retracted. Now, I have not been in the practice of encouraging parents to pack heat at well baby visits, but it gives you an idea of the sort of protective instincts that mothers will have against physicians damaging their child. So yeah, haven't had too many of those lately. Once again, this guy's. Okay, here's the answer to the trivia question. Did you get it? The connection between breakfast cereal and circumcision is the following. John Harvey Kellogg, some of you will know him, especially those of you who've participated in the Bloodstained Men. John Harvey Kellogg believed that circumcision was harmful, and that sex was harmful. He believed circumcision should be made painful, and he believed that cornflakes would control passion. So those of you who were hoping to get lucky tonight, if you had cornflakes this morning, I can tell you. Yeah, he did actually, that's true. But anyway, he also had colleagues. Reverend Sylvester Graham, who invented the graham cracker, was also a believer that bland cereals and his crackers would prevent excess sexual behavior. And C.W. Post of Post Toasties believed the same thing. And these were big time folk heroes in the late 19th century, which is, and they were that too as well. I think every one of them was into eugenics of some kind or other. All right. So just for fun, I'm going to conclude here in a bit, but just for fun, if you have a moment sometime and you can't think of what to watch, go get the movie Road to Wellville. I mean, it's got Anthony Hopkins in it, whom I adore. I think he's terrific. Matthew Broderick's fun, Bridget Fonda, Dana Carvey. It's a great movie, and I love, one of my favorite quotes from it is from Anthony Hopkins as John Kellogg. An erection, sir, is the flagstaff on your grave. So that's it. I'll take, if there's any questions. I kept that nice and brief, I thought.
You nailed it.
That was the 20-minute version of the 90-minute version.
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to open the floor to questions. I saw your hand first, Carl, and then we come to you, Doug, and we'll work our way around the road.
Not so much a question, but I thought you'd be interested in hearing a small story about how forced retraction is dealt with in other countries.
Yeah.
As a citizen of 3 countries, the Republic of Georgia through my marriage to my Georgian wife, my son was born in Georgia in 2013.
The state of Georgia.
No,
the country of Georgia. Okay.
Yeah. And in Georgia, after you take your child home from the hospital, 3 or 4 days later, they send the doctor to the home for a visit. And it was an older woman, so she checked over my week-old son or whatever, and she took the diaper off, and I was worried she was going to retract him. I said, Jen, no, please don't retract him. She reassured me, oh, goodness, no, I couldn't do that. If for some reason we had to amend her foreskin, only a surgeon could do that.
Oh, wow.
And here in the United States, parents are encouraged to do it themselves.
I know, it's terrible. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Carl. Yes.
Well, it was once standard medical practice, to be fair.
Well, another anecdote about the United States is a huge outlier. Doug, I saw your hand up.
Thanks. I think the thing you had a pro conversation when I was doing, John actually helped me out during my intro for litigation in San Francisco. So a quick question, you told me I got a joke here for you. You told me how the circumcision can lead to ED, right? Things like that. So you and I call that now.
All right.
Without bummers.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned that. I have a gay brother who teases me. He says, how's your pro boner work going? And I always say to him, how's your field work going?
I was curious if any effort or thought had been put towards getting this into the discourse in the medical community via conferences, journals.
I've tried. I mean, honest to God, I have tried to bring, sure, if you want. I mean, oh, okay, sure. This is hot? Oh, excellent. Yeah, no, I tried. My wife, Michelle, will tell you, I worked very hard with the American Academy of Pediatrics affiliate in Washington State to do a presentation, a short one, to their annual pediatric conference to say, you guys don't realize that some of your colleagues, your ill-informed colleagues, are out there forcibly retracting boys and causing all kinds of downstream problems. Don't you think you should get the word out to them? Absolute dead silence, crickets, that's all we got. And that's within our own home turf, Doc's home turf in our home state. Nothing. Nobody wants to hear about it.
Yeah, John, over here. So I'm 52, I was born in France, and at 2 was circumcised because of forceful retraction that damaged my foreskin. So it was an emergency circumcision because of that. 10 years ago, my nephew was born in Germany, and same thing happened to him at 4. And I asked my sister, who has a friend well connected with pediatrician, and she says most of them do the same thing. They still proceed retraction as early as possible and as forcefully as possible.
Well, you can partly blame the international aspect of American medical books. I mean, there are lots of doctors trained in otherwise sensible countries whose medical texts were in English and who recommend practices like this. So it's, it's a pernicious effect, I think, of the universality of medical education. Too bad.
So that was amazing, and I definitely want that.
You want the slides?
Yeah, I want the 90-minute version.
Oh yeah, I've got the 90-minute version has lots more fun stuff about the 19th century.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Sure.
I'm embarrassed to ask this question because I should know this as a sexologist.
Right.
But is the prepuce of the clitoris still attached at birth? And do you know if it later in age just is naturally retractable? Or I'm just really curious about that.
You know, I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor. Of course, my background is law and teaching law. But I know that females get labial adhesions, which I think smart doctors leave alone, and dumb doctors try and separate, which is traumatic. But I don't know whether the clitoral hood is fused to the clitoris itself. I really don't know. Anybody know the answer to that question? Oh, wait, here's an anatomical expert on Doc's board, Steve Scott. Is that?
Yeah, and then it kind of
Slowly opens up.
Isn't the hymen an manifestation of the
Well, you know, I always think of the female hymen as analogous to the male membrane that binds the foreskin to the glands. It's called the balanopreputial lamina. Because it isn't needed in childhood, it only dissipates when the child is old enough to reproduce, adult age. But they're not anatomically analogous. Is that correct, Steve? You're the expert.
Yeah, I don't know what you just said because I was thinking about responding to the balanopreputial lamina.
Right.
Female. It's in place just like it is in the male.
Is it?
I'll tell you a really brief story of a woman at a conference.
You want a mic?
Yeah.
Let's get you a mic.
Please start from the beginning.
By the way, let me introduce, this is Steve Scott of Salt Lake City, who's been on the doc board forever and is basically our anatomical expert and has given many lectures on the anatomy.
When I first named this thing that we're talking about, the so-called adhesions, I called it the balanopreputial membrane, which was an error.
Well, membrane's a two-sided thing, right?
Exactly, and it's permeable usually, and this is not the case with what is really called the balanopreputial lamina. Comes from the same word as lamination.
Right.
Stuck together.
And it's an epithelial layer of cells, right?
Its creation is really complex and really interesting if you look at embryology. But yes, the female has a balanopreputial lamina, just like the male does. And I'm going to tell you a brief story. A woman wanted to relay this information to me. Her husband came in from washing the car and had some gloves on from washing his car. Came into the kitchen with his hands up like this, and the daughter went into hysterics. Excuse me for using that. Went nuts. And she was quite sure that it had to do with her primary care physician that forcibly retracted the prepuce, if you will, of the female, destroying the balanopreputial lamina of the female, which was extremely, as you know, very painful, for very good reasons. And just seeing the father walk in that stance with gloves on reminded the child of the event, and the child went crazy. So yeah, it exists, and the evolution as the female's preputial, as the female's hood, they call it, which is really...
That's the foreskin analog, right?
It's really analogous to the foreskin of the male. Some of these things are not homologs, they're analogs. They don't perform the same function. But anyway, yes, it's present in males and females. And if you look at the embryology, it's very clear that these things happen for a very good reason, and it's a very complex process. It's amazing that so many individuals are born without distortions in their anatomy, because it takes a lot of chemical and biological processes to develop these very intricate and important structures. So anyway, lamina is the word that we should be using, valuable lamina, and not a membrane. So when I see people referring to valuable membrane, I know that they've read my earlier literature and they're misusing just as I did.
No, I corrected myself years ago based on your work.
So what Dr. Steve Scott, right, was saying is actually exceptionally important. I was thinking, okay, how does it relate to this case? Samir, do you want to discuss kind of?
I could. I actually just wanted to ask the follow-up question to Dr. Steve. Whether there's a distinction between the clitoral prepuce and the clitoral hood. I've seen that distinction in some particular practice.
You're talking about the function of the clitoral hood relative to the prepuce in the male?
The prepuce in the female, I've seen it referred to as the clitoral prepuce is a separate structure from the clitoral hood. Is that true? Is that not true?
I've never read anything like that. No, but I will tell you something. I'll tell you something about the female anatomical configuration. According to Chris Cole, a pathologist, the female is highly invested on the interior surface of the preputial hood.
Oh, you can do that now?
The female prepuce. It is also the glans clitoris of the female is also highly invested with Meissner's corpuscles, these sensory organs that register fine touch, sensibility. They've been referred to as the erogenous nerve endings of Meissner's that identify them. So this prepuce of the female, the inner surface is lettered with Meissner's corpuscles, just like the inner surface of the male, it's the foreskin. But the glans clitoris, we talk about the clitoris, but as you know, the clitoris is the counterpart of the penis. So when we're talking about clitoris, that is not what happens. It's a clitoral valinectomy to begin with. But anyway, the male's glans penis has been referred to throughout history as a dumb organ because it's invested largely with nerve endings that sense pain and extremes in temperature. So the head of the male's penis is not analogous to the head of the clitoris of the female. And so this hood is actually a continuation of the two frenula of the female. The theory being that this is stimulating the female through this contact between these two planes, as opposed to the male where all the goodies are in the foreskin. And it's really the head of the penis that's facilitating the stimulation of the foreskin. So you could say that, number one, because this is a male-dominated profession, they call the labia minora that is contiguous with the hood of the
clitoris. Right.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But the bottom line is that the females, for very good reasons, the stimulation that occurs in the female, sexual stimulation, is a function of, as the labia minora pull down on the frenula of the female, it excites the stimulation between these two planes, which is quite distinct from the male, where you've got the head of the penis of the male as a dumb organ, and all the goodies are in the foreskin.
Thanks, Steve. That's great.
So, well, thank you, Dr. Scott. And those of you in the live stream, we missed that important description, but we have it professionally filmed, so we'll push that out. I'll come to you 1 second, Michelle. So what I was kind of getting at is when Dr. Scott was talking about how these structures are not just homologous, but analogous. Is that correct? That they're actually closer in function and in their embryological development. Well, the actual Oregon constitutional law, we'll discuss that a bit tomorrow, but you actually have to have specific biological distinctions to discriminate on the basis of sex. And the more similar the tissues are, the more constitutional it is to treat them differently. So, you know, it's really important to have people with your expertise to kind of describe maybe to the court, maybe if you're going to be an expert witness, kind of why these structures are so similar. You know, we're not putting on the spot right now, but something future.
I'll tell you that I'm not a doctor, and therefore I couldn't be called on to testify because I could be impugned by somebody asking me a few questions that I already had the answer to. And that's another big question I have for the lawyers here is how do we allow anatomical information to enter into a legal trial? Because I was at Zenas' trial, and Chris Cole, fellow that I mentioned, was the person that was testifying about the complexity and importance of the foreskin, but he was disallowed by the judge to use any diagrams, and all he could do was talk about it. And you've already heard me try to talk about it, and you really need to envision it. You need to have some imagination to figure out how this works. It's really difficult to talk about this issue on the radio.
And you can get in the weeds really fast, right?
So if the judges are not going to allow a physician who has expertise in this area to use diagrams, for instance, I understand why they want to do it, by the way, because you would just argue that this is someone's opinion. So it's really important that when you go to trial, by the way, this forcible retraction is the low-hanging fruit. This is where you guys could make a lot of money because the policy of the American Academy of Pediatrics for decades has been do not retract the infant's foreskin. It causes pain, bleeding, lesions, and infections. And yet there's doctors who are doing it, so slam dunk. Talk to David Llewellyn. I think he hasn't lost a case.
Well, so you could have fooled me. I thought you were a doctor, but anyway, well, the rules of evidence are different in every state, and judges will have different discretionary rulings. So, you know, the rules of evidence in Oregon were different than Zenas' case, and a judge may rule differently in each case. And if the judge rules like clearly an error, it could be appealable, but that puts you back 2 years. So, you know, I realize that there may have been a loss in the past, but it doesn't mean that we'll have similar exclusions moving forward. Michelle, sorry, you wanted to. Oh, okay.
I live with this man.
Wait a minute. We do have a certificate, you recall that.
And so I've been listening to the things for many years, but in the morning, usually the first thing John does is goes to his computer and says, people need help about the having a circumcision. Mothers that call and say, what happened? Why is my baby bleeding? And it's just kind of really sad that things are happening, but mostly it's moms. Sometimes dads call and they say they are, what asshole did this to my child? But it's really nice that they have someone to go to, and John helps them what to do. And there's it's just really a sad thing that doesn't they have to deal with. One of my best stories is a father who's in the bathtub with his son, and the father was circumcised and the child was not. And so the little boy said, Daddy, what happened to you? And he said, well, you know, I had to have this done, but I didn't do it to you. And he said, oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry that somebody did this.
Yeah.
And all these wonderful people in here are making children happy and not sad and not having things. So we thank all of you. And I love him very much.
Cool, thanks.
That is a wonderful note to end on for John Geisinger and his
You want me to present?
long-standing dedication to the movement of protecting children. So thank you, John. And it's my understanding that you're also supporting the Oregon Equal Protection litigation.
I am. Doc has donated $10,000.
Oh, another 10,000. So if you're watching on the live stream, guys, that's the third $10,000 check today. So if you're watching, just go to the GoFundMe, enter the donation amount. $10,000 goes a long way. But seriously, thank you so much, John. Great talk. We love your support.
And those of you who donate to Doc, I will earmark it for this effort if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, John, I gotta take your mics.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You can. So our next speaker, I'm very pleased to introduce, and I will pull up her PowerPoint right now. So maybe not grew up, or maybe wasn't born in Portland, but lives in Portland and has been extremely helpful in putting this entire event together. I'm very excited to work with her at my firm moving forward and in the genital autonomy movement in general. She will be talking about intersex bodily autonomy in healthcare. Let's give a big round of applause to Carrie Cantrell. Would you like this mic or this mic? Okay, I think that's better. Tonight. Two mics.
Okay.
There we go, baby.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, I'm Carrie Cantrell. Everybody, you're doing great. I'm super proud of you hanging in there. It's a long first day. Anybody else have like some ants in their pants? Can we stand up for a second and have a fellowship moment of community? We can do a dance. We can high five each other, get some proprioceptive, whatever, feedback on our skin cells. There you go. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, everybody. I love it, seeing community happen.
You must have been a primary school teacher.
One day. Awesome. Thank you, Eric, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, everybody, for the community and the collaboration, and just for the passion and insights that are being brought to this cause today. And as Eric mentioned, I'm going to be speaking on intersex bodily autonomy in healthcare. And before I start, I've got some other gratitudes to extend that are going to sort of enlighten some underlying themes with what we're all talking about today. So I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, Intact Global, for giving me this purpose and a platform to talk about it. And I'm also incredibly thankful for the continued stewardship and legacy and wisdom from the tribes that are regional to this area. And I'm not attempting to outwoke anybody on this. It's genuine gratitude for the lessons and wisdom I have learned from Multnomah tribes, Wasco, Cowlitz, Kaplomet, Clackamas, Chinook, Tualatin, Kalapunya, Malala, and a lot more. And there is a lot of wisdom there. I'm also incredibly grateful and thankful for the labor and institutions for generations that came before me, including queer ancestors that have done the hard work of fighting civil rights. I am thankful for the sacrifice of women in years past who have been killed or persecuted for knowing more than they should about healthcare and practicing healthcare in general. And then especially how we're all here as a country built on the backs of slavery and institutionalized, commodification of people's bodies. So these are, we've got Black people in slavery, indigenous genocide, and burning witches. What does this all have in common with circumcision? Colonization. It's the other C word. Yeah, circumcision, in my opinion, is a form of bodily colonization and sexual colonization. And we've talked about queer repression, we've talked about cultural repression in a lot of ways and how it's manifested in this quote unquote healthcare practice. And I really appreciate Aliana being here and representing Intersex Fam, what up? Because, part of that colonization is being fed the fear that you are alone in this fight. And so that's what's so inspiring about being here right now, is to talk about healthcare and what it means to us as a community moving forward. So with that, I'll actually start the presentation. Here's what we're going to be talking about in this presentation. Why IGM, intersex genital mutilation, occurs, and just a little bit of a content warning. There's no graphic photos or images, but we are going to be talking about medical abuse in medical settings. And you guys are probably all really used to that by now. And then how coalitions and movements supporting bodily autonomy can support one another moving forward. So kind of a problem solution format moving forward. And you'll hear some comments that are probably going to be redundant to what some other speakers have said today. And that's okay, because I'm here to reinforce everything that everybody's saying here, because we're all on the same team. All right. Okay, cool. So I will be using my lived experience and my experiences as an intersex person to talk to you guys all today. That's important to introduce myself as a speaker, and you say I am not here as an expert on an intersex experience or anybody else's sexual experience, because as we all know, communities of people aren't monoliths. We're not stereotypes. So I will be speaking from my lived experience as an intersex person and a survivor of IGM. And I'm also here to use my personal insights to help inform us as a community how to move forward with the information and trauma-informed approach and strategies that have been helpful to me in understanding what has happened and what is happening, and then also that has what has brought progress. And from whatever good it will do you, I can also share with you the resources and information that I have found to be helpful to me in discovering my identity and discovering communities and people to talk to that have broadened my perspective. So a little bit about me. Born fabulous. My name is Carrie Cantrell, and there's me in the blue and in the pink and in the center there on my way to get christened at St. Paul's Episcopalian Church in 1989 in Connecticut. I'm going to talk a little bit about my family background, just because demographics are important when we're talking about who's targeted for this type of coercive pressure in medical settings. My mom is a UConn graduate, go Huskies, and my father was an auto dealer, both with middle-class backgrounds, both with like split families or trauma in their family domestic life, and both, you know, struggling to cross class barriers at the same time while having children and raising children. I'm my mom's second kid, and she was barely 23, so she had barely graduated college when she was having me. And so when I was born, I got the dreaded, ambiguous sort of call on the doctor and spent 2 weeks under observation after being transferred from a community hospital to Hartford Medical Center. And Hartford Medical Center established that I was born with XY karyotypes, and the genitalia I was born with would be non-functional in heteronormative sexual adult relationships. That wasn't a problem for me at the time because I was a newborn, obviously. No interessante, thank you. But I also, you know, want to share the parts of my intersex story. And so, born in 1988, and in April 1989, 8 months old, I was baptized, and I went home with a birth certificate that declared I was a female, I was assigned female at birth. And my parents were on the birth certificate, you know, even said where my dad worked. It's very specific. He was working at a car dealership in Connecticut somewhere. And in 1990, 18 months old, is when I was actually taken out of state and taken down to Duke Medical Center, which is where the IGM occurred. And this was after a full year and a half, almost 2 years of living healthfully, naturally, as I was born. And the reasons for the surgery that were listed were cosmetic, essentially, cosmetic. They had had several conversations with my parents after Hartford Medical Center, where they warned my parents of potential cancer-causing internal gonads, but they were called potentially cancer-causing simply because they were non-functioning in what they expected to see and what they would expect to see in typical testes or ovary set. In the early 2000s, I began like kind of early prepubescent hormone replacement therapy. And this was after a lifetime of being told that I was saved from cancer, urological scary vagina cancer when I was a baby. And that's what all the scars are from. And I was told by many endocrinologists and therapists, an entire healthcare team actually, that because I was deficient in certain ways that I would need to take these supplementary hormones. And those were the conversations that were involved after I was of an age to consent or an age to be informed and have awareness and have a speaking part in my own healthcare. And so that's what I was told to acquiesce to the early hormone replacement therapy. And in 2006, before I graduated high school, I was second plastic surgery, again, just for the sake of cosmetic heteronormativity. And, you know, for sexual expression that I would later enjoy as an adult. And it was another 9 years after that before I learned of my intersex identity and the truths of what had happened all the way back in Connecticut and Duke. And then began participating in healthcare and visibility movements for intersex awareness and rights. That's when I moved out here to the West Coast and began doing slam poetry, talking about all my rage and all these things in a very artistic sense. And, you know, speaking in metaphors was emotionally satisfying, but it didn't change the world the way I wanted it to. So that's why I'm super here to be speaking literally and clinically and talking to people who want to see legal action and see traction made, not just in societies and people's minds and hearts, but also in practices. So this is a generic roadmap of being born intersex. Intersex people are born with genetic or bodily variations that hold indeterminate sexual classification values. And so we're thinking about values in a dichotomous, dimorphous sense. So you're going to say X or Y, yes or no. And so without the classification value, it's indeterminate. And this is a problem because indeterminate sexual classification leaves someone's reproductive roles in their family or society undefined. And this is psychologically damaging for the parents. And it's also against heteronorms in society, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So non-standard deviants, which are intersex, but they include other people who might not identify as intersex. Maybe people who are disabled, if we have an intellectually disabled person, or if we have somebody who's born with other congenital, you know, conditions. It could even be race-related. It could even be like immigrant-related. People who are non-standard to the normative dominant culture are treated to interventions, especially as infants. So otherwise known by names of very specific diagnosis, usually named after the doctor who discovered the specific quality of genes that resulted in the intersex classification. Intersex is just an umbrella term for people whose sexual anatomy and genetics are natural variations of human shapes and reproductive functions. Just like any other natural variation in a diverse human species, intersex people are here, we've been here, and are going to be here for a long time. And we're here to talk about, like, why is this community of people being erased surgically? And it's not because we're unhealthy. So the reasons I've listed are and this has been in my experience. Again, I was incised, I was assigned female and reared as female in a very traditional, gender traditional culture and setting in rural North Carolina. So there were extreme differences between how my brothers were treated growing up and how I was treated. And that's the same at school. You know, I'm leaving aside the point that I am a queer woman. But growing up in the rural South, you know, like women and men are treated very, very differently. And so that was obvious to me for a very, very long time. Even before gender movements and non-binary discussions came out, there's cultural expectations that were being reinforced through the surgery and through the prognosis that the doctors gave to my parents and my family to keep the surgeries a secret from me so that I wouldn't be confused and I wouldn't stray from the feminization and grooming efforts that they had invested into my childhood. And so sexual colonization and money's precedent. Dr. John Money is a doctor, quote unquote, from who emigrated from New Zealand in the 40s, and in the 60s at Johns Hopkins University, a research hospital, performed some extremely unethical experiments on a set of twin siblings, a baby boy and his brother, who was damaged during circumcision. And rather than repair circumcision injuries, the parents were convinced to completely remove the sex organ of the injured child and allow their child to undergo a sex change that Dr. Money is convincing. And so that's basically what happens to intersex children given sex changes, at least to women, people who are assigned women. And again, this radical decision and this radical snatching of choice in people's skin and organs really speaks to the institutional ownership that doctors and surgeons and hospitals feel entitled to. And when it comes to infants, especially. I think there has been some discussion about, power dynamics and things like that in our country and how it relates to circumcision and religion and all of this. I don't think it has very much to do with any of that. I think it has everything to do with the source of power and control and who's not that person. And so when we live in a pyramid system, everyone who's not at the top of the pyramid suffers. And so when we're talking about circumcision, when we're talking about intersex genital mutilation or female genital mutilation, it's really how well do you obey orders? How well are you going to assimilate and do what we tell you to do in heteronormativity? And so that's what happens for intersex people. I don't know, I haven't been circumcised in the penile sense, but if you guys feel the same way, you can let me know later. And then lastly, the reasons that intersex people specifically are targeted in this way and also created exceptions for, as Tim mentioned earlier, in all of the anti-trans bills, 80% of them list specific exceptions for intersex infants. Say, we're going to perform sex changes on intersex infants, even though we are saying sex changes for youth are illegal and immoral, because it's more important to pathologize and erase someone whose inclination might be towards queerness because they don't fit into heteronormative expectations than it is to allow someone to live with their own bodily autonomy. So yeah, I think to erase any inspiration that would encourage the development of non-heteronormative ideals or relationships or sexual expressions is the real goal of these types of surgeries. And so why do people say yes, though? We've got a whole industry of educated, expensive, educated doctors. And the parents of children who are bearing these infants out of love and making decisions, hopefully in their own best interest. Why do they say yes to these things? So this study here, which was brought out from the Brussels collaboration on bodily autonomy, I'll have a resource list at the end, pulled over 1,000 cases, and then for the report used 71 reports to just gauge the reasons why doctors recommended intervention and why parents said yes. And so this chart here is why doctors recommended. I'd say the number one reason is going to be urogenital plastic surgery or strictly just cosmetic. So those are the reasons why the doctors recommend it. And I will just note that parental outcomes or quality of life for the patient are literally never cited by these 71 doctors at least. So these at least 71 doctors never had a request from the parents to say like, oh, we're really concerned our kid is born intersex, can we do something about it? Never even entered their mind until the healthcare professional brought it up to them. Nor when the healthcare professional brought it up to them, did they have in mind, I'm really worried about your kid. Like, this kid's gonna suffer. That might have been what they said. But when the doctors reported their own notes internally, nobody spoke about creating quality of life for the children they were operating on. They were urogenital structures, creating training and opportunities for surgeons and in industry. And they were also talking about cosmetics, appearances. So some of the health outcomes, I'm sure we can guess, and you don't have to, because there are thankfully now, since 2015, when I first discovered and came out as an intersex person, there's no data on intersex and intersex genital mutilations. Before that, you know, the internet was even more of a dark forest. And trust me, as a young intersex tween, you would try and Google stuff, and it was not good Googling. And so having the lack of representation in society and the lack of definitive feedback from healthcare or home support systems really damages self-esteem and emotional response in building relationships with society, with individuals, with yourself. And so I'd say that like building trust and an expectation of generosity in other human beings is one of the most detrimental, damaging things that happened to me as an intersex person because of these surgeries and how my family treated me and kept me in the dark for 26 years. It's still hard to believe that other people aren't going to screw me over at some time or another just through sheer ineptitude, but that's okay. I'm from the East Coast. I can get away with being sassy. As with circumcision and FGM, multiple surgeries, urogenital surgeries, are going to impact people's sex life. And so it's going to impact people's sexual sensations and continence levels, tissues, all of it, especially mobility. You know, I'd say like stretching and like all of these things is kind of its own journey every single time you want to develop a new relationship with a partner. So health and wellness in sex is definitely impacted. And then lastly is going to be hormonal management and physical therapy. Each 18 months, I was thrown into early menopause. I've never had any sort of natural hormone growth or production in my body at all that wasn't synthetic and delivered by an endocrinologist with approval. And a lot of the times prior approval and double-checked approval, because it's like, oh, make sure she's not being trans. And so that's been really hard to manage, especially as with an upset family that is, again, part of the lower middle class of America. We moved a lot. We had to, just for salary reasons, financial reasons. And then as I moved and left home, it just became an absolute nothing. It was not at the top of my list. Like, go find an endocrinologist while you're in culinary school and then figure that out. It's a lot of work to keep up with the continuing healthcare. And when you have been given this disability and given this, this leverage to be held against you for the sake of health your entire life. And so that is the hardest part, to be perfectly honest. It's just like managing a balanced level of health and staying healthy without letting it get me down, because it's always a battle and there's always gatekeepers in the healthcare system. So we need to uplift intersex, which I see people in this room are already doing, and I'm so happy and I'm so pleased. And one of the reasons I just kept my mouth shut when people were asking about questions is because I felt so confident in the people in the room. And that's like kind of one of the first times since I came out as an intersex person and started working as an advocate and a public speaker that's ever happened. I'm normally the first one to be like, well, actually intersex, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, there's plenty of people here, like they got this. And that's a big step for me. So I appreciate that this room, at least, has made a huge important step for society and is ready and willing to start mirroring that. So we can give ourselves huge clap. That's straight up open-mindedness right there. And then, yeah, going back to the eugenics healthcare, you know, Kellogg's Kellogg's was one of the guys who practiced eugenics and said sex is gross. And this is where they were all in the same medical journals together, him and Dr. Money, and all of these terrible experimental scientists. I don't want to call them doctors because doctors are people who heal you. And so these guys are like mad scientists. And so we're standardizing these crazy mad loons at the helm of our health. And that's not what should be normalized. That's not what should be standard. At-risk populations for forced intervention include individuals covered by the ADA, the LGBTQI+ community, women, men, children, gender diverse, and institutional wards of state, meaning people who are incarcerated, foster children. Some of the biggest and most famous cases in IGM have involved youth who are being transferred through foster care in between states. And I think one notorious case involved a young African-American infant in South Carolina, MC, who had such little oversight over his health care that the surgeons and the nurses and everybody at this research hospital who was pressuring was it DHS? I forget what it's called. But the foster system pressuring the workers, there was a different worker who brought the child to his medical appointments every single time. And so nobody had a continuing train of communication. Nobody had a chain of like accountability over this kid. And so poor guy just had the entire surgical team run amok. And after MC was finally adopted, I think there was a big settlement. I need to follow up on that and see where it went. But this was back in 2006 that all this happened, and things were still going on in 2014, 15 when I was getting active in the intersex community. Oh yeah, and so finally, families living at or below poverty. And I don't know how that statistic will change with changes to Medicaid and government insurance, but I think echoing what a lot of other speakers here have said today is that the access to IGM surgeries through Medicaid and federal health insurance has been one of the things that's pushed it a lot. And that was one of the things that pushed my parents and the surgical team to coerce me into, final surgery and treatments before I turned 18. It's because there is like this big thing. And all of this, it doesn't create good, positive health outcomes. It's created, more of a health burden for me to take care of, more disabilities than it actually solves. And so it creates dysfunction and over-reliance on a costly and ineffective medical system that we have given control over our healthcare system to. Outdated bunk science, Kellogg and money still influencing people. And we still quote Freud in pop science and anecdotally and stuff like this, but I think there's a lot of evidence that goes against what we all knew in the 60s. Smoking cigarettes being one of them, so there's medical science changes all the time. And I feel like continuing to argue that there is a benefit to circumcision, there is a benefit to IGM, is a lot like saying there's a benefit to smoking, which there might be, but just for you. If you are building that much cognitive dissonance, you must deserve that. And then, lastly, it stagnates and stigmatizes efforts to create further understanding of non-traditional values and strategies in a changing world. And what I mean by that is not only embracing the potential for individuals to just be queer or just be alive, without having to subscribe to a system of heteronormativity. I'm also looking at our culture, our medical system, our way of understanding health and interaction with our environment, and being able to accept influences from other cultures and histories that aren't white European and scientifically, industrially based. Because history has shown us that there are other cultures out there that have space and have ways of expression and have ways of understanding non-binary bodies and non-binary sexual expressions. And they've been around for a long, long time. And that's what's missing in our industrialized society. We're dimorphic by nature because that is how that's how weighted production lines work. You know, you have one in and you have one out. What else do you need? It's a lot, apparently. There's a lot to be left. So we're doing really good as far as getting the word out there. Less and less people are asking, like, what's intersex and what do you mean? And more people are asking, like, okay, how can we help? What do intersex people ask for as a community? And once again, I just want to like laud everybody in this room for being a part of this project, because what we don't need is pats on the back or sympathy or extra trauma to deal with from people's curiosity about something that's not talked about. What we need is just, you know, legal action. And so recognition, you know, and having our humanity accepted and celebrated, so that families who are middle class educated like my parents were, will have less of a chance of being pressured by really inappropriate and unethical surgeons and healthcare teams who don't have integrity. I'll just say that. I would love to say that every person who has an extreme and expensive education like a doctor does should be a good person, but that's not how this world works. People know what they're doing is wrong all the time. And just like smoking cigarettes, you can build cognitive dissonance for yourself and find a way around what you know is wrong. And so, yeah, countries that have introduced legislation that partially or completely acknowledge intersex rights, Kenya, South Africa, Chile, Colombia, India, Israel, Albania, Andorra, Bosnia and Herzegovina, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Malta, Netherlands, Portugal, Serbia, Spain, and Australia. And by partially or completely acknowledge, we're not looking at necessarily legal protections. We are looking at acknowledgements of human rights, and we're looking at acknowledgements of human rights abuses, such as what's been, you know, issued by the World Health Organization and other, you know, United Nations and stuff like this. So there's a lot of people from a lot of different walks of life here, doctors and lawyers and bakers and candlestick makers. And, you know, intersex people are everywhere. We're very intersectional. And how do you approach an intersex person if you are a parent and you have an intersex child, if you are a business owner or an employer and you have an intersex employee? I think number one is to understand that what we talked about earlier, there's hundreds, if not different ways of being born diversity that could result in an intersex variation physically. So it's kind of a concept, and it's a concept that I started embracing at first. When I first came out about my intersex identity, I was very protective of it. It was brand new to me. It was very vulnerable. And I was like, that's actually not intersex. And now I'm just like, yeah, you're intersex too. Everyone's intersex. It's totally fine. And it's true, because at the end of the day, I remember in 6th grade biology class, I learned that the Y chromosome is just a mutated X chromosome. And if, you know, my sexual response gene is a mutation, and so is yours. So my opinion is that a lot more people are intersex that we're not aware of. And maybe that's one conceptual leap that we can make as a society. I am not a huge proponent of, you know, adding third gender categories or extra gender categories. I'm a bigger proponent of saying, like, you don't need that category unless it's special for you and your culture. Kind of like what we're talking about with secular circumcision. Like, you don't really need that surgery unless it's a special right, unless it's a special rite of passage for you to have that identity. You know, scientifically and legally, we don't need genders. We could go perfectly fine with just being numbers, which the government sees us as anyway, because that's how we pay taxes. And it's also a lived identity. So there's people's specific experiences to intersex. One of the ways that you should approach intersex is approaching somebody with a trauma-informed manner. A lot of people might not identify as intersex. They might identify as having such and such variation, or otherwise what's known as a disorder or a difference of sexual development. Other people might have, you know, just different ways of approaching the topic and might not want to talk about it at all. Because you have to remember that not only is trust severed with the concept of health and doctors and support, but also your family in a lot of cases. And so there's a lot of trauma to go through when you're trying to figure out more, and sometimes less is more when you're communicating with somebody about a new topic. So I'd say support autonomy non-judgmentally and just ride the wave. And I wrote down here, you know, between sexes here, you can read it like it is, you know, between sexes, between male and female. And for some people, developmentally, that is what intersex is. But I am actually writing this and reading this as like between jobs. We don't really, you know, someone who is maybe left their job or taking a break from working right now doesn't really want to be asked like, so where are you working these days? You know what I mean? And it's just like that with kind of intersex people. It's like, so what's your opinion on gender? What's, you know, all of this. And it's like, I'd rather not talk about it. I'd rather sit by the pool and have a Mai Tai between sexes right now. And lastly, it's a physical variation. So it means being born without biological structures or genetics that typically define male or female in our culture due to genetic diversity. And specifically, we're talking about like reproductive structures, but I think again, with the open concept we're embracing here, it's more than just anybody at this point. There's a lot of mental health or physical disability related needs that come along with being intersex. That can be as a result of intersex surgery, or it can be as a result of something completely separate. But just like any other, you know, disability that we want to respect. We're going to refer to lived experiences and finding voices that can present intersex experiences authentically and without institutional bias. And that's going to build stronger movements centering consent, respect, and collaboration. And yeah, thank you to Eric once again for including intersex people on the litigation that you're pushing forward in Oregon. Yeah, it's huge. We're here for it. We're here for it because policy reform, there's a lot more that joins us and a lot more that we're similar to each other than what separates us, even sexually and gender. And then lastly, having an open and responsive intellect, challenging mainstream viewpoints and investigating competing interests, personal biases, and also engaging with fact-finding and verifying information on your own and not just going off of conversations that you're having, even with one intersex person. One intersex person doesn't know it all. I definitely don't. Aliana knows, where did Aliana go? Aliana knows a lot. And there's more of us out there. So yeah, I'd say verifying information and following it up is one of the biggest ways that you could be an intersex ally. Some resources besides the Genital Autonomy Collective here in Portland. I found a lot of helpful resources on the Interact website. There are things like what we wish our doctors knew, what we wish our therapists knew, what we wish our family knew. Here's a brochure for intersex people in the workplace and how to create accommodations. Here's all of these definitions and glossaries of terms. It's super duper helpful for like 101 basic knowledge. And they've also got pages and pages of intersex litigation history where you can look and see what the landmark cases have been over the years. The ILGA, I appreciate the information and the support and platforming that this website and organization has given to the intersex movement. It's just important to have global and across the aisle politics involved in any long-lasting movement. And then the Houston Intersex Society, if you can look them up on Facebook or Instagram or any other social, I'd super recommend them. They're just some of my favorite people in the world. They're still hanging strong with like the theater, performance, community-based outreach methods. very, very art-driven, very expression-driven, and diversity-led group as well. So 100% recommend talking to people with not only direct experiences, having grown up intersex, but also who have diverse experiences in gender, experiencing race in America, experiencing immigration, like all of these things that are going to help open up your eyes. So the conclusion is that the impact of IGM and other forms of genital cutting isn't just proven through like poor health outcomes in one individual. It's not a case-by-case thing. Human rights abuses in this context are really a collective abuse. We were talking about this before, epigenetic trauma. And it is a collective trauma that we all actively engage in. And it's because there hasn't been interruption. There hasn't been the hiccup, the catch yet, where somebody stumbles or the machine like has a flat tire, essentially. So that's what we're working on here. We want to be the one that throws boom, the gravel into the machine, and then all of a sudden stops working and all breaks down. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here and to be a part of this movement and to contribute what I can. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for that incredibly important talk. You know, we have boys, girls, intersex, it's all natural, normal variation as, you know, human species, right? And it's time we start recognizing that, protecting all children equally. So supremely important, very compelling talk. I can already tell there's tons of questions and comments. So we're going to dive right in, if you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We're going to start with John. We have it right here, John Geisinger.
Yeah, I have a question. Years ago, when I was first dealing with Doc, I contacted INA, Intersex North America, you know them?
ISNA. Yeah. Yeah.
And tried to make common cause with them, and basically, I think I got the answer back, no, you're just going to dilute our organization with your whimsy. And that didn't.
No, at first they were very involved.
And then what happened? Do you know?
I got the impression that was my question actually, is that Cheryl Chase came to our early meetings in the late 80s and early 90s, and then formed ISNA, and they were moving at such warp speed, we were holding them back in terms of getting these surgeries stopped and waking everybody up. And in fact, there's policy statements at the AAP and stuff like that from that period. And so my question is, did that all go around? Is it gone backwards? There's more surgeries now? I mean, I'm in shock if that's true. I can't believe you didn't know your intersex, you know, status, whatever,
Sure.
in your 20s.
Yeah.
That's just.
I think it speaks also to the effectual erasure that intersex people experience. The effectual erasure that intersex people experience, erasure in society. The idea of performing intersex genital mutilations is to ensure that intersex people themselves don't know they exist. And so back in the 80s and 90s, when Boston's Children's Hospital was first being protested for the intersex surgeries, and that was, I think that's what the group is that you guys are talking about, because this was before my time. I was born in 88, you know, and I think this was 1996 maybe. And so what goes on though, and I can't speak to what happened exactly, because obviously I wasn't there and I can't speak for other people, but there is a very, very intentional effort to erase people who are like me, who are intersex. And it's taken a lot of intentional and measured effort to even get, you know, so I found a community through a partnership that was built intentionally over years with MTV, with a consultation from it was then known as the AIS-DSD support group. So androgen insensitivity and differences of sex development support group. And now it's Interact. It's a youth-based movement. And so what happened was the youth contingent of AIS-DSD had people who were working in studios at MTV on TV shows. And I found that show called Baking It, which was about a young teenager Life living in the closet, essentially. She was pretending to be straight, and yeah, you guys know what in the closet means. But yeah, so somebody was consulting on that show and started talking about intersex. And, I think Emily somebody. And the person who was just on the show, a producer, was moved. And after that, it took about 2 years for Emily and this producer and support from AASDSD to put together a public service announcement where it was just Emily and like 3 other people, 3 other intersex activists. And it was a 30-second TV spot. Really cute. We can find it on YouTube if you want to later. But it was really cute. And I was all the way abroad, watching YouTube and, catching up on MTV shows. And it comes through in between the shows. And I was like, oh my God, that literally describes, oh my God. And I just knew, as soon as I saw this one PSA, 30 seconds in 2015. So I had never heard of the Boston Children's, protest. And I had never heard, and when I had done my own personal research online from home, this was combating the intentional erasure and gaslighting I was experiencing in my family, who told me anytime I asked questions what the doctors told them to tell me. And so I would do all my Googling late at night and see really scary things about hermaphrodites and, porn sites and things like that. It's not for kids. And so it's not a topic for the faint of heart to think about and to research and to even have that level of media literacy at the time to say like, oh, that's not me. That's not me. That's something fabricated. So that's why that movement fell apart. And again, probably not just because of like intentional efforts on behalf of media and other systems of power, but because people, that first wave of activists, more triggered than the rest of us. They laid down the foundation. The lasting power of these guys, the fact that they're still around and even writing books and showing up to conferences sometimes is amazing to me. And so I'm like, you guys did your time. Yes, Tim.
Carrie, excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Over the years, people who have attended the International Symposia, which are no longer happening, we've had individuals from the intersex community like Hida Valoria, who wrote Born Both.
Mm-hmm.
Great allies, but to follow up on John's question, when it comes to organizational support from like Interact or some of the transgender organizations, it's like hands off. You're too much of a hot potato to deal with the male genital cutting issue. Do you have any advice on what we can do to better build coalition with the organizations?
With the, intersex specific organizations is what you're saying?
Well, in general, but since your specialty is with the intersex community, I'd be particularly interested in hearing about that.
Yeah, I think approaching anyone who's been a victim of sexual violence involves being trauma informed and very gentle. I think we were talking about the bloodstained men and, coalition building, and there's a time and a place for certain types of images and graphics. And I, for one, when I first started working in advocacy, I was all about like the shake and bake method, like wake them up, like get them out there, But since then, I've had several anxiety meltdowns and gotten a couple of diagnoses of CPTSD, and people don't listen, if they're frightened for any reason, by loud noises, voices, chaos, commotion. I think building a safe and welcoming environment first is the best way to approach any group that's been a victim of sexual violence. And so that includes, people of circumcision, people who have been like oppressed in gender ideology movements and anything like that. We're all as a society traumatized by not just the pandemic, but for the back and forth and the tearing of our psyche, and being stretched. Like, we're not a unified nation right now, and that's hurtful. That's hurtful because it's hard to feel like we have a home in our own country when we're afraid that half the country might hate us, So I think saying reassuredness, yes or no, it doesn't matter. We'll still support you. We'll still have love for you. I think is where we need to go with messaging to attract people.
Oh. All right, we got Martin Novoa over here. I'm gonna put this.
It translates with
This
this?
is live stream. That's
Right, thank you. Thank you so much for your important presentation. That was really excellent. I'm sure a lot of people in the room either could relate or learned a lot from that, so thank you. In my own journey over many years in understanding what we call intersex, and I do include myself in that category as well, for reasons that some of you already know. But what I'm starting to feel is we talk about this issue in just the word intersex. I'm beginning to have a problem with, because it almost sounds like there are two goal posts and everything else happens in between them. And I don't see it that way. To me, when I visualize it, it's more like the cables of the Golden Gate Bridge. There's stuff on the outlier side as well as in between. And what we think of as these heights are really kind of where the clusters are, because as you said, all of us are somewhere on the spectrum of this. So there are billions of dots. It's just that, people who say, I'm, completely male, completely female. Well, bully for you. You just happen to be somewhere where the peaks happen. But that was, by no power of your own. So we, as a society, need to come to the point where we look at this more broadly, and we don't think, intersex is someone who falls developmentally incorrectly between these two ideals. It is a much more complex picture than that.
Yeah. I'd say again, I want to bring it back to the word colonization and, building standardized expectations for people's role in society, because there's, there's levels of impact, there's intersecting ways in healthcare that people are oppressed and their expressions are repressed. But when I'm talking about my lived experience as a white intersex person, what I'm really talking about is my body's failure to represent heteronormativity and heteronormative potential. And so that's what they're fixing. That's what they're normalizing, and it has nothing to do with health. It has everything to do with how well we perform heteronormativity and how are we going to be able to up the potential for you being able to perform that. And so by heteronormativity, of course, I mean white heteronormativity and patriarchal, you know what I mean? So you're right, it is a lot more complicated than just saying it's about gender and meeting these certain bell curve statistics of measurements. And the measurements themselves are famously arbitrary in the face of intersex people. There's something called the phallometer, where they used well into the 90s. If you were below a certain range, then you were operated on, declared a female. If you were above a certain range, then you were declared a hormonally deficient male, and you were raised with that attitude and that psychology and given chemical interventions instead of surgical interventions. It's a messed up way to raise a child, to say the very least.
Oh, you got a question, Doug, over here.
Just like a comment, it's like, I think it's really good, that you brought up the post-slavery thing, because I've actually come to that same conclusion in my own living donor research of this whole topic, where it was okay, we kind of got rid of the United States got rid of slavery after the Civil War, and this started appearing in society shortly thereafter, at the same time when medical schools made it legal to conspire to rob a grave for anatomy class.
Oh, wow.
So I think it's a pretty valid point.
Yeah.
Well, Carrie, thank you very much for that extremely important talk. A round of applause for Carrie. Thank you. Wonderful job. Here, I'm going to snag these. We don't want hot mics roaming around. You never know what happens. Okay, well, our last speaker for the day, and then we'll have a panel, we'll have a break before lunch, but he's a good friend of mine coming from all the way from Uganda, a human rights advocate who has had serious concrete wins in his home country in protecting minor rights. He's also a genital autonomy advocate. It is my great pleasure to introduce Michael Abanika. So please, round of applause for Michael. who's also very silent. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let me mic you up here. Can you hold this for a second? Yeah. There you go. Let me do that one here, and this one here, and I'll. Oh, sorry. There we go.
All right. Good evening. Being the last speaker is a good thing, but also a good thing.
Do you want to use this guy or that
Yes,
guy?
I can use
Okay,
this
just
one.
use this guy.
All right. So thank you, Eric, and everyone for staying up to this time. My name is Michael Aboneka. Up to now, I'm still juggling between the 10 hours difference from my home time. So my country is 10 hours difference time from here. And it also took me 37 hours to fly here. But I had to be here for this cause. So thank you for everyone for, yeah. Yes. So like Eric said, he didn't lie. I think we've known each other now for 7 months, but as young people, sometimes the causes bring you together. And today I'm very happy that I'm in this place and that we've always been in touch with most of you. So I have a small story before I go into this. Eric, you want to give me another?
I'm going to switch your mic.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you for the peeping ceremony. Yeah, so I run a law firm in Kampala. Kampala is the capital city of Uganda. I don't know how many of you have been to Africa, but Kampala or Uganda was named a part of Africa, which I still believe it is. And so I am a human rights attorney there for 10 years now. And actually, I qualified to be a judge, hopefully. And in our country, you can be appointed as a judge if you practice law for 10 years. And also, what we do with the Walezwa Katiba is a Swahili word to mean guardians of the Constitution. So the work we do, the cases we filed are all there. Now, a little bit about Uganda, as you can see. I don't know how many of you know where Uganda is, but the 21 hours are really for the direct flight. So if I had a private jet, maybe it would take me 21 hours, but definitely, yeah. So maybe next time. I want to go to this link because of time, but that's where I came from, and it's a beautiful country. And I want to say before I go to the next slide that unfortunately, circumcision is one of the tourism attractions in my country. And the government has last year spent over 120,000 USD, 120,000 USD in promoting tourism. So I want to speak to the world and tell them and people in this room, please don't come to tour circumcision because it's bad. And it's a bad thing that the government, it's a big event. They sit there and I think the president was supposed to come and be the chief opener and the chief observer. And that is sad to me. Now, this is now a good reason for you to come to Uganda. So instead of coming because of circumcision, come and watch this. Because this is Uganda, we have all the big five. We rich in natural resources and the rest. So we have all this. So please don't come because of circumcision, because it's bad, but come for something else. And I'm sure my country will be happy with such exhibition. And we have the sweetest pineapple in the world. I know I had a pineapple in the morning here. I was trying to figure out whether there was a pineapple. And so we have the sweetest pineapple in the world, and that's what tells you that you're actually in Uganda, or the pineapple is from Uganda. So that is the one tester. And the other thing is that, did you know that we have one of the smallest churches in the world? Again, religion. It's about 3 people. And then you have to do that in turns. So that's Uganda for you. We also have some beautiful things. And we have over 1,000 bird species, and very many. And the one you see there, the crested crane, is our national bird. And some of the colors here I'm wearing are part of our national colors and stuff like that. So people out there think I hate my country because of the things I'm doing, but they pay millions of money for people to come and say these things, and also include tourism for circumcision, you can imagine. So the point I'm making is that we love our countries, we love our states, but do our states love us? Do the people love us? The things we do, we're not fighting against anyone. We are fighting impunity, and it doesn't matter what impunity is. Eric, I know I had sent you some updated slides, which I don't see here, but yeah. But the point, can I just?
Yeah. Oh, you can make your point, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, it's important that we get the slide back. But the point I'm making is that whether it is whatever name people want to call it. Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you for being so quick. So here we are, that this is a human rights issue. And if you look at the program, talk about human rights and the issue about the body autonomy. Now, my specialty is in human rights, and whatever it is, it's a human rights issue. Be it whether I talk about religion or medicine or whatever, it's a human rights issue. And to me, why it's a human rights issue, the question is, and this is a bold statement, which actually was also made by the UN, bodily autonomy, dignity, and freedom of choice must be respected, regardless. And I think to me, that's the bottom line of everything, that if we must respect human beings from that angle, that is, to me, the basis of everything now we need to do. It doesn't matter how short, how tall, how, our color and stuff. It's about respecting the dignity of a human being. I've enjoyed my time in Portland. People are warm here, they're warmly. It doesn't matter how different I look like or where I come from, but the collectiveness, the universality of respect of humanity brings warmth. And I still feel I want to stay longer. But it's because of we are respecting humanity. And the issue of right to life, now when we are dealing with cutting and whatever name we want to call it, it's about life. And all the speakers have ably talked about that. So it touches the right to life, the right to dignity. Now I have some good news, that I've had this conversation with my father. And the good news is that my father did not do the things that people are doing. So I am proud to say I'm intact because my father took the right decision. Yeah, and I know he's watching. And I know he's watching. And because of that, I have a 3-year-old son who is also intact. And I've told him, yeah. And I have had so many debates with doctors over the issue. And I'm using that as an advocacy. And I've told him that he's also going to do the same. I have had debates on BBC. I've had debates everywhere about this same issue, circumcision. And unfortunately, it looks like we are only 2 people, my law partner and myself in my country, that are actually against circumcision. So we are the only, Uganda is 45 million people. So the 2 out of 45 million, so you can imagine. But dignity.
Sorry to interrupt, but I was informed by somebody that the podium mic is transmitting audio. So it wrote to me that he's trying to watch online and he can't hear.
Oh, the live stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope now they can hear us. Dignity is important. So I have had discussion with my father for a long period of time. And actually the question my father asked me was, if it is a biological issue, why do we think that it was wrong for God to have that stuff, And we're having all these candid conversations and saying that, okay, it may be all right, but why is it important that you have to do that? Last night, okay, or this morning, or time zones again, there was a whole discussion in my country where doctors are forcing men to go for circumcision, and they're asking men, why aren't you circumcised? So I also responded and said, women, why aren't you circumcised? Like, can we have a balanced discussion? Okay. And they're saying, no, it's so bad. You can't do that. And I said, so why do you want to do that to men? Now, these are the candid conversations we must have. If you think it is bad to the woman, therefore it is bad to the man, and therefore it's bad to the boys. And those conversations are still going on. But my country, especially Africa, the religion is too deep. The culture is so deep. So you can't have this conversation. I was telling, I think, Tim and Peter and the rest that I'm probably the first person to sue a church in maybe Africa. And it was a big issue. It blew up. People sent messages to my father. They came to me. I had to leave the country for a month just because I sued the church over things that I believe. Ah, okay.
So talk a little further away.
Okay. Things that I believe that are actually important because they violate the dignity. In this case, you must submit your HIV results to this place. You must, and then it's about marriage. And I think, like, we can have that conversation. The equality in marriage, because in some places, the case I was challenging, you cannot get married unless you submit your HIV results. And now you submit it to everyone, and and we know that to get married, as long as you consent and you're adults, that's it. But now the entire world turns against me and says, you're the devil, you know, they even pray for you to die, but here I am, I'm still living, because probably it's a good thing. Dignity is important. And we all agree that the cutting and the mutilation is a point to take away the dignity of any person. And the freedom from inhumane and degrading treatment is obvious, because then I've had conversations, and we actually, I was telling Eric that we continue to have conversations in my country, Africa at large, on issues about circumcision. And they are very interesting conversations and testimonies by individuals. And people are saying, I wish I could reverse this. And thank God today I've learned that actually through John, that it is possible to reverse some of these wrongs in a non-surgical way. I think if I'm correct. And for me, this is information. Now I am armed. Actually, this conference is arming me to go back and spread the good news that, by the way, it's still possible. Issues of equality. Why are we protecting the girls but leaving out the boys? In several aspects. And I think the conversations we had here, that if we are protecting the girls because of ABCD, so why aren't we doing the same to the girls? Now, the right to participation, and this one I want to bring it in the angle of the boys and the rights of the children. Under the international law, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, there's a critical aspect of participation. People think that once you have a child, then you have automatic power to decide everything. But the child must participate in the decision-making processes that are going to affect their life. And there are various ways you can do that. So is it in the child's interest that they are cut without their participation? Because one of the questions, actually, one of the things I talked to BBC in that debate is that I don't want to cut my child, and tomorrow he asks me why, and I have no reason. He should be aware of why it is being done to them, so that they are able to stand out tomorrow and explain why. So we should let it to be to them. Now, and I think there was a correction there. Now, the data we have, and that's also the other problem, which I think this movement is either, I think someone talked about underreporting, either people are hiding the data, or I don't know, for whatever reason, it's very difficult to get data. They're about, I think now, coming to 27, but what we have in data is 23 million circumcised in Africa, and about 5.8 million in Uganda. And definitely this could be, lower. Probably we have maybe 10 And most of the data is hidden, okay, not hidden, is found in, for medical reasons. There was a huge project in Africa that is called Safe Male Circumcision. And a big funding was coming, of course, from the USA. And well, yesterday we were talking and saying maybe thank God for some reason. But you have probably more than this, maybe 10 million. Because the circumcision for the traditional reasons and the cultural reasons is about 200,000 a year. Now, these things are happening and everyone is celebrating. They don't know that this is a problem. Now, the major reasons for circumcision in most of Africa, they are majorly the cultural reasons, and these ones are more prevalent in Kenya, Uganda, where I come from. It is underlined for a big reason because Uganda seems to be celebrating many things. You have South Africa, but of course with the proviso of not below 16. Congo, Malawi, Nigeria, Tanzania, these are more prevalent. And unfortunately, like I said, this is now one of the most tourist attractions in Africa, especially in Uganda. And in Uganda, it is done by this tribe, it is done in an even year. So every September, there is a big ceremony. They call it the opening ceremony of circumcision, where you have hundreds and hundreds of people coming from across the world to come and be part of this celebration and be happy and eat food and celebrate because boys are being cut. And it's unfortunate. Now, the other is the religious reasons, which we have already discussed, and mainly Muslims, and I've had the good conversations, and which I'm taking back, is that simple. Show me the Quran where it is written, and then we take it from there. And also the medical reasons. So, like we have agreed, this is not just circumcision, but it's the male genital mutilation. And it's called, and to me, it is forceful and harmful. And I've already submitted a book chapter on this issue with the University of Pretoria. So I hope that this is actually will be the first to be discussed in the African context. And like I said, these are the main tribes. The one in red is the most pronounced. And these are my neighbors in terms of where I come from in my country. And they kept joking, saying, should we see you cross our districts, we shall circumcise you. Now, this tribe, it's not about the children. They believe that even when you're an adult, they can abduct you and say, you actually missed out, you ran away. So you could be here in Portland or Portland Airport, and once they see me, they grab me and take me and forcefully circumcise me. And they think it is fine. But as a human rights lawyer, that's unconstitutional. That violates many rights. But people would rather not talk about it because, of the things. And like I explained, over 5,000 are cut every season. Now, this is what is reported, but it's more than that. So there's the part of the boys, but there's the part of the men. And now what people have done, if you have a name that resonates with that culture, you either add a vowel, a consonant to change it, or people resort for medical procedures to be able to be safe. Because information will go around that maybe a Michael or Che or whoever has not been circumcised. And then they'll just strip you naked and circumcise you, even if you are not a child. No, that is really bad. So how is it conducted? Now, I witnessed this at 9 years. So my activism started as early as 9 years. And you can read quickly, but it is done in a gruesome way. And this was my schoolmate, because we're in primary school together. So what happens is that you have a whole time of preparation. Meanwhile, it happens during school time. So the kids have to miss out school to go for a cultural function. So they trek about 2 weeks wearing heavy royal regalia, and they are big men moving around, carrying very big sticks. The idea is that should you run away, we are going to beat you. because you're supposed to be a man. It is a rite of passage that you're supposed to show that you're a man. Now, so you trek for 2 weeks, dancing, going ankle to ankle, collecting money and this stuff. It's a big event. And what happens is that, now this is a child who is missing school. He does not have the psychological capacity to comprehend what's happening. You have no choice, because if you do that, you're going to bring shame to your family. Now, this friend of mine, first of all, he was cut badly. On the day of cutting, they just used their normal circumcision knife, the traditional, they just come. I could actually even demonstrate. So ideally, they hold a stick here, and you just come and jump and put your stick here, and then the guy pulls and cuts. No sterilization, nothing. So what they do here in this account that I witnessed, because they usually do it on Saturday, so they'll just get water, mixed it with paper, and get, corn. So the corn, so when you remove the corn from the cob, right? So that's what they use to just scratch the wound with water. We mixed with, very crude. And the child is going through all this pain, but he's told, don't cry. When you cry, you bring shame to your family. And this is what the Ugandan government is paying for as tourism. And this is what people are calling practicing their cultural right. And they think that no one should touch it. Now, this boy, the wound became septic. He dropped out of school. Up to now, he has never recovered. Remember, everyone attends. So even his girlfriends, you are 15, you are 14. Yeah, so puberty sets in. The right to privacy and all that stuff is gone away, because people actually must watch you. So the entire world is watching you being cut and being gruesomely washed. And it is really, and they think it is cultural practice. Now, as I move on, so clearly, this is a violation of children's rights, whether we like it or not. And now I'm bringing it back to the African perspective. Of course, the CRC, the international framework, but also the African Children's Charter, is everything should be in the best interest of the child. And I know that even the medical procedures, people are giving excuses to say, no, this is in the best interest of the child. But we must go beyond the rhetoric. And we are saying there is no medical evidence to prove that, a born child needs to be cut. So to me, that is the best. Is it in the best interest of the child that you're doing that? The loss of dignity and right to privacy, Article 16, that's clear. I told you they do it in broad daylight in most of these cultural practices, and wherever they are doing it from. And then the right to education, it takes about more than 45 days to heal. And traditionally, the idea is that you go through the pain before, you go through the pain during, and also after. Then you're a man enough. They have taken away part of your manhood, but now they are calling you man enough. Weird. Now, it takes about 45 days to heal. Most boys did not come back to school, like my friend, because the wound went septic. The shame on his face to come back to school, to sit in the same class where the same girls saw him the day when there was an open circumcision. So they can't come back to school. So they didn't go to school. And they are somewhere in life. Now, the harm, the physical harm, and the painful experience, all this is bad, psychological trauma. Kids go through this. By the way, there is no counseling for these circumcisions. When you go for an HIV test, there's no pre-counseling. There's counseling for everything. There's counseling for everything, but there's no counseling for these practices. Even if it's a medical procedure, the counseling is given to parents and not even the child who is being circumcised. So a child lives with all this trauma because no one cares. Now, complications. Yes.
I was going to ask you, like 6 inches that way, just not as close to the mic.
Okay, that's fine. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's where you go.
Okay. So the complications from circumcision, and this is a USAID report, 2012, as you can see, excessive bleeding, infections, they had complications overall. It's just too much. And now this is 2012, and it's very difficult to get this data because maybe for many reasons. And now you can see also the trick here is to say these are from traditional circumcision and not the medical one which we are funding. You get the point? Yeah, let me repeat that. So sometimes we also have to treat this data in a way, but also these are facts. This is what the kids are going through. And Mbale and Manafa, these are now the major towns where this circumcision happens. So there's already evidence that this thing is bad. And people continue to do it. And they continue to vow that they will ever do that. Now, I have 2 slides to go. So then what must governments do in Africa? We must enact laws to protect boys from this mutilation, like South Africa. I know it has put a proviso on the age 16. It's fair enough. But most of African countries do not even want to touch anything religious, anything cultural, because number one, it is their political capital. They don't want to lose those votes. And also they don't want to touch anything that will bring what they call political instability for them. And then boys should be left to determine when to be circumcised or not. This should be a choice. It is not something that, it's a do or die. So what must we do? We have already talked about this, a public interest litigation, and sourcing funds for litigation is very expensive. And the reason why this is so is because no one wants to invest in this area. Because we said we know who benefits from this. So they will not want to, because they know now, because the more they fund you, then you'll get more researchers, then you'll get more experts, so this we must fight ourselves. The collective advocacy, like we are here as a movement, is going to help us. And then the continuous research documentation, like the discussions we're having, how many are cut, how much funding is going there, can we do a request for information to know? So that we must be equipped so that we show people exactly where money is being wasted and the things that are being done. The continued engagements, such as this conference, and Eric, I hope that we shall have one next year. Yeah, and I'll be back if there's one. Yes, and also more partnerships in this advocacy work. And as the last slide, so why do we do this? Because I do a lot of public investigation, and I think we must do this to protect the boys and promote human rights, whether we like it or not. And by the way, there are also men who need help. So it's not just about the boys, but we need to protect the children, but also the men. The equality, like we said, why do we have laws protecting women and girls and we don't have laws protecting boys and men? And then we have to set precedents. Precedence is very important, especially for those that are dealing with legal issues. In my country, I successfully challenged laws that were allowing men to marry young girls. And the Constitutional Court agreed with me, and now it's on record. But some laws, like in the Islam, we're allowing it. But the Constitutional Court said, no, we have a minimum. So why can't they set the same precedent? So we need to challenge the status quo. Public discourse is important, but also to fight against impunity. This impunity is so much gone. And yeah, we...
Well, thank you so much, Michael. And to emphasize the point, Michael is the guy who got child marriage outlawed in Uganda. So, round of applause for Michael Asmita,
Thank you.
one of our living legends. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So we're going to open up the floor for some questions, and then we'll wrap up with a quick panel. John or Daniel, I saw your hand first.
The American campaigns circumcised only black are just a continuation of our race in the United States. If people in Africa, how racist our history is, maybe they would run to say, if white people want to cut your penis, don't listen to it. And I don't know how much you know of the racist history of in America, but it's just ridiculous. I'd be happy to talk to you or anybody about that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So just say no, yes, please. So what?
I guess it's maybe as a comment as much as a question, but it's the human rights of boys is pretty much locked out of the international organizations like the UN, the WHO, let's just say those two for now. But one of the terms that they use for female genital cutting is gender-based violence. When 10 times as many boys are subjected to non-voluntary, non-therapeutic circumcision across the world, some of them bleed to death, some of them suffer from horrible infections, and most of them receive no anesthetic at all. So I guess I'm just wondering, what is your thought on the term gender-based violence as a term used to exclude male bodies from being protected?
Yep. Thank you. And I think on that, we also now grappling with, there is failure for acceptance that actually men also face the gender-based violence. The understanding, which I think also is a narrative which they want to pursue, is that there's no way as a man you're going to say, I also faced gender-based violence. Because one of the patriarchal system, and that is largely in Africa, but also people have their own agendas. So they tend to think that there is no way a man can be violated. So because of that, so they craft, like I said, he who has the definition of the word has the power. So they decide to exclude the men and the boys from this, so they push their own agenda. But again, it is counterproductive, because then you're saying you're excluding the men so that you become powerful, but at the same time you're saying the men are the perpetrators. So it's exactly.
Children, not men.
Yeah.
It's practiced on children.
Yes, and I agree. I'm just saying I agree with you, but it's a power dynamics in terms of the movement that is heavily hinged on the women. So as men, what do? We need also to just push back and show them that this is actually also happening to the boys. Yeah.
Oh, we got another question from Brian over here. I'm gonna mic you up too.
Hey, Michael, have there ever been instances where groups of intactivists, either African or from America, have shown up at those events to try to convince them not to do it?
Yes. Can I get that again? Sorry.
Have there ever been instances during those circumcisions where groups of intactivists, either from Africa or America, have shown up to try to convince the group to not do it, to talk to the families?
So that is a suicide mission in Africa. So you only have to do it, overtly, or otherwise covertly. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. And I think I was even talking to Eric and saying that we needed to, even the people I contacted to help me do the underground, coverage and investigation, they were threatened. I couldn't go there myself. So there's also that bit of, you'll just be killed because this is our thing. So it's a suicide mission and no one has ever done it. Yeah, yeah.
What happens, when they do these traditional, African circumcisions? What happens with the removed tissue or skin? What happens with that? Versus an American one where it goes to?
Yeah.
Organogenesis.
So that's a big question, and that's what I've been putting forward. But I know that for the medical, the ones that are done in hospital, definitely it comes back to the mainstream, things we're talking about.
So is it being harvested then, basically, you would think?
Yes. So for the traditional ones, the idea, they say that they are collected and taken somewhere, cultural stuff, and none of which they are preserved, and then the father of the child is given bits of it. But I also know some cultures. your grandfather, to graduate to be a grandfather, must have eaten your foreskin.
Whoa, that's heavy. Okay.
So what happens is that, so your grandfather is going to put pressure on you to make sure your child is circumcised, because he will not be sitting on the table of men. He needs to be on the table of the men. How? By ensuring he has eaten a foreskin of their grandchild. So it's a big thing. So others eat them for culture stuff, but others get back to the mainstream market. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. Pardon? So because, it's funny. So every kata, I want to call him kata, every traditional kata has their own experience. So sometimes it depends on the length of the penis. So sometimes they go even halfway. Okay. So there's no standard. People just cut according to what they think. Or if they don't like you, maybe they may cut, almost remove everything. So it's really bad. And boys are there, struggling with all this stuff. There's no standard. People just cut whatever they want to cut. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, Michael, for coming to Uganda. We look forward to hosting you again. Hopefully in another state we're suing, and then we'll see. So thank you, Michael. Give you a hug.
Yeah, thank you.
And let's move the hot mics. You never know what happens.
Thank you very much.
What we've been doing all day is we have panels at the end of certain sections, and then this is a very engaged group, so the talks go longer, which is totally fine. We'll probably do just a quick standing panel, says our videographers, so we can get it. But so John Deishiker, Tony Lquagro, and Tim Hammond, if you're here, there you are, hiding in plain sight, is maybe just what we had envisioned, and obviously this is the inaugural conference, so we're kind of working out the kinks, so thank you live streamers for your patience, is maybe just have leaders of these nonprofit organizations come up, ask questions, and the question to the group is, how do these nonprofits who are here supporting work together? Because yes, we all have important missions. We're all working to we're all working towards the same goal. But how do we help each other? Like for example, Michael Abanika, if he's doing litigation, maybe we can write amicus briefs, and he can write amicus briefs for us, and vice versa. Or GALDEF even wrote an amicus brief in DOC and Jews Against Circumcision for my personal beef, right? But which had implications for the movement. So. So we'll just, I think if you guys stand up, and since it's a standing panel, it'll be shorter anyways, because we're all tired, I think. And before you guys come up, as our treasurer said, very importantly, the number one reason that people do not donate to nonprofits is because they are never asked. So let me officially ask you, if you're watching the live stream, become a monthly donor to Intact Global. If you like what you saw here, if you like the impact litigation that we are pursuing actively in Oregon, if this is more of what you want to see, well, if you become a monthly donor, and this goes for the professional film as well, if you become a monthly donor, we could do a lot more of this, not just conferences, but impact litigation to really advance society and culture to protect children. So anyway, so become a monthly donor. John, if you want to come up, Tim and Tony, and we'll open the floor for questions. Yeah, please come up. Well,
I put my water right here.
yeah, you can, whatever you'd like. So
Here's a man I wouldn't want to meet in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. So how do we all get fit like Tony Losquadro is really, we're all going to be, no.
Who's hitting the gym later?
Yeah.
Any takers?
You've been there, I see that.
Yeah. Again, so okay, we got a question over here. Here, what we're going to do is I'll be a roaming mic for now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is more like a comment, but I want to say it to them too and everybody. But like, I don't know. I felt like the sort of like the wind got taken out of the sails earlier because I don't know. People were talking about like like, I don't know, Jewish people, like, oh, there's such this like big, like scary thing that we're gonna have to be, up against. But in my opinion, these like entities that are like, we're up against, honestly, they should be afraid of us. And, that's the real energy that I think we should be putting out there. Like, I'm not intimidated by anyone, any organization that wants to be a pedophile and try to, rape kids, they should be basically afraid for their lives. So I'm not afraid of any of them. As many of them as they come, they're all gonna fall. So that's what I want to say. They're all fucking. They're basically all fucked, honestly. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
So there you go.
Well, I think because of just what is just is equal treatment under the law. And I think what is most pragmatic and politically possible is that we protect children moving forward. But yeah, so in terms of panel, back to kind of how do we work together as a group? Well, we're all here, right? So thank you for showing up. Thank you for giving your presentations. I think it was very important for us because we're actually we're doing it now. There's no longer like well, Tony's been doing it for a long time in terms of defunding circumcision. Tim's been in the movement, as is John. But I really just want us to be able to, I guess, and we are working together. And how do we get other Intactivist orgs kind of on board? That's my question. Is we got 4 of us here, so maybe Tim, did you want to?
By the way, Tim predates Doc's efforts by at least 20 years. He's the senior guy here.
So do I talk into John's chest?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're talking to John's chest and that microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Watch out! I'll squirt you with my flour.
Oh yeah. Wow. Okay. So the question is, how do we work together as organizations? In my estimation, it's really about recognizing a division of duties. Intaction excels at legislative lobbying, and before you got involved in the legislative lobbying, you were out there with the public information trucks in New York City, which were actually sort of a mobile version of bloodstained men. That's your area of expertise. Doctors opposing circumcision, that's their field of expertise, is to try to influence doctors, but also try to influence the public on behalf of doctors. And for GALDEF, it's basically to look at providing the funds for litigation and to help educate attorneys. So based on our mutual friendships and respect for the division of duties, that's what we're doing. And Eric is now specializing in the litigation aspect of it. So I think every Intactivist organization has its role to play in the movement, and then communicating with each other and trying to help each other when we have specialized projects.
Fair answer.
That's a great answer. So Aaron, did you have a question? Yeah, I'm going to mic you up too.
Hey, my question is for Tim, to continue. Earlier you mentioned something to the effect of being willing to be open and have these sorts of conversations, with parallels to kind of coming out to your experience with the gay rights movement. I know particularly in the South, bridges can be more flammable with some topics than others. What experience and advice do you have for being willing to talk about these subjects with people when it can be kind of confrontational and relationship impacting?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't think it needs to be confrontational. I think it really stems from talking about your personal experience, how an injustice or a harm or a form of discrimination has affected you. As I said earlier, nobody can argue with your personal lived experience. That's unique to you. And speaking from the heart, speaking your truth, is more impactful with people than, as I said, trying to lecture people to say, well, you're a mutilator or you're mutilating your child. That doesn't really get you anywhere. Speaking from your own firm conviction of what your experience is, hopefully that opens more hearts and minds than anything else. And it doesn't necessarily need to be confrontational. And anybody who has a heart and a mind, I would hope, would listen to and respect and go, maybe that gives me something to think about. And they might not immediately agree with you, but they may evolve with time.
That's exactly the experience I've had my breakthroughs with people on the organ tissue transplant side. You know, just answer like this question. I've just used a very simple approach about it, engaging people on, look, very basic question. What was the specialty of the first doctors who incorporated circumcisions in America? And they're going to ask, like, what doctors? Plastic surgeons. You know, and they were like, that opens the door right there. And you talk about like, well, you know, the first doctors, yeah, they would just write in journals, go to a maternity ward, and just diagnose phimosis. Then you've got a donor source for skin. And then you just kind of go into like, you know, donor discrimination and things like that. I had a lot of breakthroughs with like mothers who would like consent to this procedure when they're older. They felt a lot of guilt and stuff. I had provided a rational reason why this has been happening for so long. And then I just use a joke, usually some humor. I said, you know what? I used to believe I was circumcised, but you know what I got? They're like, what? A donor bone. Yeah, and then that makes them laugh. And then they're on your side.
Well, humor definitely can be an effective use. Anyway, I think we're all pretty hungry and tired. It's been a great day, great first day for Intact Global Conference. So, yeah, huge success. Thank you all, gentlemen. And again, not only donate to Intact Global on the link, but also Intaction, GALDEF, Doctors Opposing Circumcision. Definitely, we need global support for this movement, right? And the vast majority of the world does not circumcise. They do not perform genital cutting, genital mutilation of children for cosmetic or quote unquote prophylactic reasons. So we are really an aberration in the world in terms of how we do this. Oregon is an exceptionally good state because they don't cut the vast majority of their children here, which is great. But America as a whole is way behind in terms of these human and civil rights for our children. And so we're really excited to bring this impact litigation here. We're very excited that you all came out here. So again, thank you all for being here. We've got a full day tomorrow. We've got a beautiful buffet in the Renaissance room over there. So, and Justin, upstairs. Okay, it's a nice third floor. Okay, we got promoted to the third floor, which is excellent. At 6:30, so we all have maybe about 20 minutes. And John,
Could I make a parting comment?
yes, of course you can.
I didn't mention earlier that I'm a New Zealand native. I voted for Jacinda Ardern in one of our latest elections, and I'm also a US citizen. But New Zealand actually solved this problem over 60 years ago. They just simply stopped. They absolutely stopped. When people asked about it, doctors said, we don't do that anymore. And I mean, what an easy solution.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those human rights violations that it takes moving energy to continue. Like these tissues they're part of the body. You really have to put a lot of force in to sever them. It's like you could just not do that.
No, they just decided on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
We're not doing this anymore.
So yes, Michelle, you have some parting comments.
I don't think a lot of people understand what bad things can happen. And I think we've done a very good job. I don't think we've been, all of us have the opportunity, if someone says, oh, I'm gonna have my child or my grandson, you have to step in and say, no, just no, and have information that you can hand out to people. I think we should just all have a stack of it, why you should not do it, and then you could hand it to somebody.
They're in the other room.
Yeah, GALDEF informational, why you should not circumcise, miss on circumcision, why you should support GALDEF in the movement, are in the other room here. Which, not that useful for the live stream, but you should attend next conference. We'll get a bigger venue because we sold out, so excellent, baby. And so again, thank you all. It's been a great first day. We've got a slightly shorter second day, which I don't think anyone's gonna protest. I mean, it was a good day, but 8, 9, 10 hours. It's like, okay, we've earned some food and rest, and we've all traveled, most of us. So again, thank you all. Donors or a live stream, if you're watching a live stream, you love this type of content and you love this type of litigation and protecting children, the way we can do this is through donors. So please become a monthly donor. You saw we got 3 $10,000 checks today. So that's the average donation. So, I'm sure you guys can make it work. No problem. If you're watching, you've already been beat.
I guess I'm the lady bountiful of the day.
Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you all for coming out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Right. Thank you, John.
Put some potty breaks in tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
Especially for the old prostate crowd.
Well, you're just screwing